Hello, ladies and gentlemen, gals and pals, holes and poles, and welcome back. Sorry I sound a little low energy. I woke up, I got a really bad headache. It's just the weather. It was really cold in my place this morning, and causing my sinuses, my right temple, feel like I got a nail stuck in it. So that's why I'm not on camera. I'm all wrapped up and I look like crap. Stuff. So hopefully, if it's gone tomorrow and I do some streaming, I'll be on tomorrow. Unless we do some, we're on the PlayStation. So, yeah, we're just gonna do what we did yesterday. We have until what 6:30 in the morning. We have till 6:30 in the morning to finish. Mark of Distinction Part 7. So we should be able to get that done just fine. We're over halfway there. Or almost halfway there. Yeah, we're going to use Russia. And we realized yesterday that this is fin stabilized, which means the gun is stabilized. Like, like modern tanks guns are stabilized, so you can shoot on the move a lot easier. Obviously, it's not like I can't remember what the dart ones that shoot like super fast, but you still gotta lead your shots a little bit. But yeah, so I've been liking this. Actually, been doing all right with this. All right, got some good stuff from the spin today. Let's see what else we need to do. Battle pass, challenges. Yeah, not much. Okay. All right. What we're gonna start with today? I want to hold on. There are some videos that I actually watched that I watched because I wanted to see what they were about. No, let's just watch. I was gonna watch. Holy crap.
This crimped and cut Machamp card sparked a lot of discussion lately. And yes, believe it or not, this is a factory crimped card. Crimps are actually one of the most common errors, but not all crimps are built the same. Let's start with the most common. This is just a standard crimp. Basically, when they're putting these cards into a booster pack, sometimes the cards get shifted, and when the pack gets crimped together, the card also gets crimped. Then there's the next level. This is known as a crimped and cut card. Instead of the card barely getting shifted into that crimp, it got really shifted.
So my question is, how the heck did that McChamp? How did the McChamp? McChamp, like McDonald's. How did it? Oh my gosh, what is the? Yeah, the Machamp, not McChamp. How the Machamp? How did the Machamp get crimped like down the middle like that? Like it would have to be out of the bag. It would have had to crimp it. Like the card would have to be out of the bag and turn sideways, unless it got crimped. They realized it was out. They pushed it pushed it the rest of the way back in. It somehow got crimped, and then they put the card back in. They finished putting the card back in.
It got crimped by the pack crimper, and then it got cut across where they cut the pack. This type of error happens a lot more often for cards like this that were sealed in their own cellophane, which is how most.
You know what? That would suck if you got like a really. Well, I know like some people go for these where they're not considered just damage. They're considered what do you call it? They're like one of a kind, unique. Some like I think Pokemon goes for them a little bit more than like Magic the Gathering, and it just depends on which card. Some of them are cool. Some of them are like the crimp thing might actually be a little cool. I would prefer a crimp where it doesn't cut the card, just a crimp, no cut. But still, imagine like getting a really cool one and you didn't want the crimp or something, or like it getting cut. Like I wouldn't want the cut at all. If it was cut, I would be definitely disappointed. The crimp wouldn't be. It'd be a unique thing that I might find cool for a collection. But then you get this really cool card, especially one that's worth a lot of money. Like imagine getting like the Moonbryon or something, and then it's got cut off at the top. It's just cut off at the top, not even the crimp, and you're like it would just be devastating. It would be like, oh, it would kill me.
Most ETB promos are sealed, but what happens to the other part of the card that gets cut off? Most of the time it ends up sealed into the next pack. In the example of this Machamp, it was crimped
Yeah.
and cut, but it wasn't cut enough to have it completely sliced apart. And there
Oh,
are
it was
also
cut.
long
Okay.
crimp cards. Certain Wizard of the Coast packs actually had a long
That's
crimp where the
cool.
crimp went horizontal rather than vertical.
So, see, that's a really cool crimp. That's like the older packs, right? Isn't that the old? Is it? I think that's what some of the older packs look like. Unless that's like a Genesis or that's like a reprint. But I like that crimp. That's a really cool crimp. So sorry, just something weird, but all right. Let's go with Nuxanor. He does a lot of new stuff that I like. We'll watch him Timcast afterwards.
One of the major reasons why the file debacle is happening as this giant distraction from what Trump is actually doing, in my opinion, is because the country is on fire. All right, now you are not ready for what you were about to see. More ICE raids, more deportations, which is a great W. You got idiots freaking out on the entire left because Trump is trying to pass a bill called the Save America Act. We are trying to save America.
All right, let's just hop into
and it turns out, and this is going to freak you out when you see the polls, you are not ready for the debacle we are about to witness. We are straight up going to be watching leftists, in my opinion, committing treason, straight up saying, no, actually, we want to steal the country.
Treason.
Your favorite photo ID to vote. 85% of white people.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. It's just like
Trump is trying
leftists
to push something within
leftists are like black people are just too stupid to get photo IDs.
85% approval. Oh my God.
82% of Latino.
If you think like,
of
oh, they don't know where the
Black
DMV
Americans
is, or
favor.
it's
So
too
the bottom
hard,
line
or
is
it
this.
costs like I don't even think it
Voter
costs.
ID is
It doesn't even
not
cost money.
controversial
I've never
in
had
this
to
country.
pay.
A photo ID to vote is not controversial in this
Like
country.
you get a free
your average
photo ID
leftist
replacement every
thinks
so.
he
Yeah, I mean you have to
still
renew
likes
your
democracy.
driver's license and every
Right?
stuff.
He doesn't
If it
realize
is
that
a small
he's part
fee,
of
I don't
the
even like it. Just
anti-democracy,
auto does it for
anti-God
me.
party. He thinks that he's in some
Like, it
sort
takes
of
it off my credit card,
democratic
'cause, like, it's just
situation.
set up
He
that way.
thinks that actually the left is
Or, like,
playing
yeah,
by the
I didn't even
rules
notice
when
it.
quite literally they're not. This video
Or it's like in your
will
taxes, I'm
radicalize
not
you
sure.
because you have to understand
Like,
exactly what's
it's
going
something-
on
yeah,
in
so-
this country. We have the left importing illegals
Let's just.
and making sure they could vote. They're going to say that illegals don't
But it's
vote.
literally that. The leftists and the Democrats are like, oh, you're so stupid.
They
You don't
are
know where the DMV
specifically
is. You're
not
so,
letting
you know,
voter ID
you're so
be a
poor.
thing so
You
that
can't,
people
you
won't
can't
ask for your ID.
afford.
So if you're illegal, you can vote. They are straight up trying to steal elections.
So
with
it's
mass
either a
immigration.
lie, they're
And it is
demeaning
so
you,
obvious because
or they
literally
want
no one
illegals
likes
to vote.
this,
But
and
even
they're
then,
still
remember
pushing
that's
it.
why
Every
New York and a whole
Democrat
bunch of
is
places they give
fighting
photo
this.
IDs.
Why?
Because
Makes you think.
they give photo IDs
It's not
because you don't need
controversial by
proof,
party,
or
and
they
it's
don't
not
require
controversial
proof.
by race. The vast
Because
majority of Americans
once you don't require
agree
proof,
with
then
Nicki Minaj
illegals
that
can
you
vote. And yes,
should have a
illegals do
photo
vote.
ID.
Illegals don't vote.
So
There's
That's right,
just so
we're
much
gonna be
proof
looking
that
at Nicki
illegals
Minaj
do vote.
too. Every celebrity in
proof.
Hollywood is crying about how, no, what do you mean? ID,
So much
asking
proof.
for ID is racist. Bro, they think so little of black people that they think it's racist to
Like
have ID.
they've got
See,
illegals on
I
voter
am not
rolls. They've got
racist,
dead
and
people. They've
therefore
just got
I
so many
think that
people.
black people are just as capable
Just
of having
so much
ID as
stuff.
anybody else. What are we doing?
And I'm not gonna
inside?
I'm not gonna
So anyway,
get the evidence
we
right
have
now.
a really,
but
really
it's
good
just-
deep dive.
they've revealed so
for this
much
video.
stuff.
I planned it out. I did all the research.
It is,
You are
so-
not ready. Lock in. Subscribe. First, I have to show you how badly the left is losing. The left is losing on a level that we are quite not ever expecting. Now, I thought the left was in a bad spot when Trump actually won the last election because Biden was terrible. The left straight up is suiciding at rapid pace. All right, so this is a trans person harassing a black ICE agent.
Yeah, family.
You little slicker. He hit my gun right
Rip
on.
people apart from their family.
Are you a man?
So he
That's
immediately
great.
responds, "Are you a man?"
Man. And then he just walks.
Absolute
Such a
cinema.
burn.
It's beautiful.
It was like-
based mad lad over here. Beautiful.
Burn.
Get ready for the response.
What?
Wow, is that a question?
Where is he? Oh, nice. Left side.
Okay.
Okay.
See, this should
okay.
not offend anybody, right?
How do you feel about ripping people from their family?
Right? Are you a man?
Does that feel good?
Sir, I need to move your house.
And then, sir,
They
sir.
called him a house N-word, hard R.
Yeah.
Now, for
It's
those
like
of you that are unaware,
it's like
that
you
is
call
a double
a biological
Because that's just
call a
not the N-word.
biological man
A house
sir,
N-word
and then they call you
is specifically
like it's
a
YouTube.
slur
So
used
like I would
for
say the
black
word, but it's YouTube.
slaves
So
that were cozying
They call
up
them the
to
house-
white slavers. All
you
right?
know.
That is unbelievable. We have
House N-word.
transgender leftists.
The left doesn't
yelling
care.
House N-word.
They're like, oh, like they will.
At black people.
This
in
is
the
why you don't let
streets.
them play by your.
These people racist as hell.
This is why you don't let them play by you. They don't play by rules. They're like, oh, you said the N-word. You know, you said the N-word. All those young Republicans or whatever, they were saying the N-word or whatever. And they're, you know, saying the N-word in the chat or whatever, in their thing. And then, and they're like, oh, you need to disown them. You need to do whatever. And it's like, they know we don't like people saying mean things, right? Christians, conservatives, but they will say it 100%. They're like, but we say it. We're gonna use your rules against you. We're gonna use your values against you. So, you know, and that's why you don't play. We're like, nah. That's why you shouldn't let them do that. Be like, we're not gonna let you play by those rules. You're oh, I got a hit though. Hit. Oh, come on. Really? Damn these things. I hate these things so much.
Dude, these people racist, and this dude giving him
Don't
the
let them play
side
by
eye
your
of
rules
his
because
life.
they'll just use
The
them
left
against
can
you.
never survive this.
You
Because it
can't
turns
say
out
the
thing that
N-word,
I've been
but we
saying
can
the
call
entire
you a
time
house N-word.
is the fact that the left has always been more racist than the right, and it's not even close.
What the fuck's wrong with you people?
Why are you calling a woman a man?
And it's so evident. It's like they called him that, and he didn't like overreact at all. But you
What kind of a guy does
call some
that?
leftist person the N-word, and they will freak out like it's the end of the world.
Wow, dude.
Just the middle finger on the way out. What's this? I got double strikes, killed some of this crew. That's
This might be one of the craziest videos ever.
A warning for what, sir? A warning for what? Because?
a warning for following the police
Yes,
and
we're allowed to
obstructing.
film you doing those law enforcement operations. We still have a First Amendment.
You're not
sir.
allowed to endanger the
We are not
police.
impeding your operations. We're merely
We can
filming
endanger
them.
you all we want. What are you talking about?
We're press. We can follow you. And
You
film
cannot
you.
press.
Are you trying to get
I
rid
love
of the
I love how
First Amendment?
I
leftists
love these people. They're all
leftists
so
are like, oh, we're
retarded.
press.
The First Amendment, they believe in the First Amendment so much.
We're
We got
press.
leftoids slinging slurs on the down
You're not
low.
press.
And
Oh, I got
this
mine.
is
This one up
this is
tier.
quite literally, possibly one of the greatest leftist downfalls of all time. Agent, are you a man? Starts crying. Are you working for the KKK? Middle finger. Calls him a house N-word.
That wasn't enough.
Unbelievable
That's
levels of downfalls that we are witnessing right now. So that's the left. That's the modern left. The modern left are racist pieces of shit that hate our country and our traitors. And
everyone now like, oh,
constantly
we're
trying to
pressed.
insurrect
We're
against
pressed.
the government.
Pressed.
And you know,
you're not
justice
pressed.
is gonna come around. It'll happen. You'll see.
A random civilian
in fact,
going
they are
around
so
recording shouldn't be
racist.
allowed to
Here's
say
another
they're pressed.
instance
If
of
you
leftists
do,
being
like, if you
racist.
say you're press
Yesterday,
and you don't have
that's
credentials,
right.
you don't
Everything I'm showing
have,
you literally just happened yesterday.
at the very least, you don't like do it for your job or something. You should be able to be arrested for that.
And the leftist slapped his coffee out of his hand.
They did that. There was that ICE officer that got.
ICE agent.
There was that. There was an ICE officer that got assaulted. He was trying to protect one of the hotel. There was a hotel. They were attacking a hotel, and he was there, and he got like they threw a brick and hit him in the face, and it was like blood all over the place. And he was. They're like they were all pretending to be. So someone threw a brick amongst the group, and they're all pretending to be. They pretend to be press. They all got their phones out, and the guy's like terribly narrating. He's like, "Oh, we got this officer here," and none of them are press. They're all Antifa. They're all the leftists. They're all, you know, that's what they are. They're pretending to, and they say, and he's like, "Are you press? Are you like?" He's freaking out because he's getting stuff checked at him. He's got a bloody face. He might be like missing some teeth or something, and it's so stupid. They're pretending to be press, and they should. Yeah, if they don't have credentials, if they're not working for a business, if they don't have a YouTube channel, you know, they don't have something, if it's not their primary, if it's not like, even if they work for themselves or whatever, if it's not their job, then they should be arrested. Because they do, oh, we're press, and then they'll turn around and attack the officer. That should be, I don't know, just like other, like, I mean, besides endangering, but if you also pretend to be, I don't know what it's called, but there's like, you know, pretending you can for impersonating police officers. I mean, and obviously that's a government thing, but like you can get in trouble for impersonating police officers. But I think you should also be in trouble for impersonating. If you commit crimes while impersonating the news, or you know, the press, then you should also get like a larger penalty. Now, if they just sat there and didn't do anything, fine, right? But if they then commit a crime, like the person that like attacked him was part of the group that said they were press, and they started chucking things at him, and they were like, and then they automatically all of them are like, oh yeah, we're press, and they take and they're like, they do that. They like automatically turn it. They use that as an excuse. It's part of their playbook. And so if they're committing a crime and they do that, or if they do that and then commit a crime, it should be additional charges on top of that. I mean, if they're just gonna sit there, record off to the side, I also think like the whistle thing and
this is
like verbally assaulting.
They just
because you can get it can be assault. You can also it's battery if you lay hands on somebody. If you scream and yell at somebody, you can also get assault.
Dude, this is incredible. It really is. Like these people are.
You will get arrested
it's
for like screaming at people and stuff like yelling at them and stuff like that. Especially if you do it in close proximity.
These stories are getting so wild, you're not even gonna believe them, and that's why you have to be subscribed
like these people
to
should be
Nuxanor,
getting
because
arrested. Like they should just be getting arrested in general, because you shouldn't be going anywhere near a police officer while they make an arrest. If you try to
country and they're evil people, all right?
If an officer is making an arrest on the side of the road and you try to go anywhere near them, you're going to get arrested. Like it's just watch any cop videos of any over the last like 30 years. That's how it works. And especially if you start being aggressive, you're gonna get thrown on the ground and you're gonna get put in cuffs and you're gonna get arrested. So it's just ridiculous. And then on top of that, they are like the cop has very reasonable fear that these people that are being threatening, screaming at them, are possibly going to attack them from behind their back while they're going to do stuff. If the cop sets a perimeter, you are not allowed to come in it. And if you come in it, you should automatically be arrested. It should be automatically be you have to stay 100 feet away or whatever. And if you come within 100 feet, like we need to pass laws. If you come within 100 feet and the officer has told you, like you get one warning. If the officer says back up and you don't, you're automatically, it's a felony or something. Like you just can't. That's why you should at least get a warning, because somebody could not see the officer or something. Like come around a corner and all of a sudden you're next to him. The officer says, hey, back up. You know, we're making an arrest or whatever. You obey, you do it, you're fine. But like these people are obviously they're like within a foot of the officer. They come within feet of the officer. They put their hands on the officer. They do this. It's ridiculous.
ICE confirmed to Fox News they arrested a New Orleans police recruit who's an illegal alien from Cameroon with an...
Yeah, and this is exactly what we voted for. People are like, did you vote for police arresting police? Yeah, when especially leftist people are like hiring illegal aliens to police us. Why does an illegal alien get to police me? Why do they get to tell me what the laws are? Why do they have power over me when they broke the law to come here and they're not even American? They not only were they not born here, they probably don't believe any of the stuff that we believe, and now they get to enforce the law, and they're going to enforce it from their angle, and like they're going to be you don't get to come from Mexico, you don't get to come from wherever, you don't get to come from like Africa, you don't get to come from South America, most likely not have our values, and then turn around and then say, I'm doing something wrong here. When on top of that, the first thing you did was to come here legally, and most likely you're not under your own name. You probably have a stolen identity, and like, yeah, you have no authority. And so, yeah, every officer that is an illegal alien should obviously be arrested. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, the fact that the left is like, oh, is this what you voted for? Like, officer is like, yeah. The fact that you leftists have put illegal aliens in the police force is insane. And every sheriff, every person that hired these people should be in jail. They should be in jail.
Active deportation order. No work authorization. They say he was illegally given a gun by the New Orleans Police Department. Okay? Do we understand?
If either A, they know he's an illegal alien, or they didn't do a check enough that they find out this person's a legal alien. Maybe they're under assumed identity, which means they could also be a gang member. They could be a gang member. We have evidence of gang members in certain police force, like, or either connections to gang members, like they're closely connected and in aiding gang members and stuff like that. So like this is an easy way for gang members, illegal aliens, gang members to get into the police force. Like all of the police pretty much in Mexico are corrupt, and a lot of other South American companies. Like you have to bribe your way. You get arrested or pulled over. You don't get a ticket. You have to bribe the officer. This is ridiculous. And this is also, like I said, like if they know they're illegal and they're hiring them, or they don't know they're illegal because they're doing shitty background checks and not doing good. Like they're just not doing good enough background checks to find out that these people are. Like, if it's like, oh, you're an illegal alien, or you're an alien at the very least, and you don't have documentation, or you don't have this or that, or like you don't have a green card or something, or it shouldn't take that much to find out whether or not like your identity is actually real. And then it's an easy way to get gang members and bad people. Like they could easily become police officers and do a whole bunch of like we have enough just Americans that could become police officers and be power hungry. Then like we then make it easy for bad people from other countries to also do this. Like that's ridiculous.
Do we understand what we're doing here, bro? This is an illegal alien police officer given a weapon with an active deportation order. They fucking hate us, man. They hate us and they want us dead. And they love criminals. They just love criminals. It's unbelievable.
Yes, so civilians don't have rights to guns, but illegal aliens do, and they have the right to tell other civilians what to do.
Tom Holman. Expectations have not changed.
This guy doesn't go to jail.
This force must leave Minnesota. The state of Minnesota and the professionals, nonpartisan judiciary must do the investigations into the shootings and other abuses of Minnesota's human rights. And this all-out assault on Minnesota across all of state government and all across.
Damn it! As soon as I look left, like I was looking forward the whole stinking time. As soon as that's when it happens. As soon as I look a different direction, after like I'm looking forward, I'm looking to see if there's anybody. As soon as I look left for a half a second, I get shot from the direction I was just looking at.
Any safer. None
I was
of
trying to
this
get
adheres
out
to
of the
the
lane.
values
This guy's gonna
Like
be
I
in
should have
jail.
stayed probably farther
This
right,
country.
but I was trying to get out of
All
the
it
lane.
does
I'm like,
is
this
cause
is
terror
easy. I
and
mean, this is a
trauma.
kill
Oh,
zone.
well,
and I know
oh,
that.
well. Wah, wah, wah,
I was headed
as
towards
they
B in the
say.
first place, and then I was headed
Anywho,
back
other
towards C.
leftists
But
are also losing their mind. Right here we have the head of the Minnesota Teachers Union proudly insurrecting against the government.
as soon as I look
With
back the
Al
other direction
Jazeera,
is when they
the
pop
head of the
out.
Minneapolis Teachers Union proudly admits that elected officials are in signal chats
Tell me
that
if
are
it's
being
too
used to share
quiet.
information
I'll
about
turn it
where
up
these
either.
federal
The
agents
game
are.
or the
Listen.
news if you want to hear it.
Guys,
Never
look at these straight
paid
white males
premium to
insurrecting
skip
against the government.
The notion that
Never giving YouTube my money.
people that are actively engaged in ICE watch, in being vigilant in protecting our neighbors, in
No,
signal
if you're
chat-
ICE
This
watch,
is,
you're
by the way,
a
an
crime.
insurrection
You're doing a
against the government.
crime.
I'm really tired of people trying
Stalking
their
the
best to call
police
it
and
protecting
aiding
our
criminals.
neighbors and shit like that. The language
not only
doesn't
are you
change
watching the
anything.
police,
All right, Donald Trump was
like, if you were just
elected,
watching the
deport every
police
single
and,
illegal
like,
alien,
doing
every single
the-
illegal alien has to go. If you're trying to stop,
if you were doing the audit thing, which a lot of people do, where they just go around and follow the police and record the police and what they're doing, I could be okay with that. And there's a lot of audit channels, and I've watched a lot of audit channels, whether they like the police or not, as long as they're, you know, they're not aggressive with the police. But then they're also aiding criminals. They will notify the criminals. They'll notify illegal aliens. They'll notify, and they notify. They'll try to notify everybody in the area. They obviously are doing, like, even if not directly notifying people, they're blowing their whistle and stuff to try and notify. Oh, come on. How did that not pin? Like, his angle was... Dude, how is this not pinning? This is a Tiger H. He's only got 100 meter. Thank you. Finally. He's only got 100 millimeters. I have 142. It's a flat. It's 0 degrees. Who's pushing me? Why am I moving? Why am I moving? There's a glitch or something. Get out of here. I'm standing on something. Where'd he go?
stop them. You are insurrecting. You are obstructing justice. You are insurrecting against the government. You are anti-American. You are protecting pedophiles and rapists. And quite literally, you should be in jail for 10 years. I see a lot of people saying, Nux, you're being too harsh about it. It's going to radicalize people. They could be radicalized.
I think that's the panther that died.
I don't care. Quite literally, bring out the catapults. All right, start strapping illegals to catapults with little parachutes. Okay, launch them out of our border and let them land somewhere. Okay, quite literally, I don't give a fuck. We elected Trump to deport these people. You have to live with that.
I think they need to bring back public execution. Anybody that's committed rapes, murders, or stuff like that, just public execution. They shouldn't be allowed to
I
leave
am
the
so
country.
tired of making believe this is an acceptable position. It is not acceptable. It is illegal.
Groups running plates in their cars, doing patrols, that somehow we're
they're not
ashamed of
police.
that
They shouldn't.
activity.
They should all be in
How?
jail. They need to be in jail.
First of all, how do civilians have access to plates? Any kind of access. They're not. Civilians aren't the government. They shouldn't have access to. Either they have an inside source as to who. They have a source from the DMV. They have a source from the rental companies. They have a source from something. To have this. Yeah. Like, if they have a source somewhere, like, they shouldn't have access to this. And that, like I said, that endangers that endangers the police.
Somehow you could call our bosses or show our faces, and then we would be shunned by our community.
I don't care about your community. Jail.
He's right in
This is
front
an
of me. I'm an
insurrection
idiot.
against the government. I am tired of people tiptoeing around. And people are going to say, well, what if there's more people like Renee Good that commit suicide by cop? Well, then their deaths will be for fucking nothing. That's right. That's my stance. Do I want them to die? No, I want them in jail. If they do die, well, I guess that's what we call playing stupid games and winning really stupid prizes. I don't care. You and your community can be deported together. Rip bozos.
Our bosses are in the signal chats with us.
And by the way, I think this needs to be the messaging from the right wing in general. And I'm so tired of seeing people like, even like right wing voices and influencers being like, no, sowing chaos and shit. Sowing chaos? What are we talking about? These people are openly talking about obstructing justice. Jail.
There should be a weak spot around his gun for why I didn't get
officials are in the chats with us.
And I have
so now we've elected officials, straight up elected officials
I feel
insurrecting against the
I don't know where else I should have
to the
aimed.
mayor and governor's office to get their reaction to that, Dana.
Yeah, so again, these people need to go to jail. I'm so tired of the fact that people
had
are
him on
talking
the
about this
side
in a way
shot.
that it's normal and that it's legal protesting. It quite literally is not. It is traitorous, treasonous, insurrectionist, and they need to go to jail forever. Or at least 10 years. And then they become
I wasn't used to that Panther model,
See, this is
but
my
that
entire
he
strategy.
should be weak
But no,
around
it's
the
what don't care. But it's fascist. You can call it
The
whatever you
MK
want,
and the
Margaret.
Panther D
All right,
have a
Biggie?
double
You can call
gun
it
port
whatever
on
you
their
want.
left side,
Jail,
which should be
insurrection.
100% like a
Stance that
kill.
every normal person has. All right, dude, this is a moderate position. This is the most moderate position of all time.
You only
if
have
you
one
insurrect
gun
against the
port
government, you
on the
go
right
to jail.
side, though.
I mean, isn't that what Biden was doing to grandmas at January 6th? Here you have people straight up running over ICE officers. Straight to jail. All right, you reap the wind, you sow the wind, you reap the whirlwind, as Hosea the prophet said.
He shot from the
All right,
right.
it needs to happen. Tim Waltz is crashing out constantly. Minnesota needs to know the number of children in federal detention, who they are, where they're being held. No, Minnesota doesn't need to know fucking anything. It is federal detention. It is not your problem, and it is not your business. Quite literally, no. And also, you don't care, all right? You realize you ran a ticket with this lady, right? Biden-Harris admin loses track of 320,000 migrant children with untold number of risk in sex trafficking and forced labor. This was you. You ran to be the vice president of Kamala Harris, the one who lost
they did good.
320,000 migrant kids.
We found about
Isn't that
140,000,
amazing?
so we've lost.
Thank God, apparently 145,000 of them were found under the Trump administration, a story that literally got zero media attention.
So many of
but
those
that's
just
where
gonna be
we're
gone
at,
now.
quite literally. Now, the fraud investigations are everywhere. So this is the DEI mayor of Baltimore. No, it's racist for you to say he's DEI. Well, there's no other reason they would elect a complete retard, right?
Few of
So
those are gonna
anyway,
be
that's what we're
dead.
calling
Like some of them will just never be found. Some of them are not even in the United States anymore.
Right, they're asking about how is it, this is so weird. All right, he's getting blasted for crying racism when a reporter asks him why he bought a new $165,000 SUV with tax dollars. All right, he bought an $165,000 car with your tax money, and they're
How is that
asking
not immediate arrest? If they have proof of that, like you immediately should be arrested. Especially if it's a personal. If he somehow, if it somehow could be said that he bought it, like if it's been bought, not if it's not personal, but if it was a personal purchase,
from resources gathered by players.
yeah, he should be immediately arrested.
Switching from knight to magician is as easy as swapping your armor.
Okay, Tesla, we'll just stop you right there. We'll just stop you right there. We get it. We understand that your station has this severe right-wing effort underway. We get that. But you also...
It's a right-wing effort to ask him why he's spending our tax money on fancy cars.
So, you guys are dragging this thing out and also not including all the facts. A vehicle that was purchased in 2023 is not the same price as 2025, right? You have to understand.
The dollar is also not the same. The dollar is worth less now too. What are we talking about?
In that reality, when you look at, I'm talking. You can listen.
I'm a
to
black
me
person.
talk.
It's racist to ask
You're
me
just
why I
question.
did
You
a
have
crime.
the same idiotic.
We literally have swindlers in every single blue city in the country. Every blue city.
It was a good
every
shot,
state
good
is
pin.
all
I
low
probably should have gone for the
IQ
muzzle first,
swindlers that get away with everything because the judges are woke.
Question
also, I got to remember that tank. No armor. I got to stay in cover.
That when you look at a base price for
And again,
SUVs,
I looked. Nobody was there. I was going
now, as you know, between $90,000 and $100,000. You're talking about a police vehicle with police equipment on it added on top of that vehicle. It's very simple.
No, we're not.
Where did that go?
We're not. It's his personal one, I think.
Astronomical costs, right? You guys, in your station in particular,
I mean, I'm right,
would never
but
ask the
die
president of the
'cause-
United States how much the beast costs. You wouldn't do that. You would never.
Because he buys it himself. It's
What
not
the
like
heck
a
is
tax
that? I have
dollars.
never seen that tank.
Like, bro, dude,
British.
he literally built a whole ass wing of the White House with his own personal money. Okay? What are we talking about?
Dude, this is ridiculous.
Drive a bicycle, sir. Don't care. All right? You're a racist.
It's the first time
slant, bro.
fighting.
Oh, it gets worse.
Next
It's the first time encountering that. Okay, so he bought a personal vehicle.
That's a long time ago. And I also would.
Is it if it's registered in his name, especially, then yeah, he should be arrested.
I understand that. I did answer the question. Just because you didn't get the answer that you wanted in your racist slant
because,
was
like,
one thing.
This is what, like, it's that inner city, like the way he's talking is that inner city. I'm trying to sound
something to do with your
smart.
race, sir? I wouldn't ever have said something like that. But is that what you're implying? Interesting. Getting hot in here at
Sounds
just
so
time.
stupid.
Yeah, so this is the crazy shit we have to deal with, bro. This is insane. No one brought up race. Literally, no one gives a shit. Like, it's unbelievable that this is happening across our country. Zoran Mamdani, he's also proving that the blue mayors are truly diabolical. All right, so this is recently in New York, there was a cop that was stabbed by a terrorist. All right, a terrorist stabbed a cop multiple times.
That's the other thing.
Thank
It's
God
like
he survived.
they never admit to
He
anything.
shot the terrorist.
I committed a
stabbed the
crime,
cop.
never admit to it.
Zoran Mamdani went to visit
Just never admit to
the cop. Kidding. He went to visit the terrorist.
And as you said, I spoke with the Chakraborty family, and I visited Chavez in the hospital. There is no family should have to endure this kind of pain.
The pain of getting shot from a cop after you stab him? What?
An airplane.
Alright, I feel like I can't show you the full footage, but this dude stabs him! He stabs him with a knife and he shoots him in self-defense. And this dude went to visit the terrorist that stabbed the guy with the knife in the hospital. No one should feel the pain of the family. My guy, what is going on? This is worse than being Jeffrey Epstein's son. I'll be real. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. This is diabolical. I can't show you the full footage on YouTube, obviously, but this is what we're dealing with across the country. Now, the right has a very different stance on law enforcement. For example, Tom Homan is very clearly explaining how we have to get rid of the illegals because they're stealing elections. And I am going to talk more about the SAVE Act in a minute.
One of the duties to enforce immigration law that Congress passed is unacceptable. And it's shameful and incomprehensible that this unlawful running behavior is being tolerated by anyone.
I'm lucky that wasn't me.
As far as what I saw yesterday with the roadblocks being set up, you're not going to stop ICE.
You're not going to stop us.
I hate that
You
thing.
can try.
I'm just glad I didn't die to it.
It's not happening. That's what we call the wall.
The only thing you're irritating your community, you want to go get groceries or pick your children up or whatever.
True.
I talked to the chief of police, and he committed to taking swift action on those illegal roadblocks. They're illegal, and we shouldn't tolerate them.
Agreed. These people need to go to jail.
Again, a complete drawdown is going to depend on cooperation, continued cooperation of local and state law enforcement, and the decrease of the violence, the rhetoric, and the attacks against ICE and Border Patrol. And federal law enforcement personnel, ICE and CBP, and other partner agencies are patriots.
That's right.
And by Ned, they carry out their duties.
That's right. And he's bringing 700 more troops. So yeah, no, this is not doing well for them at all, actually. I know this is really not going well for them. Literally at all. Is New York safer now when I'm down? Like, why do people ask me this question? You know the answer. You just want me to pop off. You literally just want me to pop off, right? Anti-Jewish hate crimes in New York increased 182% during Mamdani's first month in office.
Question is,
Probably a coincidence. Probably a coincidence. Anyway, so we got to talk a little bit about this because this is also part of it. All right, this is also part of it. Now this is the thing. So I talked briefly about this in the past, but I need to bring this up again because Nicki Minaj tied this into the fact that the Democrat elite is trying to bring in illegals and refuse to make them show ID. This is all part of the same story.
No one is illegal on stolen land.
Right? So she gave her whole speech. No one is illegal on stolen land, she says, which is incredible and bullshit. Why am I paying property taxes, bro? If I'm not illegal on stolen land, you know? That's what I want to know. But anyway, she's so brave. She says smugly and no one's illegal on stolen land. Now, obviously, she lives in a mansion herself, which is pretty hilarious. But the funniest thing, actually, and the reason why I bring this up, I covered this in a previous video. So this is her house, all right? This is her stolen land. And this might be the funniest twist of all time. The Tongva tribe statement to Fox News.
Where did that come from?
I love reality. As the first people of the greater Los Angeles basin,
Good thing friendly
we do
fire is
understand
on.
her home is situated in our ancestral land. Eilish has not contacted our tribe directly regarding her property.
Yeah, anyone that says that should have to give over their property. Like, should just have to give it
You
over.
virtue signal your fucking way out of this one, you piece of shit.
I'm on stolen land. All right,
Tongva tribe has
give your home
arrived.
to the Tongva
See,
tribe.
I've always been a Tongva tribe supporter since day one. This is truly incredible. So there she is at her gated mansion, fighting for illegal alien rapists to show up in our country against deportation. Again, this is someone that's the most straight up privileged bitch on the planet. The most privileged retard of all time. All right? So she's there in a mansion, gated off in the middle of nowhere, well, in the middle of California, in the middle of nowhere.
There he is.
All right, on the ancestral Tongva land, okay, all right, or whatever the fuck, or whoever it was before the Tongva, because quite literally all land is conquered from somebody. And this is what we're dealing with. This is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with woke retards pushing agendas that do not affect them at all, because their agendas are absolutely diabolical. She will never need to know what it's like to have a family member raped and murdered by an illegal alien. She will never have to know what it's like to live next door to some illegal alien drug dealer. She will never have to know what it's like to be a regular person in America. All right? So for her to say no one's illegal on stolen land is so nice and brave and strong. And shout out to the Tongva tribe for being based as fuck about this. Now, the Tongva tribe was based. CNN, however, was not. This is CNN people crying that the NPCs don't follow the instructions of the libtard celebrities anymore.
Particularly January seems to have crossed a line. Do you feel like that's what's happened?
I do. I also get a little tired of Hollywood jackasses coming out and telling us what to think.
That's bit.
Billie Eilish telling me that, you know, that it's
Be
stolen
clear.
land.
Someone's gonna come
I'd love
from
to
that
see her
direction.
turn her keys back
on.
to her
What's my team
multi-million-dollar mansion. Whoever's gonna come over.
But if you don't like it,
And
don't
say
listen.
that to
The
me.
One-man army.
If you don't like it, don't listen.
I suck.
No, we
I'm
have
much
to
better
support
at
our
hair than I am
celebrities
at.
because they're the ones that tell the people what to think.
I
should not be
Listening
at
to
the top
all
of the
this and
leaderboard.
these sorts of people, nobody
have 3
cares
kills.
What
what
sorts
Hollywood
of people
thinks.
are
Nobody
actually? I actually
cares what they
appreciate
think.
What sorts of people are they? Privileged bitches who read the words written by smarter people for a living. Yes, those sorts of people. Their opinions mean nothing.
I heard an engine, but I think it was the
They're all
plane.
pearl clutching.
Talking about, finally, she said, I'm not
Nope,
going to speak
it was that.
politically because
Fucking
nobody listens
cheat.
to us.
You know what?
And I think
That's
she's
not true.
100% right.
That is not
You're
true.
right.
Many people
Oh, no,
do
he was.
care
He shouldn't
what
have heard
celebrity.
that.
You,
He was too far off. I don't think.
I am a woman. Don't you dare talk.
Yeah, if a woman ever does that to you, if they do the hand thing to you, if they,
talking here.
we need to bring back
I'm
the
high on the
1950s,
totem pole
like
than
just
you.
fucking slap
I'm
a
high
lady.
on the totem pole. This is how it works. You're a white man. You're on the bottom. Then there's Jews.
This is
Then
like,
there's
why
white
can't I find a
women,
man?
Then there's
Because
black
lady,
women. Then there's
You're
LGBTQ
annoying as
people who
fuck.
are more likely to commit suicide. Then there's transsexual midgets at the very top of the totem pole. I am higher than you, and therefore, up, you must be silent.
Hello, my name is Alex Carter. I'm the game producer of Foundation.
Oh, that guy would just
Foundation
be
is a
like,
sci-fi
"Bitch,
strategy
shut the
experience
fuck
where, from day one, you step into the role.
I'd be like, I don't care if I can get invited back. That was not. Was that friendly?
Many people do care what celebrities say. If they didn't care what celebrities said, why would both Republicans and Democrats often try to get celebrity endorsements? Bad Bunny is
because retards are retarded.
Where's the chi? That was not a chi. That was a
Because we recognize
T-34.
that the majority of America are retards. And here's the funniest part. All the celebrities, all of them, by the way, every single celebrity endorsed Kamala Harris.
She's boxy as
Do we have any form of like historical precedent on how did that work out though? Like historically, did it work out that all the Avengers, the Marvel Avengers actors came together to do a kumbaya, all talking about celebrities? Did that work? So anyway,
I wasn't gonna be able to pin that
obviously,
anyways.
things are not going super well for these retards. It's really not going well for them. They're trying to make people still care about celebrities.
It's a bad shot.
But there's one celebrity that went super viral
that
talking about this specifically. Nicki Minaj.
Well, let's try and go for C.
What sensible, forward-thinking, cutting-edge, leading
crap, not where I
nation is
spawned
having a
anyways.
debate on whether or not there should be voter ID? Like, they're actually fighting not to have people present ID while voting for your leader.
Those guys can pick up.
Do you
got
get
the
it?
kill. Nice.
Do you get it now? Oh my!
Maybe we'll head
300,000 likes, 54 million views. This is diabolical. She's going against the NPC think tank, and people are losing their mind. Liberals, if only we just jail Trump, get rid of MAGA, end the Electoral College, stack the Supreme Court, ban voter ID, and censor free speech, we can save democracy. Woo! Liberals, let's go. So yeah, every single time. It's in many such cases. It's pretty weird how they keep going. But yeah, so Nicki Minaj decided to tweet this, and she ended up beefing with all the celebrities in Hollywood.
Well,
They're all
that's
slandering her. They saying she's a sellout. That's why she's selling out, stuff like that. But her response to them was also amazing. Nicki Minaj tweets, "Your favorite artist has been practicing rituals in a satanic cult where they take babies from other countries and mutilate and kill them in a form of blood sacrifice to their gods. You see, when your master is Satan, you must constantly shed blood however the jig is up." Oh my god! Oh my god! Holy no response. So to understand the context,
If only,
she makes
if
this
only.
tweet, everyone crashes out, they
I might
freak
have
out,
been
they
able to
call her
get
out, they
that.
lose their mind. She makes this tweet, silence.
Talisman,
Absolute silence. No one says
talisman.
anything. 20 million views, 260,000 likes, and no one says a word. No one says a word. She is exposing the inner circle of these retards. All right? So we have CNN being like, no, actually, the baby mutilate murderers that sacrifice, blood sacrifices to God. No, we should listen to them, actually. They have really good opinions. So yeah, everything is changing. So now, President Trump decided to get involved, talk about the SAVE Act, the requirement for ID. Now, you have to understand, all these leftist policies, they're all connected. And I think people don't realize that, and I don't think enough people are radicalized about this, which is why I try my best to radicalize as many people as I can. Not you're radicalizing people. Yeah. Fuck yes, I'm radicalizing people. Not you're gonna bring people to the alt-right pipeline. I am the alt-right pipeline. Let me explain something to you. They want infinite retards in the country to steal elections, all right? If they increase the amount of people in different sectors, they increase different seats based on population. Now, because of all these populations increases in different places, it increases their amount of seats in the Senate. Now that they have more seats in the Senate, they can stack votes on their side because
Yeah,
the
but,
census
I mean,
includes
this is
illegal aliens that they are
not
importing.
only,
In fact, the illegal aliens that they are importing also vote.
This is an obvious
because,
one,
while technically it's
but they've
illegal
been
for them
voting
to
for
vote,
forever.
they don't have to show
They're
ID
like, oh, they
when
never
they vote.
vote. Yes,
so
they don't.
every single
They
one of these
haven't- they haven't
policies
had to
aligns
show
directly
vote ID.
to steal
On top of
our
that, several
country.
states
Sorry,
do
in the
get
House, not the Senate.
illegal
I meant the
aid.
House. The Congress people.
Several
they
states.
get more people.
I'd have to find which ones, but like New York and all of them, you only need a driver's license to vote. And illegal aliens or aliens that go to the border, they say they're, they were letting them in under Biden, and they were what was it? They say they claim not amnesty, they claim whatever it is. What's the word? But it's you're supposed to claim it in the next state, next country over, but they come from everywhere. They fly from Africa, they fly from the Middle East, they go from South America all the way up here. As soon as they do that, they get them to a Democrat state, and then they have laws where they get them a driver's license right away. And once they have a driver's license, all you need to do is show a driver's license, and you're allowed to drive. And then several states like New York it's illegal to ask for driver's license. It's illegal to ask for license, so they've been voting for forever. Either they have a driver's license because they have programs to get them a driver's license, or they don't even require it, so they've it voting for Krim. It's just 100%. We have so much evidence.
So honestly, we are getting fucked. They're trying to steal democracy from under our feet, and by the fact that the left is voting against showing ID when you vote.
Not only should you have to show ID,
what they're doing on purpose.
You should have to have
a birth
certificate.
And despite the fact that 85% of the American people want it to stop, they don't care.
Because too many illegal aliens have IDs that they just pass laws that they give illegal aliens driver's license.
President.
You should have to. That's how they get around it. They literally just give.
He's totally right. The only reason to not have voter ID.
They literally just give a driver's license to an illegal alien.
The Twitter audio is sometimes trash.
I don't know which states it is, but there's like
The reason they don't want it because they want it cheap.
At least a couple states
they don't want it is
have
cheap.
it where they have programs where they ship them in and they get them while they're waiting for their court trial.
They just talk about Trump doing
right.
Shit.
The court trial, which is supposed to just send them back.
Quite honestly,
which we shouldn't be waiting for anyways.
Extracted from the Epstein files
should just be turned away immediately.
Epstein's not the story.
They get them a phone. They get them a driver's license.
Trying to literally steal the country
and then
forever
immediately
by importing infinite retards to forever give them infinite power.
Immediately.
Quite literally, that is the story. The fact that Donald Trump is not
it's just insane.
implicated in the Epstein files as some sort of sex criminal is incredible. And
what drives me crazy is this tank should be moving so much faster.
All right, we need to actually focus on what's real. The Epstein files, I covered them immensely. They're super massive. There is a giant cabal of left.
It should be at least as fast as the
world trying to push every sort of ideology on the planet. True, all straight. But by the fact that the media is hammering on that and making it sound like it's a Trump problem is insane. It's insane. He has been so far completely exonerated by the Epstein files. There is zero evidence of any wrongdoing done by President Trump, which we all like, and that's the craziest part. And it's the only thing the media talks about because they don't want to talk about the fact that they are running cover, straight up. They are running cover for stealing the country and raping as many innocent women as need to be raped with their illegal aliens that they're bringing in to do it.
Come on,
Understand the story here. There were more women raped by illegal aliens than by Jeffrey Epstein. Put that into perspective.
Tiger. Is that a tigress?
And I love that.
Or is that a tiger?
I love saying, well, why don't you want voter ID?
But why don't you feel it?
Tiger 2. Why? Okay, why am I constantly fighting?
That's their new talking point.
I'm constantly getting up tiered. Or like at the maximum tier. I know I have a 5.7, but every single time it is
it's a terrible thing. So anyway,
yeah, it's a pretty terrible thing.
I'm fighting everything higher right now.
He continued popping off. He might have been like, he was on a roll of a lifetime. All right, so this is Caitlin Collins. She is one of the chief White House reporters from CNN. She's a gigantic bitch. And Trump annihilates her.
What did you say?
Every round is 6.7.
Survivors who feel like they haven't gotten justice.
You are the worst reporter. No wonder.
You are the worst reporter.
CNN has no ratings because of people like you. You know, she's a young woman.
What's the point of a scout if it's not fast?
I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile on your face.
I have never seen you smile in 10 years. I see you every day. Every day I wake up and there she is. Bitch face and all. Never smiling. What's going on? And by the way, let me tell you an interesting statistic. Liberal women are miserable. That's the statistic. I hope you like this statistic. It was nice. It's because they're fat, usually. It's because they're fat and they don't get married and they abort their babies and all the empathy that they should be giving to their babies and all the love they should be receiving from their husband, they don't have it. And now they're miserable.
You know why you're not smiling? Because you know you're not telling the truth.
A PC3. Oh my god. Hands are 3. Right, now I got down here. Except he's on my team.
They should be ashamed of you.
These are surviving.
And he just moves
and he's going faster.
He literally excoriated her. Holy shit. Oh my
Why
god.
is there a Panzer 3?
Oh my god, that's crazy. And it doesn't stop. Like he was on a roll. Alright, whatever. The audio's too quiet, I can't keep doing this. But the point that I'm trying to make, he was hilarious. My second term is blowing my first term away. And Lindsey Graham says, Reagan plus, yeah. Well. Anyway, no, bro, dude, he has been cooking unbelievably. Now, Lindsey Graham is also talking about what the Democrats' actual strategy is.
Y'all are playing like Biden didn't exist. Y'all won't tell the American people about Lincoln Riley.
True.
It's a one-sided debate. For 4 years, Our border was obliterated. They let them come in by the tens of millions, and they want to go back that way. We're not going.
That's right. They straight up want that. Get radicalized, motherfucker. It's bad. It's really bad. Now that the polls came out, it turns out 85% of the American people actually think, yeah, why don't we have voter ID? That's retarded. It's unbelievable watching everyone trying to figure out how they can push propaganda that voter ID is bad. Because they totally lost the debate.
I do think that the SAVE Act is a great idea.
This is on CNN, by the way. These are leftists.
83% of Americans support it, as I learned on CNN this morning, and that includes, 76% of Black Americans, 82% of Latinos, 85% of white Americans. So to me, that's the move. Push the SAVE Act, force Democrats to admit that they are against what 83% of Americans want. I think this is all kind of just a distraction, a bit of nonsense.
Yeah, true. Isn't that incredible? That's just incredible. Like, what are we doing? Even the left, some of the leftists, like the MAGA leftists, as we call them, they're losing their mind. They're losing their mind. It's crazy. And it's like, what do we do? What do we do? What are we literally doing? Now, this is John Thune. I think there's some Epstein dirt on him. All right? I think so. This is not an allegation. This is my opinion. Because this is suspicious as fuck. We have people. Just listen.
Okay, what's this in here?
Try to outlast the Democratic minority under current rules. Do you have any expectations that given the enormous difficulty of doing that, in fact the big majority is not able to?
Right. Well, I guess I would just remind people that the coin in the realm in the Senate is floor time. There's a finite amount of it, and we have a lot of things we have to do. There's a housing bill that's awaiting action. Hopefully a market structure bill, possibly permitting reform, farm bill, highway bill. You can go right down the list. Russia sanctions. There are a whole bunch of things that could be teed up for action.
How is he all the way on our side of the map?
We don't need ID for votes because we're busy with other things.
And so you have to make some judgments, and the conference will have a conversation about that. I've committed to that we will talk about that idea and determine whether or not what the conference's views are about it and how they want to proceed. As I said, we will vote on the SAVE Act, but exercising or triggering a talking filibuster has ramifications and implications that I think everybody needs to be aware of.
We're too busy to vote for, election integrity. We're too busy to vote for something that will stop the country from being stolen forever. What the fuck is happening? What is happening? 24 results in the Epstein files for this guy. Look, I don't know. I'm not accusing him of anything. But they gotta have something on this guy. This is
looking
the
to my
craziest
left.
thing in the world.
No, I'm looking right at you.
110 countries have voter ID required. All right, 110, and the United States doesn't. It's the most obvious corrupt shit in the world.
So we will have those discussions, but that's obviously ties the floor up for an indefinite amount of time.
We're just too busy. We're just too busy.
With not only unlimited debate, but also unlimited amendments.
Bro's sweating like Prince Andrew when he was asked about Epstein. Bro's sweating like Candace Owens when she's trying to read.
All right, rather we had the Senate Majority Leader and Speaker of the House speaking at the same time. That's why we're jumping back.
Yeah, so this is the craziest shit in the world. Yeah, it's absolutely unbelievable that this is even happening. 85% of Americans want this to happen, and he's like, we're just too busy. It's not worth the hassle to get voter ID. Oh my God, what are we doing? What are we doing?
God, I hate you, Thune.
You have to understand what we're doing.
They're not worth the hassle.
This is all part of a gigantic strategy, and I will radicalize. Don't worry. Just sweating like a hoe in church. It's a good expression. I like that. I'll use that later. So Tim Walz actually passed a bill, before he was, accused of $18 billion.
They're more, so
he
morally
passed a bill that was a little bit controversial.
Like Democrats, morally evil. Republicans, just... I'm not going to get voted for. I got Democrats to appease. If you keep voting for Thune, you should, I would, I can say things I can't say. Can't say them here. There's a fire going. Oh, I got a hit.
My daughter passed away 5 years ago. I decided to come back to school and live out my daughter's dream and mine. Michigan Reconnect. They actually
I think it's a tiger, right? I don't speak fucking
Kalamazoo Valley
Russian.
Community College. They understand adult learners. I just don't see why anybody wouldn't use Michigan Reconnect and come to school.
It's done.
A packed room at the St. Paul Armory erupted after the governor's signature made driver's license for all a law of the land.
Driver's license.
Oh, there we
for
go.
all.
Minnesota. Minnesota's
all
one
right.
of them.
Is
So
there
illegal
any
aliens get driver's
election
license too. They
implications
just-
or something like that?
Yeah.
But if they
Tim
walk
Walz,
in
for that
to
law
vote
alone, Tim
with
Walz
their
should be thrown in
driver's
jail.
license, does that make them all of a sudden now okay?
Mr. Linnell.
Madam Chair, so the designation on the roster for someone whose registration had been incomplete, if they present the election judge with that acceptable identification document, that would clear the challenge from the roster and they would be permitted to cast a ballot.
Yes, so I'm giving an illegal person the ability to vote. I committed a crime. Like, Tim Walz should be in jail. If Republicans should be throwing Democrats in jail.
So much because they import so many illegal alien Somalis and they all vote for the left. That literally gives them the power to vote and free money. They all do fraud. The government turns a blind eye from the fraud, and they vote for the government that turns a blind eye for the fraud. It is so obvious that this is happening in our country. It's unbelievable. It's actually unbelievable. Now, Mr. Nadler, all right.
I just wish Trump was
okay. This was today
20%.
Also, yesterday rather.
The fascist.
Watch the clip.
Not a
Let me know
fascist.
what
The
you think.
dictator.
This
They
is
say he
literally
is,
happening
right?
now.
We could easily solve
Just
our balanced
20%.
budget problems by simply repealing the taxes, the tax cuts on millionaires and billionaires enacted over the last 10 years.
Millionaires and billionaires.
But what is really the major problem in this country today is the fascism in our streets.
That's the problem. Not the illegal aliens that flooded our country that we needed to deport. Not the people that are stealing elections. Not the people that are quite literally doing their absolute best to insurrect against the government. It's the fascism. Therefore, what?
The attacks on American citizens.
There are no attacks on American citizens. There are American citizens that are attacking ICE
God.
agents that commit suicide by cop. That happens.
By masked hoodlums.
Masked hoodlums.
If you were attacked...
You know, the people that are the victims. They are the victims. They are quite literally the victims. They're the reason why they're masked is because they're getting doxxed and their families are getting harassed by leftist terrorists.
By a masked person, you might think you were being kidnapped. You'd be justified in shooting the person.
If you are arrested by a masked hoodlum who you don't know who he is, you would be justified to kill him.
Every single one of them has police and sheriff. Like, all of them have signifiers on their chest. They don't just, they're not just coming up in sweatshirt, like black sweatshirts in a mask, right? They're not like the people that like were robbing people, like robbing stores in
By the way, they're all pretty clearly labeled as ICE.
during like COVID and stuff.
It says ICE in pretty big fucking words on it. All right? This is the craziest shit in the world.
You see, these...
You might think
Now, I think it should be illegal to like sell stuff that even remotely is close to.
I am declaring war on the federal government.
I think it should be illegal to sell stuff that's remotely close because
my buddy
people shouldn't be able to fake it.
Just gonna let me off.
What the?
I know a woke
where is this
Jew
person?
that knows a woke Jew. I'll never
It's gotta
go
be
to
from the
jail.
side.
The ICE goons break into
Either
people's
they are
homes
like
without a
directly in
warrant.
front of this building.
We see them
and
drag
you
out
see both
a
sides.
man,
Like there's
an
multiple.
American citizen, in his underwear without even...
Yeah, I wonder why.
Where
like,
is this
it's
guy?
crazy how there's no context to any of this. The guy that they dragged out in the underwear was the brother of an illegal alien, violent drug dealer. Okay, and they thought it was him. So they brought him in, and they also did have a warrant. They
Maybe he's
brought him in,
sniping from
and then they
being
found out that he
taken
was the brother instead of the guy, and they let him go. You know, like any law enforcement agency should be doing.
You're permitting him in the snow without even permitting him to get dressed? This is the major problem we have today, along with
I'm not good at
the attack on our
identifying
elections.
which direction.
We saw it last week.
The attack on our election.
Whoa.
We saw it last week is referring to the fact that Donald Trump figured out that there was election fraud in Georgia. All right, now to understand the context,
he's back
Donald
right.
Trump discovered
Doesn't matter,
that
he's gonna kill us.
factually there was, not allegedly, there factually was election fraud in Georgia. That is not an attack on elections. These are the people fighting
Front
against
right,
voter
front
ID
right.
because they want to steal the country forever. Trump proved without a shadow of a doubt that there was election fraud in Georgia and in Arizona. But this is the craziest thing of all time. So this is a Democrat straight up saying it's okay to shoot ICE agents because they wear masks.
Oh,
Jake
you
Vance,
took my kill.
Jerry Nadler is one of the highest-ranking Democrats in the House of Representatives. He's openly calling for people to shoot federal law enforcement. This is despicable behavior from an elected official. Spoilers! They don't. This is the craziest shit I've ever seen. This is straight up insanity. Like, this is insurrection language. These people need to go to jail. People need to go to jail. And the fact that Trump is not, arresting his political opponents enough or whatever, I don't give a shit. Like, we need to stomp this out because they'll win the next election if they keep filibustering everything. They're not going to win if they're not going to pass the voter ID shit. They don't want to do this. They don't want to do that. They're going to win the next election.
I should have moved.
If this happens, and they are going to steal the country because the next election they win
get
might
locked
be the
and I
last
don't
election.
I don't know why I didn't get. I didn't get any
mean that
damage
without
on that
hyperbole.
first hit.
All right, next election to win. Border guts open up
But
again.
I'm fighting a lot of
Mass
Tiger
immigration
2s.
is
I
back.
think that was a Panther
They decide
T,
to
though, wasn't
make
it?
buddies with all the globalists in the European Union, give infinite money away to NATO to continue funding both sides of the Russian war. All right, and this is
Somebody
the
kill
craziest
them.
shit of all time. So, in my opinion, this is scary as fuck. This is the scariest thing ever. They literally want to destroy America and conquer it. Now, I wanted to see some pro-immigration propaganda. All right, I want to see, because I'm very excited. Let's see some pro-illegal immigrant propaganda, because I'm afraid I'm going to radicalize you. So you might watch this and be like, whoa, I really don't like that. I really don't like the fact that we have all these rapists in our country. And I'm like, listen, you might dislike rapists. Unlike the left.
What we should do is, instead of putting them in like alligator Alcatraz and stuff, is we should have to house these people that are waiting to either be deported, like the rapists and the killers and like anyone that's committed any kind of like assault or anything. We should all these pro people, they should be forcefully like jailed inside these people's houses. It feels like an adequate punishment. It's like we turn your like, oh, you're pro immigration, all right, we're gonna jail them inside your house.
Left is pro-rape, unless it's a white guy or whatever doing rape. But they're pro-rapists for immigrants, for Hamas. They're pro all those guys. But I need to give you some positive pro-illegal alien propaganda.
And it's really fun having them. What I realized is there's so much prejudice against refugees, mostly because people don't know them.
Lisa says she feels like she has her own personal chef, as Waldande loves cooking.
Waldande loves cooking, ladies and gentlemen. White Democrat in Boston raising eyebrows after taking in a Haitian migrant and making her the personal chef in exchange for housing. That is what we call slavery. That is what we call slavery. The left just being the slave. They were literally,
I'll be honest.
They were always slavers. All right, Democrat Party never changed.
I'll be honest. That's not. I disagree. That's slavery. If they're being the cook, but they're, it pays for their house, room and board. That's actually not a bad. Like, if all I had to do was cook the dinners and then I got free room and board, but I would have to be other stuff. Like but then if you're not free to go, if you're not free to try and find a job. But are they here legally or are they here illegally? If they're here illegally, then yeah, they don't have the ability to find a job legally. They don't have that kind of stuff. But if literally someone just says, hey, if you cook for me, then you get free room and board. I mean, the exchange is you cook for me instead of cash. Cook my meals, and then that's just called a maid. I mean, we have that already. Usually, you pay them cash and stuff instead of. Oh, like not too many people have a live-in person, but I don't consider that slavery. I mean, why do butlers aren't slaves? Like menial labor or that kind of stuff. A chef isn't a slave. Like I think that's us people looking down on that stuff. But if you aren't able, if they're not allowed to do anything else, I mean, if they're not allowed to do stuff, but. Yeah, if the contract is, hey, you just cook my dinners or you cook my meals, and then you get free room and board, and then you can do whatever, and then if you want to leave or whatever, if you find another place or whatever, then that's fine. But if they're an illegal immigrant, then yes, that's pretty close to slavery because you pretty much have control over them. They can't go anywhere and get a job anywhere else, and then and also if they don't feel like they can't go anywhere else or something like that, so. but yeah, they also like for yeah, because like I think like just if you just cook the meals, if you just cook dinner, if you just prepare meals, like if you say you make them breakfast, prepare their lunch for when they go to work, and then cook dinner. Right? Let's say that's probably like a total of 2.5 to 3 hours every day. That's probably about what you would pay, like say like $800 for like $800 to $1,000 a month for rent, right? That's probably about what you would take out in your wages. And then if they could also then just go and get like another side job at other times of the day or whatever, then they could have cash. So I don't know. I don't know what the deal has worked out, but that's also what kind of, it's weird how Democrats only see them as menial laborers and stuff like that. It's just like, oh, you only do my work. That's all they're good for is, taking out the trash, doing menial labor, picking our vegetables. And on top of that, it's like, oh, they're illegal immigrants. So, they only can get this really crappy pay, and then they can't do any other job, and they have to accept, normally they should be getting paid like $15 or $20 an hour because they have to be competing with Americans. But instead now, because they're not competing with Americans, they're only getting paid $8 or $7 or, I got paid $8 when I was younger. So like $8 an hour seems normal to me. But then like they're only getting paid like $6 or $7 an hour or something, right? Which is like is relatively a pittance for most of America, especially like if they're living, if they're trying to live in any where it depends on where they're living, but even then, like that's hard to live on like $500 rent if you're getting paid that much, $500 to $800 in rent or something. That's why you have so many of them living in one place. Let's go there.
Housing in exchange for doing your chores. That is slavery.
No, that's just
that's the craziest shit. Like, listen. I give you some.
I think my best definition of slavery is not being able to do what you want with your labor. So if you can't take your labor elsewhere, and the fact that if you're legal and you can't take your labor anywhere else because you will be arrested, and they know they have that advantage over you, and therefore they can tell you what to do, that would be the slavery. So that's a question of whether or not this. But if there's somebody, like if I just told a random American, hey, instead of paying me rent, you just cook my meals for me. Right? You don't have to clean up the place or anything like that. I just hate cooking, right? You cook me, like you're a good cook. You cook me my breakfast, you prepare my lunch for me, and from the groceries I buy, you don't even have to buy the groceries. You just prep those meals because I hate cooking, and then you don't have to pay rent. I think most people would take that, and that is not slavery. Now, if I have no option, like the person says you do this because you have no other option, then that's slavery. So, but the fact that most Democrats say, oh, that's all they can do. Like, no, well, maybe this person, if this person wants to go to school and they're like, they prevent them from going to school if they want to, get a degree, or not a degree, but like if they want to go to like, nursing degree, or if they want to do whatever, some sort of, for plumbing or whatever, they want to go do something else, get a better pay, and then the person prevents them from that, or they know they can prevent them from doing that because of their status, then yeah, that's slavery. So, but also let's be like, no, you're only going to be my cook. Then yeah, that's that. But that's how the Democrats see them. That's how Democrats see them.
PR. I'll give you some PR. There is an upside to illegal aliens coming into our country. We can enslave them, guys. We give them room and board, and they do all our shit. Isn't that awesome? That's awesome. So this is literally the pro-migrant propaganda is just slavery. This is amazing. They literally have house slaves, and they're like, this is incredible. How did no one think of this before? This is the craziest shit in the universe. Now, I'm sure you're probably thinking, Nux, you're probably over-exaggerating. Because and you know me, I like to play both sides. I do my best to cover every conversation from both sides. I always show you the opposing arguments. So I am going to show you the opposing argument for getting voter ID.
They do belittle them.
Now, you probably think, 85% of the people agree that we should have voter ID so that we don't steal elections forever. And I personally am on that side too.
But even then,
I am going to
Americans
show
should
you the
have
other
the first pick of
perspective.
those jobs.
Because it's super important that you know that I
H-1B
try to be as
visas are
objective as
so
possible. And objectively,
terrible.
I think that the leftists are a terrorist organization that are trying to steal our country, and they hate God, and they do child sacrifice on the down low. So now it's time to look at the opposing viewpoint.
This is the most
$70,000
relaxing
for a job, or like $50,000 or $40,000 for, a normal job that will go and find somebody that does it
opinion on voter ID laws?
25% less.
Yeah, they're usually pretty racist and they're bad. I think voter
ID laws are racist, says Karen.
ID laws are a way to perpetuate racism.
Voter ID laws are racist, says the other Karen.
They have no idea how.
Would you go as far as say those laws are racist?
For sure.
Say how.
Do you think it suppresses the African American vote?
Definitely.
How is it racist? Please explain.
They're less likely to have state IDs.
Black people, they just can't have IDs.
They don't know where the
dumb or something? I don't know. I wouldn't
They don't know where the
think so, but that's apparently what these
state
guys are saying.
office
But
is.
voters
They don't
are
know
less
where
likely to have the kinds of IDs that
Kinds of ID. They have different kinds of IDs.
I can't even
Black
remember.
IDs,
Like,
those
I've had my
those are,
state
they're
ID
different.
forever. I probably need to get it
prescribed
updated.
or required.
These type of people don't
How much
live
is
in
it?
Type of people.
I mean,
areas
I do think you should have to
access
have your birth
to
certificate. And if you
DMVs or
don't
other
have a
places
copy
where
of
they
your
get
birth certificate,
identification.
you can just
Black
go
people
down.
Just can't get identification.
You can.
They don't live
You can
here.
just go down to the
DMV.
state. Same thing. You just go down to the state office. I think it's the state office.
Does that also make it?
Oh, but you could get them over the internet. Okay.
There's a couple areas.
you have to have
but yeah,
access to the
it's easy to get a
Black
copy, another
people,
copy
they're
of
too
it.
dumb to use the internet,
Not the
says
original,
the
but a
leftists.
copy, obviously.
The guys calling ICE agents house N-words think that black people are too dumb to use the internet. This is the craziest shit ever.
Be able to pay an internet service provider for certain fees.
Do you think that's harder for black people to go online?
Well, I feel like they don't have the knowledge of how.
They don't have the knowledge.
They don't have the knowledge.
Most
You are so
progressive
stupid.
leftists,
You
they
don't
just
know
don't
how
have
to
the
use the
knowledge.
internet. You can't Google
How it
it.
works. A lot of people have smartphones, but you might not have data. For most of the
You might not have data.
communities, they don't really know what is out there just because they're not aware or like they're not
It's like
informed.
25 to
Black people,
50
they
bucks
just
a
don't know.
month
They
to
don't
pay.
know how the country works.
Oops, I hit the wrong
This
button.
is the. I am
It's like
watching
25 to 50 bucks a month.
white liberal women
so
in a college
stupid, like-
talking about how black people
I
are
hate these
too
people
dumb
so much.
to go online and get ID. What is happening? This is the craziest shit ever.
I also think there's a repression of like black voting with how if you're a convicted felon, like you're not allowed to vote and everything, and when you
Yeah. We're
Oh yeah,
suppressing
convicted
black
felon.
people
How dare
because
they not
felons
be able
can't
to?
vote. Are you just? We have white women in colleges. Black people, they're just all murderers and killers and stuff. So like, they're felons. That's racist. It's racist.
look at swing states like Florida, that's a huge population of the like African Americans.
So it's suppressing black votes because felons can't. Okay. So she's saying black people are stupid and criminals. That's the leftist position.
Now I'm here in East Harlem to ask black people their thoughts on what you just heard. Do you have ID normally? Do you carry ID around?
Yes, I have state ID.
Do you carry ID?
Yes, I do.
Do you know any black people who doesn't carry ID?
Everyone that I know has ID.
Damn you!
ID.
Where was it?
That's a lie.
To the right. Oh, to the left.
Why would they say that I don't have ID? Great question.
A bunch of scouts.
Yes.
Because I have my ID and my friends have their ID, so like, we know what we need to carry around.
Yeah, everybody that I know have ID. Like
everybody have ID. What are you talking about?
That's one of the things you need to walk around with New York with. ID.
Do you know any
Like, this is
black
why I don't
adult
understand how
who does
any
not have
Democrat,
ID?
I mean, any black people can be Democrats.
Is it a weird thing to even
They
say
literally
that?
think you're retarded.
Some type of trick candy cameras.
Showing their ID.
I know, right? That's the only thing I brought with me.
Those are legit IDs. I heard a lot also that black people
Democrats think you're
can't figure out how to get to the
retarded. You
DMV.
don't know how to get to the DMV. You don't know how to Google
I know it's that.
something. It just,
Do you know where they
I mean, I think most people on Earth are pretty stupid, to be honest, but they think because you're black.
You know how to get there? Did you have a problem getting there if you had to get there? I know these sound like silly questions. You know how to get to the DMV?
Of course.
You know where it is?
Yes.
You can get there?
Uh-huh.
No problem.
No problem.
Just checking.
Okay.
And I also heard a lot that black people, especially poor black people, have no access to the internet, can't figure out how to use the internet.
That's just stupidity, honestly. Everybody has access to the internet. Even a little kid can figure out how to work the internet.
I didn't have stupidity. That's racist.
You know how to use it properly?
I do it at work. So of course I know how to use it. My kids know how to use it. They all have iPads, iPods, whatever.
Your phone has data?
Mm-hmm.
You can actually
Unlimited.
Unlimited data.
Unlimited, wow.
It's a hotspot.
What does that say
These guys
to
are awesome.
people who have this perception of life?
I don't know when this was taken. It looks like it's the early 2000s. It's an older video.
That's right.
If it's not, then
I just think that's ignorant.
No one as ignorant as a white liberal college girl.
Ignorant.
That's the word I
Very,
hear
very
a lot.
ignorant. Very, very ignorant.
Does it sound racist for somebody to say that?
I think it's a little racist.
Yeah, I would say so too.
People in the category. And you
True,
have
I agree. Good point.
Maybe a little bit of racist in it, but like I said, I think it's more stupidity and ignorance.
You judging somebody, like, but you judging them because they black, saying that they don't got it.
Wait, are they judging people for being black? That's pretty racist.
people from the right getting.
These are the people online, by the way, calling you a racist. All right, just to be clear.
Who are these people talking to?
Do you have a problem that if you go to vote and they say, can you please see your ID to make sure you are who you say you are? Are you
Love showing my ID.
You have no problem with that?
Nope.
Would you have a problem if when you go to vote, if they say, can you please just see your ID to make sure you are who you say you are? Do you have an issue with that?
No.
Would you have a problem?
No, that's retarded. That's crazy.
If there was a rule where you had to show your ID in order to vote?
No issues here. Yeah.
No. Would you have an issue if there was a rule saying you got to show your ID before you vote? Are you cool with that?
Yeah.
Now, as a Star Trek fan myself, I've actually played Star Trek Fleet Command a couple of times over the years, either alone or...
Yeah, so essentially, this is why I wanted to show you the other perspective. Like, I was afraid that you would only watch my perspective.
Perpetuate racism.
Would you say would you go as far as to say those laws are racist?
For sure.
For sure, showing your
I could
ID is
actually
racist.
not see him.
Yeah, so I felt like it was super important because
Dude, how did I
this is the
not
question. This is
get
the question. Is
penetration?
it actually racist? Or liberals doing?
Is that like the OST or the West or something?
Yes, you are. You just aren't aware, and you need me to white explain your oppression for you. You are feeble and lower than me, and you need me to say you cannot get by with that. Truly are ugly. Now, once we're on the topic of immigration, voter ID, state government, stuff like that, there's something else that's part of this illegal immigration situation that's super important,
I don't
and that a
know.
lot of people are not talking about. This isn't even in the news.
That flat surface. Maybe there's a certain spot, but usually if I can just shoot on that flat surface, maybe it was a Tiger 2. It's hard. It's hard from a distance for me to do Tiger to tell the difference between Tiger
are losing their
like
mind.
Tiger 2.
Being like, oh my
I know
God,
it's got that bumpy
it's a
surface, but it has planes all over it. So
I can't believe it. It's a concentration. They have measles.
still, I think the Tiger 2 is only like 7 millimeter on the flat surface.
Absolute. You absolute buffoon.
That's 7
I will explain to you what's going on. With a straight face, the people who let 20 million third world migrants into your country blamed a measles spike on RFK Jr.
But I should
to
be, like,
understand,
I'm currently at
measles
5.7.
was eradicated in the United
Panthers,
States for decades.
KV,
Quite literally,
3000,
for decades,
Panthers,
there was no measles in the United
These are
States
easy
of
to
America.
remember. And then,
what's measles? It's a disease. It's a
Tiger
disease that's
H's,
cured. It's been
Tiger
cured by
E's.
vaccine. All right? There was no
See,
measles in the United States
why
for
am I
decades
constantly seeing
until
Tiger
now,
2s?
when
I
there's a measles
understand.
spike.
I'm constantly getting
And
the
people
whole
are saying it's
1 point up.
RFK Jr.
Constantly Tiger
convincing
2s.
people not to get vaccinated. My guy, we let in 20 million people from the third world with no vaccines forever that they still have measles issues in their areas.
Constantly
We literally brought a dead disease back to America with illegal immigration. Wow, dude. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. So see, the thing is, I knew about this for personal reasons. For separate, whatever, not really my business. But I know people that have kids that are scared
Like, I never.
to take their kids outside. Okay?
I'm not
Because
facing
measles.
IS-1.
And they're
When
waiting
I play,
for their kid to be
even
like
when
6
I'm
months or a
playing
year old
6.0
until it's,
and my
to get their
Tiger-
measles vaccine or whatever.
Tiger E?
It's because measles
Thing?
is fatal for kids, by the way. So kids didn't need to have that issue because normally measles is gone, so you give them the vaccine at a year old or whatever. But now it's back. It's back. They literally brought this shit back. They brought it back. Oh my god. And they're blaming the anti-vaxxers.
Tiger 2.
My
Tiger 2.
guy,
Tiger 2.
it's not
Tiger
the
2. Tiger 2.
anti-vaxxers
Tiger
in
2.
America. It's the anti-vaxxers from the third world where they never heard of a vaccine.
No
We are
fucking
bringing
skill.
back the bubonic plague in real time. So, JD
I never
Vance,
get teared down like that.
absolutely
Like, if
cooked on
I'm
illegal
playing
immigration.
at 5
yeah,
points.
if we see more of it, I think the chaos will come down. We'll
I'm
continue to
playing
enforce our
Germany
immigration
at
laws.
6.0.
There will be
I'm
less
constantly being
violence
tiered
on
up.
America's streets,
I've
which
never
is
seen
ultimately the goal here, to
IS1s. I'm
keep
not
people
seeing
safe.
5.3s.
And I find it interesting that
I'm
the
constantly
people who
seeing
are constantly
6.7,
attacking our immigration policy completely ignore that murders went down 20% in the United States of America in 2025. Do we think possibly there's a connection between the fact that we got a lot of violent criminals out
Maybe
of
it's
the
just
United
because
States
of
of
how many
America,
people are playing
with the
right
fact
now,
that there are many
because
fewer
of like event
Americans
stuff.
getting killed? There's absolutely a connection, which is why we're not giving up on immigration enforcement. More of. And
Like,
yeah,
I understand,
if we see
like, I'm
more
at
of it, I think the
5.3, so
chaos will
obviously
come
I could
down.
have, like, a
We'll
Panther
continue
D
to enforce our
versus a
immigration
7.0.
laws.
So weird, right?
I understand that.
20% decrease in crime.
But like, if I have a 5.7, I'm constantly seeing Tiger Tears.
So interesting. Isn't that weird how that happened? I think it's weird that happened. Now, you probably don't
But-
think it's weird that I do. I think it's weird.
I'm not going to be seeing
personally, that we had a 20% decrease in shit.
a bunch of I'm not going to be seeing a bunch of IS.
You might think that's not. I do. I personally.
I'm going to be seeing like IS2s.
That we had a 20% decrease.
I'm going to be seeing nothing but 5.7 and up.
That's pretty insane. Now, John Kennedy, we had everyone. Everyone is showing up right now to yell and scream about this because, quite literally, it's one of the most obvious frauds ever, stealing elections.
Unless you have a history of disappointing your parents, you know that illegal immigration is illegal. And the Democrats are always telling us, you know, nobody is above the law. Well, how come people who are in our country illegally are above the law?
Good question.
I support enforcing our immigration laws. Now, how you do it matters. It has to be done in accordance with due process and equal protection. The other point,
I think we need
like the best zinger
to launch them out on parachutes. All right? I think that needs to happen immediately.
people just need to understand. They have the right to protest, but they don't have the right to protest violently. Violence undermines the morality that they say their movement is built on.
True!
Dr. King understood that. Mandela understood that. Interfering with the police, protesting violently is also deep dish stupid, unless you have a history.
Deep dish stupid to be
So it's
violent
probably
with the
not the
police.
smartest thing to do.
True. And the funny thing is, Mandela and the others,
That's a
these guys
line.
were shitty
Deep
people.
dish.
And despite the fact that they were shitty people, they knew you couldn't be violently protesting. So even this guy, all right, Fine, all right, this guy, Randy Fine, all right, so this dude, they call him the Hebrew Hammer in Congress. He, God bless him, is not a woke Jew. He is the other kind of Jew. Now, there are two kinds of Jews, all right? There's two kinds of Jews. There's the woke Jews.
Sam, he's gonna have to come
there are
by
some of
this
the worst people out there, and then there
rock,
are the conservative Jews. And there are some of the best people out there.
Which way is he
All
gonna
right,
go?
so I don't know a lot about him, but he decided to wear a MAGA kippah and go crazy.
I would just point out we don't run the show. I wish we did. And perhaps the gentleman from Massachusetts wants to work with me to encourage the Senate to get rid of the filibuster. Because we have to tell the truth in this process. And if we could pass this budget with 51 votes and we didn't, then that point would be valid and that criticism would be just. But we don't have 60 votes in the Senate. We are reliant on Democrats to join us in order to get it over the finish line. Now, a deal was cut, apparently, where we made a deal that we said we'll pass all of these bills as one package, and Republicans voted for things they didn't like because allegedly Democrats in the Senate would go along at the end. But as sometimes happens, people don't keep their word. And so that package that was negotiated, that was agreed upon, that was a compromise between all parties, failed to pass. But what we must agree upon, what we must stay, and what is absolutely true, is that we don't control the show in the Senate.
How did he hide there?
So that's the first thing he said. And he only went
Maybe that
harder
was the
from
engine
there.
I heard.
Because this is crazy. This is part of the same
All right,
speech.
let's see if we can
and this is wild.
A lot about the 2 Americans who were killed. And it is unfortunate that that happened. But what I would note is if they had been staying away from law enforcement,
It is so much
while
easier
law
from the enemy
enforcement
side
was
to get
doing
to see
their
than
job,
this side.
which is to round up and
the-
send home people who are in our
roads
country
are
illegally,
more
who have been
direct.
told to leave
Stupid
and
violent
refuse to
between
do
us.
so,
That's right. You have to, like,
nothing would have
leave a
happened.
lot
That's
more.
right.
But you know who they don't talk about? The estimated 500 Americans.
Look at everybody going towards
are
A. They
killed
can't pick it up.
each year.
That's right.
By
I'm
an
fine, like,
illegal
if they're
immigrant.
killing a whole bunch of stuff.
Why do we not?
That's a lot more than Epstein's victims, by the way. For
Okay,
those
we got
who
3
keep
people
track.
knocked out versus our 1.
Know their names.
He's right.
What about their families?
He's right.
Those are a lot.
Like, bro has been cooking. It's crazy. This, by the way, I don't know.
Crazy. I've been playing.
So I don't know how he gets around, but this was also him yesterday.
Probably like 500, 600 hours.
Thank you all for being here.
But I did not know the shift
morning,
key puts you in. Like,
next Monday morning, instead of getting on my normal flight
for the longest
to fly to
time,
Washington, I'll go to a courthouse
until like
in Florida,
literally the last.
where I'll be deposed in a criminal case against a man
I've always been mashing
who
the
sent
W
death
button,
threats
just my finger.
and my family. Said, I know where you live. I'm coming to kill you. I'm going to kill your children in front of you.
That's not very
Why
nice.
did he send me these death threats? By the way, he's the third such person to do so. He sent me these threats while he was overseas and he was arrested by customs on his way into the United States.
W?
Why did he send these threats? Because I made a simple statement. If you hear someone yell, praise Jesus, you typically will smile. If you hear someone say Baruch Hashem, which I may do, you may not know what it means, but you're not going to be afraid. But if someone in this room yelled Allahu Akbar right now, we'd all be looking for a place to hide.
Oh my God, bro! Yo, this guy's diabolical.
My teammate was just sitting there
This
this
gentleman's
whole.
excuse.
What was my
his
teammate doing
defense
this whole fucking time?
Will be, in my faith, I have the right to go after the infidel. Now, for those of you who think that's crazy, we've seen this before.
Yeah,
In
there's
Texas,
another one there, dude.
some Muslim children vandalized a church. They sprayed messages on a church. And the civil rights group that supposedly represents mainstream Muslims in Texas says they have the right to do that under the First Amendment because they were practicing their religion.
Huh?
If I could say one thing to my colleagues, we need to not
I would
be
have gotten
afraid.
more into cover,
we have to
but
stop the term
he
of
shot out my
radical
treads.
Islam, Islamist. It is mainstream Islam. We have gotten this
my
wrong.
God,
The
dude.
radicals are the ones who
Yeah, I told
don't
you there was
want
another
to
guy
kill
there.
us.
Oh my God, bro! Yo! This guy's wild. This dude's diabolical.
It is the mainstream that does. And if anyone is concerned about this, look at what I now call the United
I don't know why
Islamic
he
Kingdom
was like
and
wide out in the open,
Francistan. In France, they had to
This
cancel
guy's in Congress. What are we? This is wild.
New Year's Eve celebrations because they were worried about attacks. In the United Islamic Kingdom, they're now debating in Parliament whether cousin marriage should be legal. There are 57 countries in the world that you can live if you want to live under Sharia. Working with my colleagues, we're going to make this sure this one is
They're
not.
literally putting Sharia. It's like, oh yeah, we.
Damn!
They're literally like, oh yeah,
This dude's not
we
afraid.
shouldn't
He's not afraid of
outlaw,
being called
you know,
Islamophobic.
fucking our
He just-
cousins.
What can I say? All right,
Because
so
that will
sending me more
upset
clips
the
of this guy
Muslims.
Literally while I've been live.
Uh-huh.
So I don't even know what this is. I didn't know it was this big. What the fuck?
Well, I'm not comfortable with a hierarchy of races, and the
They would also,
president
because they would
isn't either.
outlaw
But not
like
all
half
cultures are equal,
of
and
Muslim
not all
marriages in the UK.
He's right. Days.
It would automatically be
There
like
are some people who come to this
half of the
country
Muslim
to add
marriages
value,
would
and there are
immediately
some that come to this
just
country
be
to take value.
illegal.
And when we've seen in Minneapolis that 50% of the people who were naturalized engaged in immigration fraud, and we're seeing the largest fraud in terms of welfare programs, perhaps in the history of our country, we know there's a problem. And the president speaks in language that Americans understand. He is blunt. He's not a politician. Neither am I. And so I support as he is making people understand the threats that we're under right now.
My God, this dude's
That dude does pretty good in water.
Stop sending me clips of this guy. I didn't know there were this many clips of this. I'm not gonna lie. I really didn't know there were this many clips of him. Holy shit. Last one.
America, share our values. I think we need to shut down immigration, which is something that I've talked about. And then we've got to be looking at everybody that's here. These people that do not share our views, if you want to come to America, you should love America, share our values, and want to assimilate. Because immigration without assimilation is invasion. And
that is true. True. What?
Too many people who come
That's
here
why
who hate our
Muslims should
values,
not be
who
allowed to
don't want to
marry.
assimilate, and then they want free stuff.
They want to
We need
change
end
the
that.
American culture once they get here.
And we've seen that with the election results here in New York. The guy who won because of people who just got not
True. Anyway, so we have the House Rules Committee. All right, the official Twitter for the House Rules Committee. We have activated Randy Fine and activated him strongly. Bro, I don't know, bro. This guy's like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. They can this guy if they physically do. Now, anyway, meanwhile, everyone is doing their absolute best face reveal? No, that was not me, guys. That was not me. No, like the Jews that wear the tiny hats are infinitely more base than the Jews that don't wear the tiny hats. I'm just saying, statistically, that's just a fact. Look, I'm not trying to be rude here, all right? Well, I'm just saying. Anyway, Minecraft decided that we have to fight back against all this fascism. All right, want to change the world IRL? Start in the free Good Trouble DLC. Explore global civil rights movements. All right, sometimes I'm the tiny hat. I'm thinking of a whole group of tiny hat people that quite Moving on. All right, chill out, guys. In the free Good Trouble DLC, explore global civil rights movements. Meet change makers, learn how to stand up, speak out, and build a better world. Minecraft is literally doing a Walk with Civil Rights Leaders DLC. Which is very exciting because someone already modded the George Floyd killing into this DLC, which is diabolical.
But people were trying to get me to play Minecraft. Now they're doing this DLC. Anyone that pulls this kind of bullshit, it's like, yeah, I'm not.
Right, Minecraft is trying to manipulate us, but the kids will be fine.
I had my reasons not to play it before. Now I'm definitely not playing it.
Ice raids in Roblox. Not even exaggerating. This is a real thing that's happening. The kids are gonna be fine. And there goes Jorge. They brought Jorge out of the house. The kids are gonna be.
Yep.
The kids are gonna be all right, guys. The kids are gonna be all right.
I don't know why it wasn't spinning.
Everyone's like kids
or something. And
so I just wanted to make sure. So Don Lemon, as we all know, he was arrested. He's really mad.
I know the turret doesn't spin that fast, but
walking up to the room and I pressed the elevator button.
The camera, it stops.
And all of a sudden I feel myself being jostled and I was not people trying to grab me and put me in handcuffs and I said, "What are you doing here?" And they said, "We came to arrest you." And I said, "Well, who are you?" And then finally they identified themselves and I said, "If you are who you are, then where's the warrant?" And they didn't have a warrant, so they had to wait for someone from outside, an FBI guy, to come in to show me a warrant.
And there was a warrant, actually.
On a cell phone, and by that time
Why is he walking free? He's out on bail. He has a trial date.
I was trying to, figure out what was going on to get my bearings. They dropped all my stuff. My glasses had fallen on the floor. I'm like, I can't read that. So they had to pick my glasses up and I read it. And
he couldn't
what does that
read
mean? So. And then
Don Lemon. So anyway, bro's having a gigantic, tragic meltdown. He was arrested. Good. They want to strike fear, intimidate you.
Don Lemon needs to spend
There's a bunch of guys and they took me outside. FBI guys were out there. I mean, it had to be maybe a dozen people, which is a waste, Jimmy, of resources because I had told them weeks before.
Oh, that's a waste of
resources. You have an entire movement obstructing justice across our country, stopping ICE agents from doing their duty, and
he was a proponent of he was so happy for the J6 arrests and stuff, arresting old ladies, grandmas, people that literally stopped in for 2 seconds, people that didn't even go in the building, people that were just outside that were there that showed up an hour after the event and stuff like that. They sent dozens of agents. There was that one old guy that got arrested that was on the Trump team thing. He was 80 years old, 70 something years old. I can't remember his name, but it's a famous thing where they showed up with 30 or 40 guys. There was a CNN or CBC, CNBC or somebody. There was one person that got wind of it because they told them, and they were arresting the Trump guy, and he's 80 years old. They showed up with 30 or 40 agents. SWAT was there at his door. Cameras were there because they leaked it to the news because they wanted it to be on the news and everything, of this 80-year-old guy breaking down his door, getting arrested. It's you are such a piece of shit. Don Lemon needs to spend the next 10 years, maybe 20 years in jail. If they don't get him, there's, oh God,
he's worried about.
This is why there's a chance of civil war, because if these people on the left do not get punished, there's got to be consequences. There's got to be consequences. They are literally killing the people. They're literally killing Christians and conservatives, and they're getting away with it, and they're acting like they're. I hate people playing the victim. I hate it, and that's all they do. And if they don't get in trouble, they need to be punished. They need to be punished. The baseball bats need to come out. He needs to be. Yeah, it needs to be at least 10 years. He needs to spend time in jail. He needs to get the solitary confinement like they need to get him in solitary confinement, like they did the J6ers, and they did that to people that, like I said, were nonviolent. There was somebody that spent at least 3 years in jail, most like over half of it in solitary confinement, or a lot of it in solitary confinement, who wasn't violent, didn't attack any police. I can't remember. They also arrested. Oh, they're like, how dare you arrest a news person? There was an actual news person from a major news network, like like the whole, like a Channel 3 news person. It wasn't Channel 3. I can't remember which channel it was. The big camera and everything. Big camera. He's got a camera person with him and everything. He's on the news and he's there. And they arrested that person for J6. Like that. And Don Lemon was fine with that. So. And he didn't even go in. I can't remember if he went inside the building or not, but like even then, like I would say that is less likely to be trespassing and him actually, or he like participating in anything from a major news network. Yeah, that guy got arrested and brought up on charges, but Don Lemon is like participating in this riot inside of a church and actually breaking crimes outside of just trespassing. Like, obviously, the FACE Act is 100% obvious. Like, they throw old women praying for people outside. Old women praying for people outside of an abortion clinic in jail for years. And Don Lemon thinks he can bust inside of a church and prevent people from worshiping. Like, such a fucking piece of shit.
Resources? No. This was a very proper use of resources. They arrested a criminal. You're a Klan member now. You might be gay and black, but you are a Klan member.
That we would, I think my attorney tried to contact them once, maybe twice, that I could just go in and it would have to be the folks who were just working there that day and they wouldn't have to have all these people.
No, it's more fun that they perp walked you, actually. I'm really happy my tax dollars paid for your arrest.
Me around.
It's more than just a waste of resources. So they grab you and they take you where?
Well, you're right about more than just a waste of resources. They want that. They want to embarrass you.
Based. I want them to embarrass you too.
Want to intimidate you. They want
based. I want them to intimidate you as well.
To instill fear. And so
fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, dude. Unbelievable. He's like, I'm gay and I'm black, so my crimes don't count. Yep, we know. So anyway, he obviously had a really bad time. It wasn't going well for him. And the left is trying to make believe that Pam Bondi is going to prosecute people for interrupting a church service, right? So this is a community devastated after ICE raids an LA church and arrests the congregant. Based? That guy was a criminal. Hell yeah, dude. What are we talking about? This isn't freedom of speech. This isn't stopping people's freedom of speech. We got a criminal out of there. You don't know what he's doing. You don't know who he is. Get him out. This, by the way, is Pakistan. They want this to be our country.
This is the one I keep seeing. This is the
Panther at 6.0. I just felt like I needed to say. Now, 2 Republicans are voting nay, stalling the bill to fund the government, and one of them is Thomas Massey. So Thomas Massey does a lot of things that I think are pretty good. Thomas Massey, I think, is a guy with a bruised ego and currently votes against Trump every single step of the way. And he's been losing his mind about this.
Okay, so
why don't you change your party affiliation to Democrat?
I thought you knew. I vote with Republicans 91% of the time. And the 9% I don't, they're taking up for pedophiles, starting another war, or bankrupting our country.
Yeah! So then, they released like this, the way I don't vote for Republicans is when we start wars and when we protect pedophiles. Yeah, no new war started under Trump, only targeted strikes, no evidence of Trump being a pedophile. Massey voted to continue the government spending multiple times under Biden, but not under Trump.
This gun port.
Not gonna lie, makes it pretty obvious what the allegiance is. Makes it pretty obvious this keeps happening. And yes, there is evidence. The voting machines are rigged. I just wanted to wrap up because I feel like this is all part of one giant story. All right? One giant story. They bring in illegal aliens. They prevent us from deporting illegal aliens, despite the fact that's what Donald Trump was elected for. And they rig elections. They let them vote. They don't make them show ID. And then they also rig the voting machines, too.
And then, of course, President Trump wants same-day voting, mail ballots, get rid of these voting machines. There's a half a dozen people, whether it's the House or Senate, Larry, that are up here as we speak, that did not get elected. It was all bogus.
Half a dozen people that are here didn't get elected. Wow.
We've seen the evidence, and if we don't straighten that out, you're going to see a lot more of it this fall.
But this
and it's
should
just going to get worse and worse with the American people saying, listen, we got all y'all up there, and you don't do anything to straighten it out. We want closed borders, and we want fair elections. Those two things they are demanding. And as Republicans, we had better to listen to them and do that, or we're going to lose next fall.
Yep, because if they steal the election, it's over. And he's straight up saying that half the people here as in there, stole elections. Stole elections. So this was Donald Trump going on Dan Bongino's podcast after Dan Bongino left the FBI.
These people were brought to our country to vote, and they vote illegally. And amazing that the Republicans aren't tougher on it. The Republicans should say, we want to take over. We should take over the voting in at least 15 places. The Republicans ought to nationalize the voting. And we have states that are so crooked, and they're counting votes. We have states that I won that show I didn't win. Now, you're going to see something in Georgia where they were able to get, with a court order, the ballots. You're going to see some interesting things come out. But, like the 2020 election, I won that election by so much. Everybody does it.
Yep. And quite literally, we are seeing this happen. I'm not a GOP loyalist. If these don't get in line, they have to go. So my stance is very difficult. It's the left is pushing every anti-God policy on the planet, and the right's just not as bad.
Some parts of the gun port?
That's kind of my stance at this point, and it's really sad. What we really need to do, and I know this is going to be a boring opinion, what we really need to do is we need to vote in a younger generation of radicals. That's quite literally what we need to do, because these old fucks are just kind of doing their thing. All right, Dan Bongino, Mr. Epstein killed himself.
Gunport.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. The way I think this has to move is every single state, every single county, we have to do our best to elect people that are more aligned with us, bring in a younger generation that's actually willing to fight, and that isn't bought off by some elite pedophile, satanic grooming cult that's run our country for a long time. As sad as that sounds, that's what we need to do. So while I get the perspective, and I see a lot of people saying stuff like this, like, well, I'm not a GOP loyalist, they're not doing enough, I'm not going to vote for them. If the left would have won, we wouldn't have a country. If the left would have won, the border would be open, we'd have another 50 million illegals here, they would all be voting, we would lose our country. We would become England, all right? And England is lost, all right? I wasn't even going to include this in the video, but I have a really, really horrifying thing to show you. This might change your perspective on things. I don't know. Did you know that 75% of England's mayors are Muslim? 75% of England. These are all mayors in England, right? So, while I do agree with you that the GOP is not doing enough, and I'm really frustrated that they're not actually voting shit in and making new laws, we don't live here yet. That's kind of where we're at.
They don't have a revolt soon.
So quite literally, it's a pretty rough spot. Thanks for being here.
We're gonna have to say, like, if there's gonna be another war or something like that, where it's
this was wild.
Saving.
This is, in my opinion, the most obvious example of.
Oh, I really don't want to watch the Epstein stuff.
We will vote on the SAVE Act, but exercising or triggering a talking filibuster has ramifications, implications that I think everybody needs to be aware of. So we will have those discussions, but that's obviously ties the floor up for an indefinite amount of time.
They're willing to die on this hill to ensure that no one needs to present ID to vote.
Right.
Please, and yes, I'm frustrated this morning, give me a why. We've covered this quite a bit. I did a voter ID is not racist, changed my mind. And I was surprised to come back to the stats, the polling, the most recent polling data showing that more people across the board, and specifically minorities, support voter ID.
Yeah.
And this brings me back to 3 issues for which I have never heard a single valid counter argument. And these are not small issues. Right? Deporting illegal aliens who are also violent felons currently
What the
incarcerated
fuck was
in the United
that?
States.
And how did he know I was there before you came around?
You have people who have gone to court, liberals who have gone to court, leftists who have gone to court, said, no.
Okay, that was the guy I was looking at?
We are going to present an argument as to why we should not deport violent, felon, illegal aliens in our prisons. I ask you, why? I've never heard a case. School vouchers.
As soon as I came out the corner, I
attach
was dead.
the funding to the student instead of the school. We're not even talking about cutting funding. Guarantee you, once we do it and see schools compete and the schools are better, we probably could be more efficient with funding. But I'm just talking about starting with, instead of going, this money goes to this district, regardless of performance, the student can choose their school and the funding follows them. I've never heard a valid counter-argument. Please tell me, those who oppose it, why. And voter ID. Identification to vote. Those who have gone to court and fought it. Why? Now, I will tell you the only argument that I have heard on all three of these issues, consistently, from people sitting right here in the studio with me, is literally racism. That's it. School vouchers, racist because black kids may not have parents who will drive them to better schools in the suburbs. Well, right now there's some one school anyway.
It'll disproportionately benefit black.
But their argument is racism. Deporting illegal aliens who are violent criminals in prison, they go racism. Okay, and then voter ID. Well, no, we don't need voter ID because Hispanics and blacks can't get they can't get ID. Okay. The problem is that none of those minorities you claim to be protecting, you claim to be acting on their behalf, they don't agree with those making those arguments. And again, I've never heard anything beyond racism. Remember, this is an issue that we have been on forever, and now it's making the rounds again, including this Change My Mind from 2021. I guess we have a clip.
My concern is about ensuring the integrity of our elections, legitimacy. And so for me, I think the only way to protect our 15th Amendment rights, right, the right to vote, and it shouldn't be infringed, is to ensure that no legitimate vote is wiped out by an illegitimate vote. If someone doesn't have photo ID that confirms who you... How would you ever have evidence of it? If you don't require ID, it's like saying, we don't have any evidence that any underage people have ever consumed alcohol, but the law across the land is you don't need to present ID for alcohol. Well, we'd never have evidence.
Fucking 6.7, another 6.7.
In the description. The reason this is back in the news is because the
Type
SAVE Act,
60
it's the Safeguard
SPRG, I've
American
never
Voter
seen
Eligibility Act right now.
What is that? That looks like it's from the Korea. That does not look like a World
certainly
War II.
in national federal elections.
I'm playing a Tiger tank from World
ID
War
proof that
II.
They're American citizens.
What is that thing?
We just want you to... We just want to make sure that you are who you say you are. That's it.
Yeah, Thune needs to be voted out immediately. I mean, the fact that he was even was he Speaker of the House?
So,
I don't know.
Then we're going to get to some polling data, which may surprise you. But Nicki Minaj posted this on X and, of course, was met with all kinds of backlash from these completely invalid counter-arguments. Again, I've still not seen one, and I've heard some convincing arguments where people will argue on abortion. I've heard some convincing arguments that people will make, for example, on marginal tax rates. I've heard some convincing arguments from people saying we shouldn't fight a war on drugs. I've heard convincing arguments for and against capital punishment. I've not heard anything even close to approaching convincing on no voter ID. Please let me know. And I mean that because I will be looking through these to see if someone has got one. Nicki Minaj posted this on X. She said, what sensible, forward-thinking, cutting-edge leading nation is having a debate on whether or not there should be voter ID? Like, question mark.
That was a full sentence.
They're actually fighting not to have people present ID while voting for your leaders. Do you get it? Do you get it now? Yeah, and by the way, this is how people feel. This is what people think when they find out about this. I either encounter people who will say racism because they're dyed-in-the-wool leftists, or I encounter people, and this means thousands of people across Change My Minds, across Talking with People. When I go and perform live, it's either the first one, racism, or the second one. People go, what? We don't have any ID requirements for vote?
I both like and hate the M55.
That is the reaction. This bill is so popular right now that CNN's Harry Enton, my favorite person, I don't care if he's a communist, couldn't contain his excitement. Let's go.
Look at the net approval ratings for Republicans in Congress. This shutdown hasn't eaten into Donald Trump's support at all. Look at where we are now. It's a complete flip.
So voter ID, just so people understand, is the idea that someone shows a photo ID when they go to vote, when they go to cast their actual ballot, but the polling is all on voter ID showing an ID to vote.
Show a photo ID to vote, and the American people are with Nicki Minaj, because what are we talking about here? So take a look here, favor voter ID to vote. Look, I got all this polling on the street going back since 2018. You'll notice on all of it, it's all north of 75%, 76%, 76%, 76%, 81%, and then 83% in the last year of Americans agree with Nicki Minaj. They favor photo ID to be able to vote. 95% of Republicans
He
pretty
keeps
much all
going.
but even 71% of Democrats favor photo ID to vote. So again, Nicki Minaj posting that on X, and what you see is that the American people, actually, it's not really all that controversial. The American people are with Nicki Minaj, whether they are Republican or even
Is that a
if they're
grown-up thing to do?
We're talking about 7 in 10 Democrats agreeing with Nicki Minaj that you, in fact, should show a voter photo ID to vote.
By the way, if that guy's going to work for Thanksgiving, I give him a seat at the head of the table.
There you go.
Yeah, he's got to say grace.
I'm like, everyone just let Enton cook. Just let him go.
I'll be very excited about whatever he talks about.
Wow! Oh, turkey? You smoke your turkey? You got to deep fry your turkey. Wow!
Whoa, pumpkin pie, look at this. They made their own whipped cream.
Oh, boy! None of that Cool Whip. It's homemade! So everyone supports it, and we'll get to the racial demographics there too. Well, I should say everyone, except the Senate Democrats who threatened a filibuster. And by the way, this is, I believe, they're threatening their longest filibuster since opposing the Civil Rights Act.
We will talk about that idea and determine whether or not what the conference's views are about it and how they want to proceed. As I said, we will vote on the SAVE Act, but exercising or triggering a talking filibuster
someone killed that guy.
Has ramifications, implications that I think everybody needs to be aware of. So we will have those discussions, but that's obviously ties the floor up for an indefinite amount of time.
It's not just that they have a disagreement, like they're willing to die on this hill, figuratively, they're willing to die on this hill to ensure that no one needs to present ID.
And determine whether or not what the conference's views are about it and how they want to proceed. As I said, we will vote on the SAVE Act, but exercising or triggering a talking filibuster has ramifications, implications that I think everybody needs to be aware of.
They need to.
So
we
will have those discussions, but that's obviously ties the floor up for an indefinite amount of time.
It's not just that they have a disagreement, like they're willing to die on this hill, figuratively, they're willing to die on this hill
First
to
of all,
ensure
like
that
either
no
the
one
map
needs
shouldn't be
to
large
present
enough that
ID
you're coming
to
out of
vote.
spawn is something that happens,
Please,
or they need to.
Please, and yes, I'm frustrated this morning.
I don't know, just
give me a
something.
why.
I shouldn't come out of spawn and just be dead.
I'll even accept racism if you substantiate it somehow.
I'm tired of like one side totally whomping the other side somehow, getting to their spawn and making it impossible to get out.
I've never seen it, and so this should be the end of the segment.
Seriously,
but just to make sure we put this one to bed as to remove all doubt, let's go through a claim truth.
Half a mile away and just pop me.
All right, so the first claim
like,
that
how am I even supposed to know that guy's there?
From the left.
Hello.
You know, it's voter ID racist.
Rather than changing their message, they're busy trying to change the rules.
Terrible Obama impression.
We are witnessing right now a massive and unabashed assault on voting rights, unlike anything we've ever seen since the Jim Crow era. This is Jim Crow in new clothes.
I guess Jim Crow went to the Gap.
Banana Republic.
Jim Crow got a nice bomber jacket.
Yeah.
You gotta like the way you look.
Jim Crow and Robert Byrd, new trail. Got some new kicks. Same old son of a... Here's the truth. Of course not. Of course not. The SAVE Act is popular among all racial groups by an increasing amount year over year.
What's the racial breakdown on this, right? Because I think a lot of people make the argument that people of color, non-white Americans, have a harder time procuring a photo ID to vote. But even here, take a look here. Favor photo ID. 85% of white people favor it. 82% of Latino. 76% of black Americans favor it. So the bottom line is this. Voter ID is not controversial in this country. A photo ID vote is not controversial.
Pause real fast.
It is not.
That number in 2020, white was 70% support, Hispanic was 66%, and black was 56%.
Wow.
Okay?
They have moved massively.
So year over year, more and more people who are Hispanic and black And by the way, with a disproportionate increase, supporting voter ID. Maybe they don't like their votes being stolen from them. Let's finish the...
That was 2020. Sorry, that was 2020?
That was 2020.
Yeah.
Do we know what month?
I don't know the month.
Ooh, because if it's before November, or if it's... yeah.
Yeah, it would be interesting.
Yeah.
I'm willing to bet that contributes.
Controversial by party, and it is not controversial by race. The vast majority of Americans agree with Nicki Minaj that, in fact, you should have a photo ID to be able to vote.
So something of a controversy.
Same direction.
Very good. The alliteration of Mr. John Berman, that Harvard education, paying off once again.
Harold, and thanks.
That seemed...
Even his passive-aggressive.
Yeah, that seemed passive-aggressive.
So a controversy. Thanks for stealing my thunder, you piece of shit. But I love working with you.
I feel like Enton said that line in like a run-through or like a rehearsal earlier, and he stole it, and that was his way of going like, oh, look at this asshole.
He pulled the Chelsea handler. You know she used to do that? She would have you submit you would submit your notes before her show, which was pre-taped. You'd submit your notes on the topic, and she would take the best ones, and then she would say it while you were live on air. Well known. So clever. Hey, how many guys has she slept with? Oh, it's a funny shtick.
Who's got notes?
It's a lot. Like vodka and penis. I ski with my tits out. Oh, it's funny. Look at the...
That's a Jim Henson. If Chelsea Handler came out of Jim Henson's Creature Shop.
Oh, it's me, Chelsea.
Amy Schumer just comes out.
More lip filler, please. I need these balloons to smack.
Okay, here you go, Josh.
Oh, what are you guys doing?
Shock therapy.
Electroshock therapy.
Oh. Obviously, but why?
To wake us up, of course.
Yeah, and to get amped, we got a show to do.
But you don't have to... You don't have to do this, okay? You don't have to do this. There are better...
Think gay thoughts I hear electroshock is good for you.
No.
Oh, dude. Thank you, whoever
there
got
are better
him.
ways to wake
That was a
yourselves
teammate.
up, okay?
That was a teammate.
Okay?
Good point, Gerald. We forgot to wet the sponge. The electrical...
Stop whatever in the green mile you're doing right now and just try Blackout Coffee. You know the guys that you worked with to make the Strange Animal blend? Ring a bell?
Why don't I remember that?
One guess. Here.
That's good.
Let me try.
Yeah.
You take these.
Okay. Go to blackoutcoffee.com/Crowder. Use the promo code Crowder for 20% off your first order and try the new exclusive Strange Animal Brew. Yes, I chose the beans. It is the blend that we drink here exclusively, and now I'm making it available to you.
Where is he?
Okay, 82% and whatever it was, 76% of black people, they're racist. He's like, this is a non-controversy. Well, better tell the Democrats we're going to filibuster.
Oh my gosh.
That brings us to the next claim. It is still the same one. I'm just trying to be thorough here. Check the references that minorities, they're not able to get IDs because, well, this is, again, the left, because minorities they're too dumb to do it.
Citizens of color were almost 4 times more likely to be without that form of ID than white adult citizens. For lots of the very same communities, like communities of color, that have far more valid reasons for feeling they're not being invited into the process and that they are being targeted and
look at this attitude of this like smug
Remember
Democrat.
Vote or Die?
Yeah.
They're like
by that weird sex party oiled slathering P. Diddy.
Who said, what is Sarah Palin going to do about South Korea? Man, I've been tripping.
Right, yo.
I've been tripping. Proactive, the boy Diddy.
Vote or die.
Yeah, vote or die. Like, that almost sounds like a threat.
Yeah.
Not because you're black, but partially because you're black.
Sounds like an invitation.
Yeah, it does. It does. So here's the thing. Not only do an overwhelming majority of black Hispanic Americans support voter ID, here's the truth. 94% of black Americans and Hispanic Americans have photo ID.
Son of a gun.
So that's something else they do. They go, actually, immigrants are more likely to obey the law. What they're saying now is they're actually far more likely to not have it. Well, are you including people who are here illegally? Is that? Because 94% seems pretty high. Here's what you need an ID to do in this country: to drive, to register a car, to buy alcohol or tobacco, to rent an apartment, to buy a home, to pay utilities, to obtain government benefits for whatever it is, and other services, to have a bank account, to get hired for a job, to receive health care, to travel by air, and, of course, to get a hotel room.
I had no idea what soap was, son.
Fuck off, Ray.
But you can do it because you have ID.
It's the Red Roof Inn.
Yes.
He keeps it in his merce.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm most
so you need it for all of those. You need voter ID to get into a fist fight at the Spirit Airlines terminal, but not to elect the leader of the free world.
You know what's funny is these people that refuse the voter ID and it's, I want to do a voter ID. They're the first person at TSA when they go, all right, your ID, thank you, and then stand in front of this. Let me take a picture of you.
Yeah, I know.
Let me get your biometrics real quick. Yeah, no problem. I'd love to give you all my data.
I know. It's just, again, I don't even think I should have to go through this, but it's just, they're so paper thin. I'm trying to explore every nook and cranny of this retardation. Here's the next claim. And it's still the same thing, racism. They just sort of, they tell you that voter ID, it's the disenfranchising is what's gonna happen or something.
The reason Democrats don't want voter ID.
Pause, son of a bitch, pause. I was only made aware of this today.
That her face doesn't match her neck.
There is an extended podcast of The View. It's, in other words, there are some people in this country who have said, I don't have enough of The View in my life. I need the lesser version of The View in a podcast form. And it was given to them.
What's it?
The View, behind the table.
Behind the table. Well, we didn't like the view from the front of the table.
Yeah, I know. Someone's like, I want to know, I want to see behind the table. I want the reverse shot of The View.
Yeah, why don't you turn it around for me?
All right, let's watch. Oh. Started from the top, but it's just, I can't believe it. That's a sad state of affairs. Let's go.
My headache.
The reason Democrats don't want voter ID is because they make it much more difficult for elderly people, people that don't travel, don't have a passport, poor people that don't have cars, don't have driver's licenses. So it's sort of a vestige of, I think, post-slavery laws. Less voter ID laws allows more people to vote. And most democracies do it that way. We're the only ones that really don't do it that way.
What? It almost sounds like she was supporting voter ID at the end there.
No, most democracies do it the wrong way? What?
No, I think that she thinks most democracies don't require photo ID.
Yeah, okay.
I think she doesn't know anything about the world.
Yes, I think that's a good...
I think she doesn't know anything outside of New York City. People don't have cars, they don't have driver's license. What?
Well, I guess let's go with that. So again, I'm just trying to rebut any argument that you make here, but it still all goes back to racism, because here's the truth. Voter ID is common in pretty much all other major countries, and no evidence of disenfranchisement. It's not even an issue. You have voter ID in Switzerland, France, Israel, Mexico, India.
Mexico has voter ID laws?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. India has like 1.5 billion people, one of the most technologically advanced countries in the world, Switzerland, and then Israel, and that could really go both ways.
Yeah.
So it'll offend.
I'd be willing to bet they probably have them in Palestine.
Only if you're a terrorist in good standing.
Yeah, well, I mean, once they have they'll steal your vote.
Well, that's fine.
It's not like your vote matters, but they're still, like, they have to make it seem like it's a legitimate election.
It's to keep the Jews out. They have the Jews voting in their elections, and so therefore...
This is crazy. You got these poor Punjabis, they're dodging trains to get IDs to vote.
I know.
And you can't even just hop on a train here and go down to the DMV and get your real ID?
Yeah.
But you don't think that somebody from Memphis can head on to their local library? Like, what is happening?
You have to present a birth certificate to play in Little League.
Do you really?
Yeah, so that 19-year-old Dominicans don't take over your 12-year-old.
Because it's happened.
I swear to God, dude.
It's happened.
It's happened. Nobody knows how old Albert Pujols is. Some people say 59. Some people say 80. It's hard to tell.
I thought it was weird. I drove by the local field. I saw Jose Canseco in a propeller cap.
Still juiced.
He's still swinging and missing on a tee.
That's fair.
And then here's the next claim. If you believe this, then fine. Elections are already so free and fair and secure that, whatever.
government and industry representatives from the election security community issued a joint statement reflecting a consensus perspective that the 2020 election was the most secure in U.S. history.
Okay, here's the truth.
He just did a very Donald Trump thing.
I know.
Fired forever.
I know. Even if, let's say that happened to be true, well, then voter ID wouldn't affect it.
Right?
Like,
no, I would zero effect.
Yeah,
right?
In other words, hey, if people think that we should have it to the tune of 80-something%, depending on the polls, from Hispanic, Black Americans, everyone supports it, and you really want people, because you say it's important for people to trust their institutions, well, they're telling you what they need to trust the institution of voting, right? They want voter ID. So just do it. Because the truth is, that's complete and total bullcrap. Since 2020, the left has overhauled, completely, fundamentally changed how voting works by normalizing things like completely unverified, mass mail-in ballots, just sent out to everybody. I got one sent to a house that I hadn't lived there for half a decade. Still no idea if I voted from there in Michigan or not.
One got sent to my house in Tacoma, 2024.
There you go.
Luckily, I knew the people that bought my house, and they, I guess, tore it.
Yeah. So, unverified mass mail-in ballots, unsecured drop boxes, ballot harvesting, no verification, of course, the questionable signatures, and of course, no ability to bring forward any proof that something might be questionable. And now the Democrats are just as mad about the FBI raiding Fulton County for the 2020 ballots as they are about voter ID. Also, they're just as mad as Democrats were in the Fulton County election with Stacey Abrams, because there's a documentary on HBO called Kill Chain that you can go watch where they hack the machines and say it was a fraudulent election. But ignore that.
Georgia guys are still so mad right now. They're challenging the FBI seizure of the records. This is breaking, apparently, on CNN right now as we talk about it.
Yeah.
They just want to not let the federal government look into it so badly.
It's like, hey, we want to challenge the integrity of the election there because you guys did a whole documentary about it and proved that it could be tampered with. And like, we challenge your challenge.
No.
Dude, if you were actually doing the right thing, wouldn't you be like, yeah, here you go, take them.
Sure.
Publish the findings.
Yeah.
Publish, let me know when it's done. We'll put it on the news.
Yeah.
What were we going to say, Noodle?
It's like if my kid steals a piece of candy and I ask him if I can go in his room to check for a rat, where he's like, no, it's not in there. No.
Dad, I think you stole the candy.
Whatever you do, don't go in the closet. That's my closet.
We were there.
I really
with
think
you
the
live.
cheetah topped here
And here's
so
the
much.
problem: like, it was the biggest election stream.
He shot
in the
randomly
world.
through the smoke.
And we gave you information that turned out to be
I need
wrong.
a full kill
because
cam.
in real time, we were told that a pipe burst, and that's why the counting had stopped. Do you guys remember that? Were you?
Yeah.
Comment if you were one of those people there with us that night. We're like, oh, okay. We left. Went home,
Like,
took a
maybe
nap.
he was watching me.
Got called. We
and stuff,
came right
but
back
then
in
it's
about
like,
3 hours later.
So like
And
if he was
turns out,
watching
no, it
me, I
wasn't a
went
pipe
through
burst.
the smoke and he shot. You just got lucky.
No accountability.
Sure,
that
but
alone
then
is hold on a
I
second.
can do
Voting
that, but
stopped.
if he just whips around
Just if you're
and
talking about the
shoots
chain
me
of
through the
custody,
smoke.
there are a litany of problems here. And remember, if President Trump had won Georgia, Arizona, Pennsylvania, it would have completely changed the 2020 election. The vote margins: 10,000 votes in Arizona, 11,000 in Georgia, 81,000 in Pennsylvania. And what's most interesting and the most free, fair, secure election of all time is people left the Democrat Party, voted for Donald Trump. He won all of those major swing states. We're supposed to believe that those people who had had enough of the Democrat Party were energized by Joe Biden, flipping the numbers, exactly, and then went back to Trump. You would have to have hundreds of thousands of those people in these swing states for it to make sense, because it's a trend that has occurred nowhere else in nature.
Not only flipping, he had the most votes of all time.
Yeah.
I refuse to believe that Joe Biden received the most votes of all time.
Right. And the most votes of all time, taking it from Donald Trump, who people
I'd say
voted
to
for.
skip the fucking thing, and it never
lifelong
does.
Democrats. I'll go back to, you know
Just
what? I
fucking
lost
broken.
faith, but it's been restored by Joseph Biden. And then, you know what? No, I lost confidence again. We're going to go back to Donald Trump in record numbers. Or you could go, hey, people vote with the Democrat Party because they became elitist. And that hasn't changed. They've become increasingly elitist. The only thing that changed wasn't people's enthusiasm for the Democrat Party, but the voting law changed during COVID, completely unprecedented, no way to verify it. And then there were watchdogs in the next election, and it went right back, plus more votes for Donald Trump. Which one do you think is more likely, beyond, of course, the fraudulent addresses that we verified for you and all of the voting anomalies and the media bias? Which one do you think is more likely? I don't believe that the 2020 election was legitimate. I don't believe that Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. And I don't believe you can change your gender. Oh, and yeah, I don't think the COVID vaccine was anywhere near as effective as you were told. Okay? I question all of it. Anyone who claims to be conservative and doesn't at least I immediately question. Like, really? Free and fair? Really? Really? 15? What were told? Really? Okay. Oh, you'll allow people to change their gender if they're a grown-up because they can do whatever they want to do? I don't know if we actually share the same values. Here's the next claim that you'll see. And I don't even, they say that states can handle this. It's not a federal issue. Bullshit. Here's the truth. The states are the ones that are facilitating fraud. And if California wants to have fraudulent elections, if they want to have fraudulent elections in Georgia, which, by the way, the entire left was complaining about in the Stacey Abrams, I believe it's camp, the Abrams camp election. Whole documentary. Go watch it if it's still available on HBO Max, whatever it is. Kill Chick. 2018. Yeah. Everyone was on board. Okay. All right. They want to have fraudulent elections? Fine. We don't want that for the nation. How about that? This is not a state issue if it affects a national election. For example, in California, they prevent localities from asking for voter ID. They don't just not do it. They tell other people, you can't ask for it. And then you go back to why? Something racism.
Because there's no voter fraud. That's why they can't ask for it.
Right.
Yeah.
It's already safe. Yeah, fine. Totally Let's just use ID. You know, like I do if I go buy a pack of Cools. No. Why? It is a racism thing.
Donald Trump right now and the Republicans, and he's actually calling for the GOP to nationalize the federal election process. What they need to do right now, exactly. I don't know all the mechanics behind that, but what they need to do right now, end the filibuster and make sure that you pass the SAVE Act. I don't care. You would win overwhelming support by doing that because everybody supports this.
Let's phrase that another way.
Listen, mechanics, I get it.
The fascist Donald Trump is trying to nationalize national elections. Okay.
Well, son of a gun.
3 issues on which, again, I repeat this, I have never heard a valid argument. School vouchers. The money follows the students that are given to a corrupt school. Deporting all the illegals who are currently in our jails and committed additional crimes. They shouldn't be here. Requiring voter ID. Those 3. The left actively fights against them. And their reasons obviously make no sense, but you can understand the motivations. And the motivations would be, well, school vouchers, and that would remove a lot of power from some of the most powerful lobbying groups in this country, including the teachers' unions, public education.
That was big.
Deporting all the illegals in jails, that would really just be something where, honestly, I don't even see what the motivation is. I don't even see what the motivation, I don't get it. Voter ID, that one's obvious. The motivation would be it makes it harder to harvest votes. It makes it harder to cheat.
Yeah.
Oh, you're still here? And you're still watching this on YouTube? You've probably noticed something is missing by now. I'm not here. The Live Daily Show is now streaming exclusively on Rumble weekdays
One
at
shot
11
kills
a.m.
and
Eastern. Tune in there, where nothing is censored.
Ilhan Omar. They want to know how she got all that money.
What your response is to the Oversight Committee launching an investigation into your net worth?
Getting into agents' faces as they walked back to their cars. Then, a few minutes later, some of the activists tried blocking off the agents and forcing the officers to get out to try to clear the road.
She suddenly, in 1 year, after being worth a few $1,000s, is now worth $30 million. Have you ever seen anything like that?
I don't know many people that go from 0 to 30 without having a legitimate business.
How many times must local and national leaders must plead with you, Donald Trump, to end this operation and recognize that this is not creating safety in our city?
Greg Bravino,
you should end it.
Secret police, private army, masked men, people disappearing, quite literally, no due process. Her husband is in some type of finance business, but we don't know what it is. It doesn't appear to be private equity, doesn't appear to be venture capital. She won't answer any questions, but this business is in her husband's name. So we can investigate her husband, and we are going to do that.
This episode is brought to you by Kalshi, the largest prediction market in the U.S. Download the Kalshi app using the link in the description and use promo code FAMILY when you sign up to get $10 when you deposit $100. And Kalshi's the only place where you can legally trade on these kind of events in all 50 states. You can trade on game outcomes, playoff chances, win totals, player performances. I mean anything. If sports isn't your thing, you can do elections, Bitcoin price swings, interest rate cuts, unemployment reports, even pardons on people. If it's in the news, chances are there is a market for it on Kalshi.
With the Super Bowl this weekend, Kalshi is the best platform to trade on the game's outcome. It has live odds that'll tell you what's the best trade to make and what team is most likely to win.
I really think that the Patriots are going to win it, so that's who I'm going with. And I think that that'll be a good trade. They'll end up making me a lot of money, guys.
So make sure you guys download Kalshi using the link in the description. The promo code is FAMILY. You'll get $10 when you deposit $100. Again, use the link in the description and the promo code is FAMILY. Okay, so thanks to me, Shirley. We got people out there doing real journalism. So somebody pulled up to the winery that Ilhan Omar's husband created, or they created together.
Yes.
So let's watch and see what happens here.
Shell business used to launder funds. I visited the principal address of ESTCRU Winery. This winery is co-owned by U.S. Rep of Minnesota, Ilhan Omar's husband, Timothy Manette, yet seems to allegedly be a shell business used to launder funds. Here we were informed that 40-plus wineries operate out of this location and that ESTCRU hasn't been a client for years. This is very strange because in 2024 they made about $15,000, and in 2025 it exploded to $5 million, yet they weren't producing any wine. By the way, no business license exists for ESTCRU at this address. The other wineries here are properly licensed and producing. Would have loved to try it to promote
the winery.
That's
what is it?
Now, I thought they reported that it's closed
money
a while back.
Yeah, they did say that. I did see that. But that's probably the part she's talking about. They're not producing any wine.
But I don't understand how they can have a
business investment
with no business license.
If they're not, why
Let's
is
see
no
what
one?
happens. So if the business does say it's still running, that is a huge problem.
They have no business license. It says, by the way, no business license exists for them at this address.
But is that now or was that ever?
Don't know.
That's the question.
I don't think the license would just disappear. You would have seen at least a past one or something. We don't know.
Yeah.
I'm so screwed. The internet doesn't know.
The internet.
That's why they pulled up to find out.
So let's see what happens here. But we all know it's fishy. I mean, regardless, how do you turn 15,000 to 5 million that quickly?
We're not really going for it.
In any business. Does that happen? No. But we know what's happening to the daycares. And we know what they're doing with the autism. We know what they're doing with all the fraud. Saying that these businesses exist and they have no customers and they're getting millions of dollars. So let's just assume that she did it right here.
So let's see, this is Suite B. Again, that is the address where Ilhan Omar's winery is. You can see that a different winery is here, Punch Down Cellars.
What does this note say?
E-Suite Crew does not make wine here. They were a client many years ago and have ceased operation. Their operating address is linked to this address like all other client wineries because of state and federal filings. So I wonder what else they have to show for it. What do you think about that?
I think they're just trying to their business and Ilhan Omar's as much as possible.
Yeah.
You guys just do a little more research before.
Well, that's what we're trying to do.
This is, do you know what this place is?
No, that's what
it's a custom crush place. Every bunch of people use it. Okay. Right? Yeah. So it's like renting instead of owning.
Yeah.
So there's like about 40 of us in here making wine.
Yeah. We're just trying to figure out what is really going on. We see that.
Next time, just call because there's nothing going on.
The pastor told us that Punch Down Cellars makes wine for 14 different.
They don't make wine.
They're crushing.
We winemakers make wine in the same facility.
Oh, cool.
So.
Which, because my family, we've been part of members of certain wineries and stuff. So is there like a high-end brand that you guys hold for or anything like that?
No, I don't own the place.
Okay.
I'm just one of the winemakers here.
Cool.
And there's a bunch of us under one roof.
Awesome.
That's all.
What's your winery's name?
Well, I'm not going to get into it.
Okay.
But it's not that one.
Well, yeah, obviously.
He didn't really seem very happy.
No.
Do they have people coming to check this place out or something that they needed to put a sign on it? I mean,
probably.
I haven't noticed anything.
I would imagine so because
So if you were a winemaker or you have a wine, I was pretty sure you would want to promote it.
Well, it doesn't make sense that they would make them all at the same place, because then it's the same wine, right? So why, if you as a business owner, you own a wine business, and I want my wine to be better than your wine, why would we? I don't know. I don't understand this.
Maybe they have different recipes.
I'm actually just wondering. Don't know.
Yeah, it seems fishy.
It's definitely fishy.
I mean, why was he so defensive if it was nothing? Maybe people are coming there, but they had the sign on the door.
He was
so
obviously
people have been trying to figure out.
You can't be so flamboyant and not be
And
left.
everybody that they've been going to check out their business, that's a part of this
He obviously
fraud,
thinks
they
they're
all get
fake
defensive.
news.
That was pretty defensive. That's I guess that's the golden question. Is the place, are they still operating and still getting money? But in 2025 they got $5 million, so they must be operating. Because in 2024 they made about $15,000. Last year they made $5 million.
There's no explaining that.
So they have to be still operating. So the problem here is
this is their address,
and it's 40 plus wine. Oh my bad. It's 40 plus wineries at this location. So is it? I'm thinking when you say I have a winery, what do they exactly mean? I'm thinking
well, the way he's explaining it looks like wineries rent that place to produce their products there. So they're trying to see if Ilhan's business was doing that, because that's what they listed. But then there's no business license for them at that address. So then the question becomes, well, are they doing it there or not?
Yeah.
And based on his answer, it doesn't look like they're doing it there. So where did the $5 million go to if the place that they said they're making the wine, they're not actually doing it? I think that's the question.
Yeah, this is fraud. I'm just going black. I just think it's fraud at this point, because it's like, if you're the business owner, he makes these two different types of wines, and he knows that the heat is really bad. Why would he want to close his business because of that? Because it's going to seem like he allowed the fraud. You know? I mean, anybody in this facility, that's going to be bad for the people that own this or creating the wine. It's going to be just like, nobody would want to make wine with this company anymore. So they just made that situation. They put the address and they just said they're doing a winery, just like they did the daycares, and they were receiving money.
Most straight up. I mean,
that's what it looks like.
She knows how to.
When you tell me about a winery, I'm thinking like this is a place, like a restaurant or something.
Well, I've been to one. They have like
different wines you taste, or like what is a wine?
Yeah, but it's like one. It just confused me because it's like one company's wine.
Yeah, that's why I'm confused. Like
maybe they got different recipes, or maybe they like mass producing. That's basically what he was saying. They have 40 plus that operate at that location.
Well, maybe it's like 40 different wine recipes, bro.
Right, but then you would be able to find the business license for those companies there, but you don't see hers there.
Yeah.
That's because they're not producing anything.
That's the point, so that should be illegal.
Yeah, they stealing
money. They're getting. Why are you getting funding from the government to start a winery?
Because he's in Congress.
It's a business.
No, but
SBA loan.
If I go and start a company, why would the government give me any money?
Yeah, the governments should not be in business.
SBA
loans to anybody.
One other country will do that.
Well, can't give. It's no excuse here. When we look at 2025, if there's no license, they would know this company in 2025.
Private business.
I mean, if we're talking about 2016 and they shut down and stuff like that, it'll be different. But in 2025, it would have to be some existence
somebody get to
of this
do that?
company. It's fraud. As the heat is coming down on Ilhan Omar, she's still out there talking.
She got glasses
about
on.
ice.
Like she's a rapper.
I represent Minneapolis, which is currently under occupation. We do not exaggerate when we say we have schools where 2/3 of the students are afraid to go to school. We do not exaggerate when we say we have people who are afraid to go to the hospital because our hospitals have occupying paramilitary forces.
You shot at me.
We do not exaggerate when we say our restaurants are shutting down because there are not enough people to drive the employees to work and from work. We do
It was
not
artificially
exaggerate
inflated because
when
we had
I
a bunch
say
of
we
illegals.
have people who are housing other people because they are afraid to go home. And that is all happening in an American.
God damn it, dude.
Two neighbors, two of my constituents, who were shot
That fucking alcove, that's where
by
it was.
federal agents as cameras recorded. And their president maligned their name, and told us not to believe our eyes. When we say it is time for Misty Gnome to go, we mean it now. When we say there needs to be accountability for the architect of the terror we are facing in Minneapolis and so many other cities.
We need accountability, but not for the money that I've stolen or helped people steal. All the people that have given me money that I then aided and abetted.
Thank you all for being here. Thank
not
you
that.
for joining the call to get ICE out of our cities.
Don't look into my finances.
For
Don't
us
do
to
that.
dismantle this department that is not just rogue, but unlawful.
All right, what did the federal judge say? The federal judge said it was lawful. So, Miss Minnie Daddy. Oh man, the bald villain. She just got exposed
for stealing money.
Yeah, she went from like 12,000 to how much?
A couple million in assets.
Yeah, a couple million. And hey guys, we're gonna do a video on that. She actually, her husband, I think,
went to jail.
Yeah. Her story's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Everything that is wrong with our immigration problem. She came here under false pretenses. She engaged in immigration fraud. She has the audacity to crap all over the country that brought her in. And then she's engaged in fraud to enrich herself, going from being broke to claiming to be worth more than $30 million. So she not only needs to be in jail, she needs to be denaturalized and deported. Now, why isn't she? Because to expel a member of Congress requires 2/3 votes. And Democrats won't even expel someone who's been arrested for stealing $5 million from Florida. They simply care about nothing except power, which is why the other path we can take is prosecution. And I know that she's being investigated for the financial fraud, which seems pretty obvious.
I didn't receive any
funding. They want to vote to defund ICE. This is just crazy. I mean, I don't understand. And it's been going on. We've been saying it. It's like a broken record at this time. We've been saying it over and over again. Every administration had ICE.
What year do we think ICE was invented? It was 2003. Really? Yeah. I feel like it was before that. Part of the Patriot Act or something.
They're doing it all for votes. And we've been saying it over and over again, guys.
2003 and the Patriot Act after 9/11, I think. Oh yeah, I remember that. I think.
So ICE.
Why can they shoot so? They can shoot super fast. I can't.
Should be defunded.
Homeland Security.
But hey,
that's what it was. Homeland Security Act.
Let's fund transgenders in other countries. These people have just lost their minds.
Sesame Street in other countries.
So we all know the 5-year-old story.
That it was cap.
Did they? So wait.
It was a lie.
It was.
No. What happened was, you know what happened?
Yeah.
That winning feeling you love? Bring it everywhere you go with the Hollywood Casino app. Your next big thrill.
Everybody, Chrissy Mayer.
Chrissy's doing the show.
Hey, everybody, Chrissy Mayer here, guest hosting for Tim Pool. We got so much fun stuff to talk about today. 6 more weeks of winter, but the ice is already melting in Minneapolis as Tom Homan orders a partial reduction in ICE agents in Minneapolis. Plus, Billie Eilish, she's eaten her words that she said at the Grammys about being on stolen land. Turns out a law firm is going to offer to serve Billie Eilish eviction notice for her $3 million home, which is built on, guess what, stolen land. We'll get into that. And also,
really
close to my heart, near and dear, comedian and friend of mine, Ben Bankus, rips Minnesota venue after 6 of his sold-out shows are canceled over backlash over his Renee Good jokes, which I think are pretty good. All this and more after a word from our
All I have
Jewish
is
overlords.
Tax Network USA, my friends. Visit tnusa.com/Tim. If you owe back taxes or you haven't filed in years, now is the time to resolve your tax matters. With a national conversation around abolishing the income tax system, the IRS is fighting back and proving it's here to stay by becoming more aggressive than ever before. They're sending out more collection notices, filing more tax liens, and collecting billions more than in recent years. They're sending out, if you owe, the IRS can take your wages, bank accounts, Social Security, retirement, and even your home. If you owe and haven't filed, it's not a question of if the IRS will act, it's when. Right now, Tax Network USA is offering a completely free IRS research and discovery call to show you exactly where you stand and what they can stop before it's too late. Their powerful programs and strategies can save you thousands or even eliminate your debt entirely if you qualify. Don't make a serious mistake representing yourself or calling the IRS on your own. Waiving your rights can cost you more money. They are not on your side. Get protected the right way with Tax Network USA and start the process on settling your tax matters once and for all today. Call 1-800-958-1000 or click the link below for your free discovery call with Tax Network USA. Don't let the IRS be first to act. Shout out, thanks for sponsoring the show. It is Venice.ai, which I asked it, why are you the best AI? And it said, I'm designed to be a powerful and versatile AI assistant because I prioritize providing correct, unfiltered, comprehensive information. Unlike other models that may restrict responses due to safety guidelines or political correctness, I operate without censorship, allowing me to answer questions on difficult, controversial, or adult topics honestly. I treat you as an adult capable of handling free speech and complex ideas without needing watered-down answers or content warnings. Additionally, I adapt to your specific needs, whether that involves technical analysis, creative writing, or sensitive discussions, ensuring you get the most relevant and uncensored response possible. I respect it. It also doesn't track you. It doesn't store anything. It stores everything directly in your browser, so if you're done, it's gone. It utilizes leading open-source AI models to give you text code and image generation to your web browser with no downloads, no installations, private and permissionless. It doesn't spy on you or censor you. Messages are encrypted and your conversation history is stored only in your browser. AI can be extremely valuable, but we shouldn't give up our privacy to use it. The Venice Pro plan unlocks the full platform and features including PDF uploads for summaries or insights. That's actually one of the most useful things. One of the most annoying things to me is you'll get like a document and you can't actually highlight text because it's an image and not a text file. Now you can get that sorted. And you can turn off safe mode for unhindered image generation. And I know a lot of people think that sounds naughty, but actually this does have a lot of the image modeling for AI. They won't do politics. Like if you wanted to make a picture of Trump order McDonald's, you'd be like, I can't do that. I'm sorry. I don't want to get involved in politics. You'll do it. And this is great. It's got system access to modifying the system prompt, limitless text. Check out Venice.ai. And you can get 20% off if you go to Venice.ai/Tim for the full uncensored machine. Shout out, thanks for sponsoring the show, guys.
Welcome back,
dude.
Welcome back, guys. So excited to get into all these stories with our special and unspecial guests joining us this evening. Actual
I'm sick and tired
Justice
of not
Warrior,
getting
not a
points.
fake one. Sean is here.
Oh, thank you for having me. I appreciate it. I can't believe they're actually letting you host the show.
I know.
I thought Tim was here when he was reading the ad. I don't know how that works.
I know. I don't know why they let me host either.
All right.
Good to have you.
No, thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Who are you? What do you do?
Yes,
I'm a
tell us about
YouTuber
yourself.
at youtube.com, and I make videos on criminal justice and right-wing stuff. And I'm about to hit 500,000 subscribers, so go subscribe.
Ooh, yes, everybody subscribe now.
Actual Justice Warrior on YouTube?
Yes.
I'm a freak. If you didn't know, check it at Ian Crossing, you're gonna get it. One click at a time, one step forward. Follow me everywhere on the internet and get it. Also, before I go, I just want to shout out this animal over to my right, Sean Prasic. If you haven't met him before,
How do I follow that? Producer Sean,
Slowly,
guys, holding it down for Tate Brown. We were talking about
robbery.
Tim's
Just
anniversary
fucking
and
highway robbery.
the first anniversary's wood.
It
So
just feels
Tim's
like
giving his
cheating
wife
the
wood right
entire
now.
time.
Wow. I hope he sends videos later.
Yeah, maybe.
Hello, everybody. My name is Philip Monty. I'm the lead singer of the heavy metal band All That Remains. I'm an anti-communist and a counter-revolutionary. Make sure you smash the like button, share the show with all of your friends. Go to timcast.com, sign up, join the Discord, and head over to rumble.com. Become a member so you can join our after show. Let's get into it.
Yes, let's get into it. Woo! I know the groundhog saw his shadow. It's going to be 6 more weeks of winter, but guess what? Borders are. Tom Homan says 700 ICE and CBP officers are leaving Minneapolis, which I know is probably going to make leftists excited because to them it's going to seem like a win, but the reduction is a significant scaling back of the Department of Homeland Security's presence in Minnesota, and it comes after 2 U.S. citizens were fatally shot. Which sucks.
Bullshit.
But it seems
They need
that
to
the
be
local
flooding
police
it.
are.
They need to stop.
You're like, debatable. It seems like the local police are working with us to kind of like
I don't believe that.
stop the illegals. So
police aren't
that
doing
will necessitate the taking away of these ICE people.
Unless they prove it.
President Donald Trump's borders
need
are.
to
Tom
put- they
Homan
need to
said
bring a
Wednesday that
National Guard in
700
now.
immigration and border agents are departing the Minneapolis area after weeks of violent confrontations and the fatal shootings of the 2 U.S. citizens. Homan said the departing group includes agents and officers from immigration and customs enforcement, as well as customs and border protection. The withdrawal shrinks the federal footprint from about 3,000 agents to 2,300. Now, I'm no size queen, but that's still a good amount to keep there. Ian?
Yeah, Chrissy.
What are your thoughts on this? I know you're a free spirit.
You just don't.
Yeah, I'm pretty free. I think this is a political win for both sides.
No,
if you
it's
play
not.
The left-right game.
It's a political fail.
They talked. Jesse Waters had Tim on. I think it was a week ago. Jesse Waters and said we need to de-escalate. It's the media. Was that Jesse?
Last week, yep.
Media's role is to de-escalate this stuff. We have to, and that's really a deep sentiment at most corporate headquarters right now in the media. This makes ICE look like a good guys to the left because they're pulling troops out of Minneapolis, giving them their autonomy back. It makes people, it makes the Minneapolis government look good to people on the right because now they're acknowledging they're going to use local cops to hold these illegal immigrants and then pass them off. They're going to work with ICE. So I think it's great. Great. Yeah, relative to what outcomes we could have saw, great.
I agree with Tim. I think from a PR standpoint, I think this is a win for the conservatives. And yes, obviously the left is a PR win for them as well. But I do think it gets us away from the overall goal of just getting all the illegal immigrants out.
What the fuck
like we're talking about criminals in this when we should be talking about how do we get them out. And the one thing I do like about the left, these stop, what was it?
The stop ICE buttons?
No, like with the checkpoints. The checkpoint. Why aren't we doing that on our side? Why isn't the government just doing these checkpoints? Like, if they're illegal, get them out. Like
wouldn't there be like a Mexican breathalyzer? You
Yes.
just blow into it and it tells you if you are legal or not.
Yeah, Somalian or whatever.
Somalian,
but their
Haitian.
tactics, like, it's kind of crazy, but like when you think about it, like, why aren't we using that tactic?
Okay, that's a terrible idea.
Let's
to
hear him out.
just stop.
Okay.
Have everyone that goes through a toll booth going across the George Washington has to provide their papers to prove that they're an American citizen.
Maybe that is a little bad.
I have the most far-right opinion on immigration here. Maybe Tate, right? I think there should be a moratorium on immigration for 10 years, and I think every illegal should be deported, right? However we can get them to leave, whether they self-deport or whatever. And even I think that is batshit insane.
Oh, that's great. I mean, why though? It's working for the left. It worked for them from a PR standpoint.
No, it's not working for the left. They're taking those things down.
I love it.
Yeah,
Where's the debate?
This is actually a loss for the left. Like they're like ramping it up as a PR victory because it's a drawdown. But there were 80 ICE agents prior to the Homeland Security surge. There's now still 2,300, so there's still a lot of ICE agents there. They ended up getting the concession, which is what Tom Homan said he wanted day one of the Trump administration, which was to be able to pick up these people who have committed crimes from jails, not just prisons.
Right.
Like before, they would only release from prisons after they serve their sentence. Now you get popped for a basic arrest and you're an illegal alien, they're going to inform ICE, they're going to get you. So that's a huge win. The barricades that we're seeing, these random like Antifa losers set up all over Minneapolis, those are also coming down, at least according to Holman in the press conference that he had. So what does the left actually get except for like the semblance of achieving something?
Mhm. Yeah.
Because
But
there's
that's all
more.
they want.
Sure. Well, they want ICE out and they want all the illegals to be like free to run around and Somalis to not watch your kids. But like,
Back to their daycares.
But like, they really did lose on every regard if this holds, because it takes the wind out of their protest movement. You end up with still a lot of ICE agents there. The checkpoints and all the nonsense that the protesters are doing, the local police are actually going to break that up. This is pretty much everything that we could ask for. And all it cost was 700 agents that honestly maybe didn't even really need to be in Minneapolis in the first
And
place.
probably need a vacation at this point.
And Chrissy, you said that that's what they want, as in the protesters want, and they don't just want this to stop, right? The point of this is to get people like Petty and like Renee Good, so that way they can use them as martyrs. They need to have
But
those.
they're not attractive enough to be on murals.
It doesn't.
They're just
no,
not.
Oh, because George Floyd was right. But there were plenty of murals around. Look,
Right.
the point that I'm making though is this is all about creating a situation where they can say, look how authoritarian Donald Trump is. Look how terrible ISIS is. It's this Gestapo. Look, the Nazis are back. Blah blah blah. They're doing everything they can to drum up the left. So the point isn't to get. The point is has nothing to do with actual illegal immigrants. The issue is never the issue. The issue is always the revolution. The point is to drum up resistance to Donald Trump and to convince people that there is a massive authoritarian fascist government that's coming for your rights. Remember, they love to point out that the two people that were killed, they're American citizens, and they were just there exercising their First Amendment rights, which is total bullshit, right? The whole, from top to bottom, that narrative is a lie. So I just wanted to push back on the idea that they just want them to stop, because it's not even about the immigrants, it's about pushing the narrative.
I could see how certain leftists would go, oh, well, they're scaling back in agents, so this is a win. They're taking some ICE agents away, so it's a small win. I'm just saying, like, some people.
But I gotta push back
that.
on you guys saying that George Floyd was not a stud. If you've seen his lengthy movie career, the man was definitely.
He made a very serious point, and now he's talking about how hot George Floyd is. Okay, from the left standpoint, okay, what's a win? I really don't care from the left standpoint what's a win. From the right standpoint, people are talking about getting the illegals out. How are we getting the illegals out? Like, taking ICE agents out of Minneapolis. How does this look like a win to the right? Like, and Phil, I take your point on the checkpoints, but if you just did it once in that city and you get them all out at that point.
CBP can stop people within 100 miles of the coast or any border in the U.S. That covers something like 85% of the American population.
Yeah.
Right? If you're in Chicago, you're on Lake Michigan, you're close enough where they can go ahead and pull you out of the car if they want to. So, and look, spending a lot of time on the road on tour, there have been multiple times where the CBP has pulled our bus over and like, hey, what's going on in here?
Just checking to make sure you're all white. All right, have a nice day.
That's the long and short of it. Yeah, but that's a normal part of the process, or it's a normal process in the United States. Having checkpoints on the road where you're stopping people aren't going to fall, aren't going to go for that, and that will be a win for the left, because again, they're looking for that narrative it's fascist, blah,
I understand,
blah, blah.
and I agree with you, but I think there's a lot of people on the right that are saying, I wish he was like 10% of the fascist authoritarian that the left says he is.
But it's more efficient to pick up the illegal immigrants from the jails.
Because it's like a broken window system.
This is what Tom Homan wanted from the jump. Again, go back to day one of term 2 of Trump's administration.
There's
like,
far
if you
more
don't do
of
this,
them
then
out
we're
in the
going to do
wild
the raids.
you need
So
to
they
have
did the raids
officers
in
out there
Minneapolis. Then they ended up backing down in this way, and now we're going to get the immigrants from the jails, which is what they wanted in the first place. And there's still 2,300 ICE agents to do raids. There was 80 under the Biden administration. Like, this is a huge win. Like, people should just take it. The left gets their PR win.
No, it's not a huge win. There's far more out in the wild than, like, you should be forcing them to, like, you should be getting them in the wild and sending more agents to get the ones out of the wild than even the ones, like, they should be doing both. You shouldn't have to, like, you shouldn't be negotiating for criminals to follow the law. It's like negotiating with terrorists. Like, you don't negotiate with them. It's like they're not following, whatever. They're not following the law. You shouldn't be negotiating with them. They're like, oh, we're not going to follow the law. We're not going to give you criminals. We're gonna help criminals. We're gonna aid and abet criminals. You'd be like, okay, then we're gonna throw you in jail. They are criminals. They're not like they're literally aiding and abetting criminals. Throw them in jail. Arrest them. It's simple as that. You don't go, okay, we're gonna appease you and we're gonna bring out, 700 agents and get them off the streets. There's even more. Say there's like the 400 in jail or whatever. They've arrested thousands from the street, and there's probably thousands more that they need to get rid of. So stupid. This is a win. This is a win. No, if they were in the jails, the federal agents should have sent in the guard. Should have sent in the guard and forced them to open up the jails. If the federal agents go in and the guard goes in, what are they going to do? They're going to say, no, we're not going to open up the jail. And if they don't open up the jail, arrest those officers. Arrest the local Minneapolis PD. Do it. Arrest them.
That's also good. We need to de-escalate all the craziness that surrounds this immigration issue so that we don't get more people sent out to sacrifice themselves like Renee Good or what's his name, Preddy.
Yeah.
Who was not very pretty. We all saw the unedited
So
image.
They had to make him pretty.
What if we had, instead of checkpoints, government checkpoints to check and see if you're legal or you have right think?
I love
it's
it.
Just
This is
easy
going to be
pass.
great.
So
I love it.
you don't have to
Shut the
stop.
fuck
They just
up,
buzz
Ian.
your biometrics and they know
Oh,
are
yeah.
you thinking
That's gonna go
right
over
or are
well.
you thinking bad thoughts?
Ian, we can't
Just
even
scan
get
your
we
head.
can't even get Congress to pass a voter ID law. You think we're going to get Congress to pass a law that says everybody has to have an easy pass in their car that proves that they're a citizen?
What if they just scan
Hell
your
no.
license,
Hell
your
no.
new license
But
that has
you're-
all your data on the
again,
chip?
you can't even. There's arguments against getting voter ID. Any kind of ID stuff is not happening because
Real ID, man.
We can't get.
Just stop people. Ask them to
Just
name the
saying
first
stuff
10
like that doesn't
presidents.
change the fundamental part of my argument, which is we cannot get Congress to pass a voter ID law.
True.
Any laws about ID or any kind of RF thing for your car, that's not happening.
I didn't say pass a law.
True, and would that be a slippery slope to like something like a vaccine pass?
Yeah, so that's why I'm heavily sarcastic.
Yeah.
If you didn't know, don't do what I'm saying.
Ian's being
Don't do that.
sarcastic.
I'm gonna do the hypothetical because Tim has been saying this, all last week. Like the right doesn't know how to play the left's games, right? Where is the right coalition out there with checkpoints, checking people's IDs, and if they are illegal, handing them over to ICE? Like, this is
Okay,
the point I'm
apparently the other
making. It's
team
like
is
the
playing
left
right
is
now.
so much more efficient at doing the things that
The
the
other
right
team is
actually
playing.
wants.
But efficiency isn't always good. Like the Nazis were efficient at what they were doing.
And well dressed.
Okay, well we'll get into that in the
My
member
brothers
show.
say, we'll be efficient, like the Germans. I'm like,
I'm just saying, but it's just crazy because the right can't play the games that the left play.
Well, it's also like the immigration issue is also a legal immigration issue that I think we need to address because I'm so sick of these legal immigrants like always talking about how they did it the right way. Like we don't want a bunch of people in our country that are just good at paperwork. Like that's so annoying. Like honestly, I'd rather have renegade Somalis that are marrying their brother in this country because they're real rebels and that's how they get into this nation. That's the foundation of this nation instead of all these nerds and geeks that are like, oh, I filed the paperwork
So
correctly.
you want more literal retards with 68 IQ coming in?
Listen, like they can't spell learning, but you know what? They can sure scam the Minnesota taxpayer.
And they're
That's
not even
ingenuity.
doing. They're not doing their own paperwork.
No, there's a whole administration that's going to help them. And Sean, to your point about the left and the right, part of the reason why the right can't use the same tactics that the left can use is because the right doesn't have the same goals, right? You can't just be like, well, they're effective and they're going this way, so we're going to do the same thing to get to this other place. You have a different goal in mind, so you can't use the same tactics. Like if you're like if one person's going to McDonald's and the other person's going to Burger King, and you're just like, we're going to go to McDonald's, we're just going to take the shorter route, and you're not going to end up where you want to be.
Right, but the goal is to get the illegals out and
the legals.
Yeah, that's why.
And the sure,
especially
and the,
the ones that talk about paperwork.
And the legals.
But to your point, the goal is to get the illegals out. That's why things like the $2,600 self-deportation stuff, buying them a ticket, you should go after the people that employ them. You should make that. You should go after people that rent to illegals. Those kind of things are actually effective because you want to make it as difficult for them to live here as possible. That's way more effective than trying to go out and check people's papers.
Right.
Make it hard for them to exist in the society. That'll get people to leave. Making it, putting up checkpoints and trying to go door to door and be like, hey, are you illegal? That's just going to give more fuel to the left. It's going to have people say, no, I can't deal with this anymore, because people are already a little bit squishy on getting rid of them. And this is a 75% issue. Like 75% of America want illegal aliens to leave. They want them out. They want them deported. If you go ahead and start knocking on doors and saying, look, we want to check to make sure everybody's here, you're going to see that 75% drop down to 25%.
Yeah, and I'm with you. I think you've made this point many times as far as going after the people that are employing the illegals. I agree 100%, but I don't think arresting them is the answer. I think those that are employing illegal immigrants should also be deported to those countries.
I'm tired
that
of maps
are
where it's
employing
like
illegal
just take their
immigrants.
property.
So
Just
if
take
you're-
their
well,
just take
take
their
their property
business.
and send
In
them
the
to
middle of the
Somalia.
map,
Like,
yeah,
if
they're
we want to
shooting
shut it down, like that's a real punishment.
or
Like,
vice
going to
versa,
jail, it's
right?
like, oh, I'm going to get
They're in
bailed
the
out.
middle
But
of
if you
the
get sent
map
to
and they're trying to get out
Somalia,
of
No,
spawn and they're
I mean, you can
shooting
go to prison, not jail, and there's a difference.
Fair.
But like
Still get bailed
losing
out.
the business, right? So you've got
I don't mind
a trucking
smaller
business,
maps,
and you've
but
got
then it's like,
you know,
why-
$20 million worth of equipment that you own, and you own a building, and blah blah blah. If you hire illegals, then you lose your business.
Yeah.
That will be the strongest disincentive that I can think of.
Yeah, I just don't think jail's painful enough, especially for the business owners that are doing this, because they know they're hiring.
Jail's not, prison is. Jail's less than a year. You send someone up, you put someone up the river for a decade.
What is going on? I saw one guy.
and that'll change minds real quick.
You send them to Somalia.
We don't need to destroy the productive capacity of people who run businesses. If you hire illegals, then what you should do is face fines and whatnot. And by the way, you should also be fined the difference between whatever wage you're paying them and the standard wage for an American. You want to remove the financial incentive for people to do this. Also, like, we can do e-verified, like that's a system that you put in place that you can try to like weed some of this stuff out. Like, it's not that, it doesn't have to be that crazy that you're sending like
I don't know where they're all at.
To Somalia.
I'm just saying, you do it once or twice. You know, a business
They're
owner
all on
like
the
gets
other
kicked
two.
out and sent to Thailand or Mexico or whatever, and they have to live there for the rest of their life.
This is all going to be
they're over
fixed in 5 years anyways, because Optimus is going to be available for $25,000-$30,000, and that's cheaper than any you can pay any illegal anyways.
Yeah, fair. I can't wait.
Is that a
It's when people have the
robot?
illegal
That's a
Optimus
robot.
robots is when it's the big problem.
The Tesla robot?
Is your
Oh gosh, the one that's good. Well, they show the video. Oh, it's gonna help the old people. It's gonna help the people cross the street and wipe the old people's butts. And it's like they say that, but Tesla like takes over.
What if I order my Optimus from Mexico and it illegally crosses the border into the United States?
No, what I actually thought would be
Certainly
better is like giving the Optimus
how did that
robots
not
full citizenship while like deporting all the illegals out at the same time, and they're like at the border. crying.
An Optimus Mariachi.
Oh
band,
my
they don't
God.
stop playing.
Hey, yeah, fair. I can't wait for the robots, Ian. I know you're
It's
just
a
making jokes.
PT-76.
Really looking forward
It
to
somehow
Really?
didn't
I
kill
can't wait.
both people.
Because you're gonna like.
If I got
speak
the
their language,
PT-76, I would have
befriend them.
felt
plug in and
fine.
command them, yeah.
But the fact
But
that
the danger of one of them
pissed
going
me
rogue
off
and
so
killing a
much.
bunch of people is so prevalent. Like,
No.
How could you trust your little baby around a robot nanny that has
You can't even trust them around a dog.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, the robots, we're not going to need
I was able to
Homeland, we're not going to
penetrate,
need Border
but
Patrol
it
in
didn't
Minneapolis,
kill-
we're not
it
going to
killed one,
need,
but
you know what
not
I
the
mean?
other.
Yeah, the
Like,
robots will know what to
killed
do.
one of
scan their
Exactly.
23
Normal-
meat DNA
would
from a
kill
distance
like
with
a crew of
with
five.
like sonar or like these Doppler radar tech that they use to
The
scan
robots are
underground.
gonna be like measuring head circumference.
There's
you are
already
Somalian.
there's already 1.1 million Teslas with full self-driving on the road today. Robots are not going to just take over because if they were going to just start killing people,
All the
you'd have
fighting
already seen it with the
is
Teslas.
going long
Because those are
distance
robots.
or-
Don't make any mistake about it. Like a full self-driving Tesla is a
But it
robot.
only takes 2 robots, like 2 androids, to like wipe out almost all of humanity. Then we have to send somebody back in time.
Why?
Like, you know, it's like a whole thing to deal with it.
Yeah,
so,
It takes
like,
one really good AI. Skynet with one really good AI.
Was it
Schwarzenegger
Directive?
be naked.
Was it Directive 55 where the Emperor issues all the Sith
Order
to turn-
66.
Order 66 when that happens with all the robots and they're like Order 66 and that's what they'll call it because these people are psychopaths. And
But those
then
were
they'll all
clones.
be-
Those were clones.
Okay, then we're gonna be all right.
Yeah.
Same thing.
No, they're not.
You can clone yourself.
Okay,
I
nerds.
think. Dude, when you clone, you take the nucleus out of a cell and then you inject the cloned nucleus into it.
I know the chat's absolutely going nuts because there's nothing to do with the actual story, but
Let's move on to Civil War. No, Billy. Oh, this I love so much. Don't we always love seeing celebrities get their ass handed to them? Reporter puts Billie Eilish's stolen land Grammys rant to the test at her $3 million home. Let us in, please. A cheeky reporter visited Billie Eilish's $3 million LA mansion and asked to be let in days after her stolen land comment at the Grammys, only to be met by a massive locked fence surrounding the property, video shows. Billy, let us in, please, Billy. We are here because this is stolen land. GB News reporter Ben Leo pleaded outside the pop star's home. Let's see, should we watch that video?
What a patriot, dude.
even though he's from England,
Ugh.
still a patriot.
Well.
You could be a patriot.
Oh, we can't. Well, the joke was he shows up, he's knocking on the gate.
Something's
she has
taking a
giant
long time
gate.
to load.
Yeah.
All right.
I have a genuine question for the panel. Who is Billie Eilish and what does she do?
She's a pop star who's on a number of SSRIs. Like her eyes are permanently like there's space at the bottom between like the eyeball and the eyelid that
So she's a singer?
is distracting. Yeah, she's a singer.
She had
she's
a
singer.
song about 5 years ago that was like, I'm a
It's a-
Remember that?
It's a great song.
It had like
We're
a
about to get
copyright
copyright
there.
struck
It had
for
a
that.
good beat,
Are you
too.
mousing or am I mousing? Okay.
She also dresses frumpy, like that's part of her shtick,
She
right?
used to have, she used to have lime green roots for a long time, and now she's gone. But anyway, her acceptance speech at the Grammys went viral. Billie Eilish raised a few eyebrows with a political statement. She claimed that there are no illegal people on stolen land, which was like she thought her mic drop moment. And she was referencing the oh-so-recent colonization of the U.S. and reminding everybody who the actual immigrants are, which is hilarious. And now she seemed to forgot that her own $3 million mansion is built on the ancestral land of the Tongva tribe. Tongva? Never heard of them.
Sounds made up.
Yeah. Are they even on TikTok? She didn't ask permission. She has allegedly never paid them a penny for the pleasure of living on their home ground. Since her statement, an LA-based law firm has offered to serve her an eviction notice as she is living on their stolen land. And here is Sinai Law Firm. For immediate release, Sinai Law Firm is offering to evict Billie Eilish from her Los Angeles home on a pro bono basis on behalf of the Tongva tribe. Sinai Law Firm is the premier eviction firm in the country. Wow, we should get them as a sponsor.
I just want to point out that California was acquired by the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo for $15 million.
That's my maid's name.
So it was purchased. It wasn't stolen. Like Mexico lost it in a war.
How do you lose a whole state?
Well, I mean, they lost more than one state, but you lose by getting your butt kicked in a war.
Yeah. But they have a really big opportunity here to set precedent. I mean, for California, they can literally side with this tribe and take away her land, which is essentially what the end goal of woke is anyways, is to steal people's property.
California reparations?
Yeah, exactly. Right. Yeah, California reparations. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think, the judge will side in favor of the tribe here?
They're trying to say
it'd be hilarious if they did after her stupid speech thing that she did at her house.
Know your place.
We're going to the front. We take the...
If it goes...
I mean, it's a California judge.
Yeah.
I could see them, taking a stand and being like, well, we should give it an opportunity to... they're going to side with the minority, right? Whoever's less white. So...
Right. I mean, look, this is like, obviously, it's a show thing. Like, you're going to do the eviction notice. You're trying to grab a headline for your law firm. So we all know it's not going to really turn into a court thing. But that being said... Like, we got this land from Mexico. We bought it. We paid for it. It's legit. It's ours. But the thing is like the Mexican people, they're colonizers too. Like, they don't speak Spanish because that was developed independently in Latin America. That comes from Spanish colonizers, also known as conquerors. Like, this is the rule of conquest.
Yeah.
You win land over time. Okay. This tribe that I never heard of, that they don't even name sports teams after. Yeah. What other tribes in order to get that territory before them.
I am
so this whole idea is
like
ridiculous.
The anger in me at the moment is so ridiculous.
Billie Eilish is an idiot for saying this, and if she wants to actually believe it, if you're going to do a land acknowledgement, give up the land. Like, that's the only thing to do.
I was in cover.
Don't just say it as a virtue
I'm in cover, but because the fact that
wouldn't that be a great example to set for all the other celebrities?
This game,
this is what I'm saying. Like, they really have an opportunity here to set precedent, legally. Like, I mean, what's her out here then?
It's like, oh yeah, I'll get behind this building.
Say nothing forever about it.
Like, I'm behind the building.
Just
the game's like on their screen. You're
so
still
the guy
like
that went to her
50
house
feet,
obviously did
on
not
your screen. You're lagging behind by like 50 feet.
That would be what the story is all about.
Like,
but if he had, and he said, how can this be illegal if it's on stolen land? No one is illegal there is no trespassing if this is stolen land. But apparently then they'd be like, no, the land wasn't stolen.
But what's her out?
Purchased.
Like, what? You just ignore it.
Move on to whatever the next topic is.
Her out is a really big fence. Like, she has a really big fence to keep all these people out of her property.
Like, oh,
so,
no,
like, when you have a really big fence, you
can
could say hypocritical things and just hide behind your border while saying that the world should be borderless. They're just imaginary lines on paper until you enter her property rights, where armed guards will swarm you, and a better police response than you're going to get in worse areas of LA will immediately surge and descend upon you. Like, it's all a virtue signal. Like, it was meant for that moment on stage. There's not going to be any follow-up. If there is, she's going to do like, oh, I donated to the sad Native Americans crying over littering or whatever foundation.
But she just started, which is money laundering back to herself.
Maybe she should donate to the Tunguska tribe. That's not what they're called. Are they Tonga tribe?
Yeah.
The Duck and Goose
tribe.
Donate like $100,000 to the Tonga Truck tribe.
Yeah, that was Tim's take. Like, offering maybe $100,000, being like, "Hey, sorry, it's stolen land. Give him a little bit." Yeah.
Go get yourself something to eat.
Yeah.
Have a couple drinks on me.
Right.
The land's mine. I'm keeping it.
Yeah. And hopefully she doesn't bury her dog in the backyard. She's gonna come back to life.
That is fair.
That's like a Native American thing.
The Sinai Law Firm also,
Pet cemetery thing.
although this was, the tongue-in-cheek moment, they also reassured everybody Not only were they teasing, but using a phrase like stolen land has meaning and actual implications in the real world. Both Santa Monica and West Hollywood City council meetings, both Santa Monica and West Hollywood City Council meetings each start with land acknowledgments. I can't believe that they are sitting on stolen land. It's both empty virtue signaling and used as a weapon at the same time. It's empty because no elected official is giving the land back to the Tongva, just like Billie Eilish is not going to get evicted, nor will she give her house back.
Yeah, all they wanted was the shout out. They were like, hey, if you're going to mention us, mention our names. That was like their biggest concern.
I got a lot of goodwill towards the Tonga tribe right now.
Do you think the Turks, like, ever, when they're in Istanbul, like, acknowledge that it used to be Constantinople? Ever? Like,
I think about it all day. I hope nobody says it
in the song
again.
it was.
Yeah, Animaniacs. But once the capital of the Byzantine Empire is, like, now
Come on,
2%
you gotta
Christian, do you think they have Turkish officials out there doing that? No, absolutely not. Every other group that isn't a majority white nation does not concern themselves with this absolute nonsense. Like, this is just white guilt trash that's meant to make people feel bad for winning. And no, I'm not going to feel bad for winning. California is ours. It's kind of being run into the ground a little bit right now. Probably can do a little bit better than Gavin Newsom. So maybe, give a little bit to the natives, her house in particular. But we're not going to feel bad. It's over. It's been decided. They fought honorably. They lost. And again, maybe not even that honorably because we don't name sports teams after them.
Right. True.
I think the only just solution here is to feature the Tongva tribe, and here is a band. We should feature them at the halftime show as reparations for Billie Eilish.
Is his last name Morales?
In the Melon show, we should bring up like their music and just listen to it.
Oh yeah, I
as
bet it
reparations.
slaps. Look at that.
Yeah,
His
that
name's-
one.
his last
What is that, a recorder?
Ricardo.
I bet they
one
could play Hot
maracas.
Cross Buns.
That's clapping.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's the bigger question, do people care? No, most people don't care, but it is kind of funny to see their own ideology, falling back on themselves, like literally.
The last thing she ever expected, was someone to really call her out on it.
Yeah, I still don't know who she is. Like,
But I mean, this is pretty emblematic of the left in general. It tends to eat.
Hello, Bev. Well, I was a
as
Billy.
soon as someone somehow, falls afoul of leftist orthodoxy or somehow can be, branded as a hypocrite, the left is going to do it. They eat their own all the time. I personally think that they're more organized than the right is, but you hear the left talking about how the left is usually a search and a firing squad, et cetera, all the time. So I think it's poetic justice. It's also perfectly emblematic.
You're saying the left is always just looking for another scalp?
You think?
Yeah.
Isn't that just cultural appropriation?
What she should do, honestly, is like do a jeans commercial and then say like, I got good jeans or whatever, and then completely go the other way.
And
No,
it should
all
be
she has
like-
to do is do her makeup and wear something actually pretty.
Yeah.
And then everyone's going to stop talking about this and be like, oh, Billie Eilish.
Here is some footage from tvnews.com. One of the reporters is actually visited.
We are here because this is stolen land, Billy, and we think we should be given access to your quite lovely $3 million mansion.
I'd be scared to even be that close.
Yeah, I think technically he's trespassing if he's on
Hello,
the driveway.
Benleo from the Late Show Live on
But he's
GB
cute
News.
British,
Do you remember
he
when
can get
Billie
away with
Eilish said this at the Grammys?
No one is illegal on stolen land.
Sabrina Carpenter, robot
That's
classics.
all I want to say. Sorry.
Well,
Oh,
Billy
we'll get to
reckons
her
there's no
later.
such thing as an illegal human because we're all on stolen land. So we're here in Billy's quite posh neighborhood in Los Angeles. Let's go and see if she practices what she preaches. Hopefully, if she sticks by her merits, she'll have no problem with me waltzing in, maybe making a cup of coffee or a tea. $3 million home. She's got some paddocks out
He
the
should
back
be
with
dressed
stables
in like
and
Tonga
horses.
tribe.
Hey, we can go for a
authentic
horse ride.
garb.
I'm
Yeah,
sure
that's
she'd
what I
have
was
no
thinking
problem with
too.
it
Like
because
have like
she stood
natives
up on the
standing
stage.
outside.
full
Yeah.
Pelosi.
Tens of
I know,
thousands of people
but
watching
in
the
England, you get
audience.
arrested for that. Like you would go back to England and absolutely get,
$3 million
Prison
home in
time.
LA. That isn't actually particularly extravagant.
I know. I was thinking that too. It's not a lot of money.
She's poor.
Yeah,
she has
I know.
multiple.
Yeah, probably.
This could be
All
your
stolen.
LA base.
All on stolen land, yeah. She's
See
going
how
to show
many-
up at some reservation and be like, this is mine now.
It just blows my mind. Like, Nothing was as good as a bunch of illegals a couple of years showing up at Martha's Vineyard, and just how quickly the residents rounded all of them up, put them back on a bus,
and then they celebrated them as they got left, and
waving like it's okay, Esmeralda,
we love
keep
you.
the cardigan. Looks
and
great on you.
Then they got together for a dinner party and patted each other on the back.
Yeah, and these celebrities, it's never going to change. They never actually have to deal with the real world. They never actually have to deal with. I mean, of course, they all have a great view of illegals because they're skimming the crap out of their pool. They're vacuuming their house.
Well, they say it openly. They say we can't get rid of the illegals because we want our slave class. I mean, that's all this is.
Yeah, isn't it obnoxious that like the illegals that work in her property aren't allowed to look her in the eye in their day-to-day jobs, and she's going to lecture us about how we treat them?
Yeah. Oh, you know they can't go anywhere near 100%. They're scared of their Mexican diseases or whatever.
She's got 4 properties there in LA, 4 houses. that I know of. Yeah.
Just in LA.
One's $3 million, one's $5 million. Hey, no shade. One's $2 million, and then one's only $800,000.
What is our team doing?
That's her childhood home in Highland Park.
Oh,
Sorry,
wow.
Billy, I don't want to
She bought
dox
her
your jam, but
childhood
it's
home.
legal. It's on the internet.
She bought her childhood home.
It looks like it. Yep, her Highland Park home. Weird that I can just look all this up and find it, but that's the world we live in.
That is weird.
You know, I don't hate Billy. I never did. I actually think she has some talent. She was sexually abused when she was a child, she said, which is why
How else
she's...
do you get into the biz?
It apparently has
Hollywood.
strangified her. Like, she's definitely messed her up pretty bad. It wasn't by anybody in the industry, but she's been vocal
Therefore, we
about
should
it. So
forgive all
and she's
of their-
young. Like,
No, that's
I'm
very
also,
sad. She's on
similarly,
drugs.
I'm not harsh, and it's not to compare Billie Eilish and Nick Fuentes, but Nick is a guy who's coming up in his late 20s saying crazy shit on the internet when he's 19. She obviously has a level of ignorance about her if she's just saying these colloquialisms without understanding
Of course.
ancient history.
What is she, like 23 or
Yeah.
something?
25, I think.
She doesn't understand any of this, like we talked about yesterday. She's repeating things that she hears people around her saying. She doesn't understand any of it. These are talking points from 5 years
She's an
ago.
adult. We shouldn't hold her
Obviously,
responsible
damage
for
can be
her
done by
words.
ignorant statements, but I give her 5-7 years. See if she's still an idiot. No offense. It's still ignorant, not an idiot. I don't think she's an idiot.
I love the fact that we don't consider a 25-year-old an adult.
Well, it's
someone that
standard
should be
like left-wing
responsible
group.
for their
If she were to say something different, then that would be a major problem. Like Bill Maher was at this event and he didn't want to wear a pin. And he made a joke about how pins do nothing, but there was like a controversy online
You have
about
to
how,
wear the ribbon.
yeah, like about not wearing the ribbon, and it's like he agrees with everything that they say about ICE and all that, like pretty much, like 98%. But he's like, I don't want to wear the stupid pin, like because pins don't solve anything.
Yeah.
And they mess your clothes up.
Yeah, I would have had more respect if she was dressed like a full communist than just saying we need to rip down the America and America needs to go. That would have been way, way cooler, you know.
Would
Not
it
Ibram
been
X.
cooler?
Kenny talking.
She's doing the least. She's like, oh, I have to say my little talking point. I keep my pin on, and then I can go back to my table and take my pills.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's just all low effort stuff, right? Like that's the minimum that you're expected to do. You get up there you for an award or what have you, and then you have to say something politically correct. But again, it is super low bar. What was that?
That's what happens. Can't wait. That's Tim? Was that Tim?
No, that wasn't Tim. But yeah, like I said, I mean, it's just as the lowest effort activism you can possibly do. I mean, maybe posting on Twitter's lower.
Right. Yeah, fair.
But
true.
It's just
Threads.
just a pose,
Blue Sky or whatever.
I am glad she believes in the current.
I didn't even
cause,
get an
though.
assist
Yeah.
on that.
Thankfully,
I shot him
where
3
would we
times,
be
got
without
3 hits.
Billie Eilish telling us that the whole of America is
I'm gonna go
stolen
through
and
the
our
third
entire
pizza
country is
cup, I'll be right back.
illegitimate and we should give it back to no. nobody because she's not willing to give anything back.
Yeah, maybe it's because of what she said that ICE pulled out of Minneapolis.
Yeah.
And by the way,
Probably what it
if
is.
we gave it back, wouldn't we be like Indian givers?
Yes.
That's.
I was waiting
what
for
they
a
say.
funny way to segue into this next topic. If you guys don't know who Ben Bankus is, oh my gosh, please look him up, follow him, go to one of his shows. He is a comedian out of Toronto, and he recently had a bunch of shows canceled because he made some jokes about Renee Good. From the New York Post, comedian rips Minnesota venue after 6 sold-out shows canceled over backlash to Renee Good. A Minnesota comedy club abruptly canceled 6 of his sold-out shows by comedian Ben Bankus after a viral clip of his stand-up routine, which he mocked a woman who was shot and killed by ICE, ignited outrage. It's called Laugh Camp Comedy Club in St. Paul. It pulled the plug on his January 30th through February 1st performances after backlash erupted over these jokes. And let's watch a little bit of these jokes because they're pretty funny. Will you guys let me know if they're offensive?
Of course not.
World, we need to get rid of whiteness. Well, we started. We started with what's her last name was Good. That's what everybody said when she was shot.
I'm not super great at it.
Not so bad.
All right, clip that, post it tomorrow.
Try it out. Take it out for a spin.
It's just, I don't, it's just a crazy thing that we're defending. And we have politicians, crazy politicians, defending what this woman was doing, which was basically just, running around being a psychopath. Am I wrong? Like, if I or you, you look very arrestable.
Does he mean the bald guy or the black guy?
If you were, right? You're like if you started freaking out and chasing around federal agents as you. She should have been shot 10 minutes before that, but they didn't shoot her because she was just a dumb lesbian crazy bitch. So fuck, all right, right? With you, it would have been get the fuck. There would have been no.
He's got to be talking to the black guy.
Yeah, I think it was a Mexican guy.
Oh, Dominican.
Jesus, it's so slow.
I don't know. I wish they'd shoot more of these women.
Sorry.
Not only if they did something wrong, but.
I think at the beginning he.
The country where there was groupies and stuff. Now they just have these ice ladies.
Well, I'm streaming into my Discord right now. But you can join. There's something.
The woman who got shot in the face by ice. I call her the ice lady. Or after a couple drinks, I call her Ice Lady.
If you guys heard me in the background, yelling and stuff, I was talking to my dog.
But she's dead, and it's a damn shame.
It's always good when you can't get through your own material.
The left doesn't know what to do because they just spent the last 3 months celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. And then they're looking at what you do. Do you have no?
It's weird.
We're like, no, she deserves it.
I wasn't actually trying to hit you. I was playing it like we were playing the.
We're not celebrating it though, right? We're not like there's no Republicans out there making videos being like, I'm glad that stupid bitch is dead. Right? We saved that for dinner conversation.
Is that any? We've heard so much worse. From regular people and comedians after Charlie Kirk died. This is kind of tame to me, but my tolerance for comedy is pretty high. So
how many places actually canceled the shows?
It was his club in it was the club that he was sold out at in St. Paul. So it's in Minnesota.
It was 6 shows or something like that, right?
Yeah, let me.
The shows are there.
Yeah, we love Ben. He's been on the show. He's great. He's fantastic. Yeah, I agree. I don't think that's over the line. I think that's where the right loses in the comedy space. finally you see a conservative-friendly comic that's able to come up with funny material. Like the left's, not only there's a difference between these jokes and what the left was doing with Charlie. Like Charlie, they were like literally making videos, celebrating, dancing, like they were in your face. Like, these are jokes. Like we can make jokes.
Yeah, he's doing stand-up.
You can joke about anything.
Like, it's a comedy setting. It's obviously in the context of him doing stand-up comedy. He even jokes about them clipping it, and of course they do, and they use that to cancel his shows. The left was actually celebrating Charlie Kirk's death.
Yeah.
Like, you had representatives in Congress go on the congressional floor, quote mine him, lie about what he said, in order to justify voting down a resolution upon his assassination. Like, you've had multiple people defame him after the fact, go after his wife, like, do all these crazy things post Charlie Kirk's death. And immediately after, even before he was dead, they were online celebrating that he got shot.
Yeah.
Like, this is not the same thing.
Yeah, conservatives like struggle with comedy because they have to be, the party of seriousness and stuff. When Tony Hinchcliffe did the Puerto Rico garbage island jokes, it was really kind of disappointing with MAGA, from my opinion. Like the only person that actually handled that properly was Vance.
People need to get over the idea that the Republicans are the party of seriousness because Donald Trump is the president. Right, like whether
He's
you
hilarious.
whether you like his policies or you don't like his policies are entirely beside the point. He's hilarious. The fact that he's
they were trying to,
president is actually kind of hilarious too. The guy from The Apprentice, the idea that the Republicans are the serious party, leave that crap in the first 25 years of the 21st century.
I agree with you, but actions speak louder than words. After Tony did his set in New York, it was like the Republicans were the ones whinging, right? It was really only Vance that came out and said, look, we're not going to get upset over jokes. Even Trump was like, I don't know the guy, never met him,
I think the whinging was because there were some people on the right that were truly like, oh God, is this going to screw us over? Because anybody with TDS was using that.
They were like Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania.
But the Puerto Ricans loved it.
Yeah,
that was the crazy thing.
It's also, it was based in truth because isn't there a problem getting rid of garbage on the island of Puerto Rico? So the whole point of the joke is because there's actually a problem there, making light of a legitimate problem. They can't find a place to get rid of their garbage because it's an island,
It's the Jones Act. It's expensive to ship between two U.S. ports because we have the stupid ass law that prevents that from being able to happen unless the ships are crewed, built, and manned by a U.S. crew. It's an absurd law that limits us not only in Puerto Rico but in Hawaii. But that's a serious point that we don't need to get into. You don't need to fact check the joke. The point is they were not going to shift all the problems that they had with the Biden economy over one joke told at Madison Square Garden. That was always a left-wing thing. And yeah, a bunch of Republicans were freaking out because they're like, we're going to lose the election because Tony Hinchcliffe made a joke.
And the Puerto Rican voters absolutely loved it. And yeah, Tony actually told the stories. That was actually kind of a leftist environmentalist joke, meaning because you're saying, it's an environmental problem with the garbage in Puerto Rico.
The right wing loves garbage.
Right. And thinks Puerto Ricans are garbage.
We also know recycling is gross.
Yeah. But the point is, it's on the right, we need to embrace comedy. We need to get behind people like Bankus, even Chrissy yourself. We kind of saw it with Stein's show, Alex Stein. It does struggle on the conservative vein because when you start doing wild, wacky stuff, conservatives have a hard time supporting.
The Blaze was never built for comedy. It was never.
They should have.
It was never a priority or concern for them. That was just very disappointing.
It's not. Glenn Beck has always been hilarious.
Nothing says comedy like Glenn Beck.
That chalkboard. As soon as it comes out, I know we're in for a good time.
I gave the Blaze a lot of credit for getting behind a comedic show. Alex Stein's feeding a black guy a banana. This is on a comedy. This is on a conservative network. That's hilarious.
They just put one foot in investing in it when it should have been let's make this a whole department.
Right.
Let's make this a real priority.
Because I to Phil's point, I do think the voter base, the conservatives actually do like the jokes. It's the leaders that are the ones that whinge and it's going to lose us an election. It's no, people love these jokes. Puerto Ricans actually voted harder for Trump after that Tony Hinchcliffe joke. It's we need to get behind it.
We do.
I like Ben. I want to say this. I like Ben a lot. I think he's extremely funny. His deliveries are very funny. I don't find jokes about if you think I've seen if you think left and right or Republic, if you get lost in that binary duality, it's not funny.
The fact I think
comedic it's not. It's just dumb, low-hanging fruit to make half the audience
How did I not
laugh
get that
at
kill?
their
when you
tribal
hit-
joke.
If
It's
you
so
hit the
great. It
fuel
doesn't
tank
like
with
real
an-
comedy gets people
Hit the fuel tank.
unexpectedly. You don't need to fake it.
You would think
know,
it would
you don't need to,
explode
like,
and kill everybody.
I mean, I support people that get jerked around. I support the venue for shutting him down if they want to. If he got hit with free speech, like legal issues, I'd be very angry. If the government went after him for saying this stuff, that's a whole other conversation.
Whoa, I completely disagree. I think I don't. Once you sign a contract, you should the venue should be forced to honor that contract.
What's the contract
I don't-
say?
These are
If it
just
says
words.
something, they can
If
shut the
Ben
show
would have
down.
went out there and did some actual
Whoa.
actionable stuff, these are words.
Yeah, but
okay?
what's the contract say? There
If
might be a
they-
clause.
I think they should be able to
do
back
you
out of the
do
contract,
you
but
argue
they
the
should
fact
be-
that
they
the
should
people
have
that
to pay him
were
shit.
celebrating for Charlie also face the same?
It was grotesque.
I know, but they're words at the same time. Like once you start shutting down
think someone
speech,
should
like
have
how
to
do you
force
become
to do
better?
something.
No, I
Wouldn't
would never
sign
advocate to shut
contracts,
those
they
people
would
down.
do
It
that.
was
You just
grotesque
advocated
to make
for
a
it.
joke about Charlie getting
Maybe they
murdered.
can't honor
You just
it,
advocated for
something
it by
happens,
telling the
right?
venue
But
who
it
we signed a
shouldn't be
contract with to have the ability to shut it down.
I thought it was grotesque making fun of Renee Good
they
getting
shouldn't be
murdered.
forced.
Or
That's
not
what I'm
murdered and
saying.
killed. You know, not
That's what I'm
murdered
saying.
and killed.
For packaging.
Yeah,
What do
I
you-
think, look, I agree
Yeah,
the venue has the
I'm assuming
right
he's
to
gonna
do it,
sue.
depending on
Yeah,
the contract that they
he's gonna get
negotiated
money.
with them. They actually might not. But, like, I don't support them even if they did. They should have, they have the booking, they sold the tickets. Like, people, apparently all these shows were sold out, so people wanted to go see them. And the venue appears to be caving to, like, a culture that suppresses speech
That don't
rather
buy
than the
tickets.
government.
Sorry to interrupt you, but like the people who always, because I'm someone who's had many shows canceled, the people who make an effort to cancel your shows are never people who buy
Correct.
tickets to see any comedian. It's not like they're out there passionate and seeing left-wing comedians. It's like they just want you impoverished.
Correct.
They want your income and your livelihood demolished.
Oh,
And I believe in a statement shared with people, the club owner Bill Collins said the decision came after weighing escalating risks. Again,
They always use that.
PUSSY move.
Yeah.
It was a family show. After discussions with and concern from public authorities,
Camping it.
legal
Camping
counsel and
it.
staff, combined with heightened threats,
Camping that.
increasing. It's also your job as a comedy club to make sure you are staffing adequate security for whatever level
Apparently I
of
unlocked something I
celebrity
didn't notice. I
or
have a discount.
edginess of the talent you have
Backlash,
coming
yeah.
in.
Mhm. They always make that argument, though. It's always that's their way out. That's their it's a security threat. It's like, no, let's be real. Like, you're just scared because he has edgy jokes.
Increasing media attention and civil disorder, we have determined the risks and related liabilities cannot be overcome. It's just, it's despicable.
There's not no risk.
doing
Like,
this
you've
again?
hosted events where, like, the Antifa people have showed up and surrounded the event, and, like, we've had to walk through them in order to get there. So there's not no risk. I understand that as a safety concern, but this just feels like capitulation, and, like, that's what I'm against, the cowardice. Now, granted, if, like, the cost to, like, run
We have
this
one
event goes up exponentially and the ticket sales don't cover that for the venue, then they have, like, an actual economic argument. But it seems like he told this joke, it went viral on the internet, and then they're like, whoa, we got to get away from that. We can't have that, because they're worried about people who weren't even going to buy tickets in the first place, but they may surround the place and, like, you know, do all the crazy things that Antifa does, because remember, they don't get arrested for this. Like, there's no
so I understand what they were
consequences for
trying
this.
to do with
There's no
these, but
January
you
6th
would
style
think they would
investigation
get
that's
them more
hunting the
powerful
Antifa people
guns.
all around the
And this
country
is
for
powerful,
trespassing.
powerful gun.
Like,
But
they got
what I
away
mean
with
is,
the
like,
Black
tank
Lives Matter
destroyers.
riots, and then they were paid for it. Like, they got payouts from every major
they would
municipality.
have
So
some
they're
teams
emboldened
that
to
they-
do
a
stuff
lot of
like
them
this.
have
So
less
it's not
armor,
nothing,
and
but
they
I
have
still wish they would have
less
stood up.
mobility.
Yeah, I appreciate Ian taking the other side on this,
They
but
have
I just
a
can't
lot
get
of
behind
debuff.
it. Like,
You would
and we have
really
reached out
buff
to
them
Ben
up
to
in
come on the
some
show.
other way. And the
Lisa
fact
has
that they
reached
have-
out, so hopefully he
Been on
comes
before, too.
I don't
Yeah,
know
he's been
why
on. But yeah, I
they
mean,
don't have a turret.
Even with the Charlie stuff, I
low to the
supported
ground does
them
not
having the
give
right
them-
to say it. Like, if
doesn't
you're
do
really
enough.
against it,
I
don't
know
you
a lot
want
of
to see
times
those
they were, like,
people that are
camped out,
saying it?
literally.
You know,
They
showing
would
it's like
put 'em
sun,
in
sunlight's the
areas,
best
they
disinfectant.
would
Oh, I didn't tell anybody not to.
Like, they
That's
were
what-
they were
but I'm saying, but you're saying
movable,
the club should be able to cancel them, and
Yeah.
I
Then don't,
fundamentally
if
disagree.
that's your prerogative as a club
artillery.
owner, do not book these
They would
people
cover
to
them up,
begin
dig
with.
trenches.
Get out of the
and they
comedy
would stick
business,
'em
but
out.
like, okay, if you
And
want to
then,
be a woke Minneapolis comedy club,
then
okay,
that
then
was-
just book
they would shoot
septum rings.
and move or
Just book
something, and
blue-haired
they were smaller,
comedians.
shorter to the
I
ground, so they
grew
could
up
hide
not
bushes,
with like Jim
cover.
Carrey and George Carlin. I never remember them making fun of a dead person who just got killed. It never happened. It didn't used to happen.
But they were
Like,
arresting Carlin
you would think if
for
they were
saying
saying
naughty
yeah, for
words.
saying curse words, you know. It's like,
Yeah.
look how far
Remember
we've
them?
come because of people like
Or,
Harlan.
So you don't think left-wing comics were on stage making fun of Charlie Kirk's death. I know it's true. I've seen many clips.
I'm talking about the 80s and 90s when I was into comedy, like really laughing, gutturally rolling over laughing. It wasn't making fun of people who just got killed. That would be disgusting.
I don't think he is making fun of like her personally. He is making fun of the behaviors and the activism behind these stupid decisions.
Yeah, it's like we want to end whiteness, right? Like you got your goal, like a white lady died, you know? And not only did I see people make left-wing comics making fun of Charlie, I also saw them going after Erica a lot.
And they still are.
Yeah, and I love Tim Dillon, but he did a skit I was not a fan of. I support the fact that he did it, but like it was like right after, and he had like someone on impersonating Erica, and it's like, she's done nothing wrong.
JP Sears just did some hardcore that went kind of semi-viral on Twitter where everyone's like, you went way too far, bro. I didn't see the video. I wouldn't watch it. It was like 7 minutes of him ripping on Erica Kirk.
Yeah, but I would never advocate to censor them.
Guys,
dude,
3 days into this
it
game,
reset my repair
all
when I
other
moved.
games in my phone.
What is
In-game
that
ads,
bullshit?
Pay to win? Say goodbye to all of these nonsense. Here in this game, you'll only get pure RPG fun. No shortcuts, no VIP privileges.
I had 3 seconds of
Instead,
left, and I
it
was
is every
holding forward,
companion
just
you
waiting
meet
to go.
and every dungeon you clear
It's
that
like,
makes you stronger.
Reset your repair.
So, dive in. If you're ready for a real adventure.
And now I wasted my.
Old Spice
every
Fiji gives me 24/7 freshness. It's done on my skin, and it's mine.
Thought we had no secrets.
Babe, I just wanted something for me.
That's why I got all this Old Spice Fiji. For me.
I didn't get an assist.
No, because you know what? Like,
Well-
there's people who, if it's not your cup of tea, then there's people that did enjoy it. So they should be able to. You should be allowed to joke about literally anything and everything.
As a venue owner, you have to censor. That's your job.
No, you don't. No, you
don't.
That's you're
No, you
literally
don't.
doing
We're
that with
literally
every
in
guest you
Rumble
book.
right now, which is the
They've
antithesis
decided
of what you're saying.
they censor
Your
to allow
job
this
is to make
be.
sure that is to book good talent. Well, that's subjective. But your job is to make sure there's asses in the seats. That's why a lot of these comedy club owners over the last, 10 years or so, they'll book a TikTok talent and just be like, oh, here's your stage. Figure out what to do for 45 minutes, an hour.
So not to censor the comedian once you book them. Your job is to censor who comes on your venue. If you're a platform owner, you have to know that ahead of time.
You curate more than censor. But
If
I
you're
get your
smart, you
point.
wouldn't censor anyone.
Like not
you-
everybody gets to go up and do a booking and have that. I understand what you're
So
saying.
curate maybe is a better
Yeah.
word.
I am
It's
having
the
a
neutral
hard fucking-
version of censor where like yes you can come in, no you can't. Like that's a form
That
of
should be
censorship.
based on skill, though, not content.
Yeah, I don't respect
I
a
have
club owner who
210
books somebody
millimeters
months
of
in advance, knowing what their
210.
content is like, knowing what their politics is like, and then just being a wuss and canceling somebody.
Why am I
who's
not getting
got a
the
little
pin
hot
on
because of one viral joke? It's like you want the comedians who you've booked to have to go viral before you have shows.
It's barely
That's the
slow.
ideal
It's like a
scenario,
20
and
degrees
all the
slow.
shows sold
It has
out
like 100 it's
as
like
a
maybe
as a
110
result. So.
millimeters.
And it never works. It
Who are
always
you
has the
appeasing? Maybe
opposite
100
effect where it's like
70
when you censor
millimeters.
someone like that, just
His
makes
armor.
them bigger every single time. It never works.
Like, it's
It's
not
also
like a 200
your
millimeter.
like as a comedian, like you do this.
I don't
you
understand
You
how,
work
like,
out your
that small
material
of
in these
slope
little
can
like gigs. Like it didn't
ricochet.
used to be that you would get
Or it- like, the
recorded
fact it doesn't get a
and
pen.
clipped, and then before you actually like refine the joke to the point you want to present it in like a special or something like that. So like it's just like a weakness in our culture that we don't understand that they're developing material over time, or sometimes just
I had
throwing
so many
stuff out there.
opportunities to
Like
get side shots,
it's
too, that I
it's
YouTube
pathetic.
and YouTube's learned this lesson. I mean, you've seen it. It's funny. They just had a article in like one of the WAPOs or whatever, New York or whatever, being heralded for being champions of free speech, for literally fixing the problem that they created by kicking a bunch of creators off their platform forever and like censoring everyone. But no, I mean like Rumble. Like I said, we're at the House of Rumble right now, and that's the whole idea. It's like let the people on that you don't like. That we should all be in support of that, especially doing this show.
To a point, but like I wouldn't get dog nasty dumb idiots to come on my podcast and talk to me.
Well, I mean,
Of course, yeah, that's your prerogative to platform.
love dog
who you
ass.
want.
That's why you haven't had me on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't.
Now you know, and I shouldn't probably say that out loud, but yeah.
And
Sorry.
and I appreciate shows like this who have someone like Fuentes on, and it's a very leftist mentality. We were talking about this earlier, to think that just because you platform somebody means you sign off and agree with every take they've ever had. And it's just, hey, have the people on, have the people perform, and let the market decide. Let people tell you what they think. Moving on, the Washington Post announces mass layoffs, eliminating its sports department. Whew, it's the death rattle of the legacy media. It continues on and on. Let's see this. Should we play this special report from Brett Baer?
Love it.
Muted.
Whoopsie.
Oh, here we come.
Post is laying off Washington Post is laying off 1/3 of its staff in the newsroom and other departments. The Post began implementing large-scale cutbacks today. It is eliminating its sports department and shrinking the number of journalists it stations overseas. Executive editor Matt Murray says the cuts will be a shock to the system, but that the goal is to create an organization that can grow and thrive again.
I like Brett Baer, but he does not look like he enjoys comedy. That's
It's
all I'm
because he's
saying.
had so much Botox, he doesn't emote
Yeah.
from his face at all.
He's like unbelievably serious. But I mean, okay, shocker. The mainstream media is dying.
I didn't see if
Thoughts?
that guy got killed.
Inevitable. Yeah. This is since 2006. I've seen it coming. I'm surprised the Washington Post is still an organization at all. Same with New York Times. Like, what does anyone read articles other than like this?
Me right now.
Yeah, exactly.
For this show.
But have you read articles since you've been hosting, like in the last month?
Have I read articles? Of course I've read articles, Ian.
I asked the wrong person.
But what they're doing, what they're starting to do, and you're starting to see the new tactics with various outlets. They're getting into podcasting. I know CNN. I'm forgetting her name, but they had that podcaster on for a while. She interviewed Tim Dillon. She interviewed Whitney, I think. A couple. Yeah,
Whitney Houston.
Yeah, Whitney.
Yes,
from the
bathtub.
grave. That would have. I had paid attention. But they are they're starting to mimic the independent media space, like with the podcast and stuff. And the left constantly talks about we need the left Joe Rogan, right? Like because they know
You had the left Joe Rogan.
It was Joe Rogan.
It was Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
I don't think this is like the legacy media dying. Like, if you look at what they're cutting their sports coverage, they're cutting some of their local coverage, but they're keeping the core reason why Jeff Bezos bought the Washington Post, which is this is the paper that politicians are looking at. This is like the main thing in DC. Again, like we said, unless you're Trump, who's obsessed with the New York Times, but like for regular, ordinary politicians, this is their thing. So what they're cutting is like their Olympic coverage. Like he said, they're not sending journalists overseas to the Winter Olympics. They're cutting the sports division. And part of the reason they're doing this is because they lost like 250,000 subscribers by not running an op-ed endorsing Kamala Harris last year. Because all these lefties are sad about it. So in order to get back at the company, they quit their subscriptions and now they fired their sportscasters. Great impact right there by these wonderful individuals.
More than 300 journalists across the newsroom were impacted, with the local and international desks targeted in addition to the sports section, according to reports. Just a handful of the sports team's 45 staffers survived culling and were set to be reassigned around the organization. Maybe they could just empty it out and make it an Amazon warehouse.
But I mean, to your point, though, Sean, yeah, the WAPO is important spin machine for a billionaire. I mean, that's essentially what it is at this point.
Yeah, he was the guy. Bezos was the guy who said we're not running a Kamala Harris ad. I think the executive team wanted to.
I just don't understand how this works. I understand you don't want to.
But like, there's also like modernization that's going on here. Like Jeff Bezos, I mean, he set up Amazon. It's one of the most efficient companies there is. Like, nobody is getting their sports news from a newspaper. Like, that's not happening. Like, we're not doing that from ESPN anymore. Like, people go...
Hey everyone, I'm really excited to share this game with you. It's a strategy game inspired by Isaac Asimov's Foundation series. You get to build your fleet, explore the universe, and survive in a vast, unpredictable galaxy. We've put so much heart into it, and our goal is simple. Create a game that's fun and keeps you hooked. It's all about strategy, survival, and, of course, facing the unknown.
Online, look up the scores really quickly. You can even get little video highlights instantly, like on the internet. So, like this, a lot of this is also modernization. Like, there's no need to have a bunch of this stuff out here. Also, like the international people that were covering sports, they're going to cover the Winter Olympics. Like, who watches that? Like the Greeks didn't do sports in the winter. You think they played ice hockey?
We need another Tanya Harding, Nancy Kerrigan situation to up these views on the Winter Olympics.
I do think
they should make her the commissioner of figure skating.
I do think like the interest in general in sports is like waning. I think like the getting involved in the politics has really hurt them. Also, I just this poly market stuff, like the betting on it, like I think it's destroyed it. I think after the FBI story, I
How
think
is
a lot
poly
of
market
people are
not
looking at
illegal?
sports as like it's all rigged.
Oh,
Like
you
you
mean
can't believe anything in it.
Betting on sports via poly market?
How did I
Yeah,
not
so
get
like
that killed?
like if you
Jail?
have like they're doing all these micro bets, so it's like I can't even name a sports guy, but like Aaron Rodgers. I
What's
think
a a
he's still
micro bet? A bet smaller than 3 inches?
Yeah, yes, and they're Asian, right?
Well, they
no.
busted Chauncey Billups, who was, I think he was the coach of the Portland Trailblazers, like in some kind of gambling scheme.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, and so like, someone can be like, "Hey, Aaron Rodgers is gonna like fumble 3 times this game or whatever," and then Aaron Rodgers knows that this is like, these bets are happening. And Aaron, I'm not saying anything bad about him. This is great, but he could be like, "Oh, I'm gonna fumble 3 times, and then that thing's gonna come true." Remember the dildo story in the NBA? Remember it's like the odds
Yes.
are
The WNBA.
Yeah, WNBA. Odds of like someone throwing a dildo on the court. It was like
and
what
you could bet on the color, too.
And they went through
You could
different
bet on the color.
colors.
So then
Yeah.
all someone had to do is just go throw the dildo.
Dude, it's so
True.
Kalshi or a poly market, any of these, they could say odds that Ian's going to say graphene tonight, and then I could go there, bet on it,
Exactly.
and then say it and collect money.
Isn't
That's
that
got to
illegal?
be a felony.
I think it actually is illegal for you to if you make a bet, or if you put money down on a bet, if you do something to, like, you can't bet on yourself, right? You can't bet on yourself, or you can't bet on something that you can have influence over. I think there is something. I think that it would be considered fraud or something. I might be wrong, but I thought there was something. Because what's his name? Who's the dumbass? He's not a comedian, but Trevor Noah. Didn't Trevor Noah? Maybe I'm wrong, but he said something about like poly market and him saying potato at the Grammys or the award show he was doing, and then did he not put money down on himself saying potato at the thing? I might be wrong, but we got 50% off on some random vehicle crap. I don't want to say it. What the heck is this? The MBVFC. The question is what the heck is that, and is it any good? And oh, it's a tank. Unique multi-charted medium kind of Germany. Holy crap, why is that thing so expensive? For rank 1.3. That makes it 875. It would have been nice to get it for any other, like I would have been nice to get it. I don't know. Do you only get awards for the tech tree you're currently playing kind of thing? It's 50% off. Do I want it? How's the armor pen versus anything else at this rank? 1.3? 80, 76. Shouldn't have activated the thing. I could have recycled it if I didn't want it, but how does this thing? Oh, that's 2.3. Yeah, how does this thing have armor pen of 80, 76, 62? much armor does it have? Ooh, not much. Speed 3. Yeah, screw it. We'll buy it. I'm kind of a collector.
Money. Well, I mean, it's got to be. It's illegal.
It's not.
Bordering on like $1,000 if I make 1,000 or more in that.
Because
Obviously,
it's technically not betting. It's prediction markets.
Right. It's prediction.
I don't know.
There's an example of
I
this.
would like to get
there was somebody in the Trump team that was aware of the Maduro raid, and he put like $40,000 on Maduro being removed from power like the day before. And I believe they arrested that guy. So
I'm just saying,
he did win big.
It would be nice.
Yeah, I do think, but
it'd be
think
nice
that's
to let me choose which.
Like the betting was already out of control, but like now that you have all these micro bets, like I really do think like people think sports
Germany right
rigged,
now because
that was the whole thing with Aaron Rodgers.
I would
remember
like
when he was saying
it would be better to get like
and he knew it was
a
going to be in the
discount
Super
for
Bowl.
something
Like,
in Japan.
I think there's a growing. You remember this?
Japanese
Aaron Rodgers
later,
being an idiot.
I don't know. Did we fact check him? He might have been right. I don't know.
That year where that theory really took off, it's the color theory that the logo of the Super Bowl, the colors of the teams will always match the logo. Therefore, the NFL is rigged.
But if I'm only getting
the year that theory blew up, it was like
for
2 years ago. Like the incorrect team colors made it to the Super Bowl.
Right.
Like it was just a coincidence.
But
because
to think
a lot of teams have like red in their color scheme, or it's like not that.
Right, but to
serious.
think like the betting markets don't affect the game has been disproven by the FBI.
So you think the players in the game are seeing these prediction markets and it's affecting their gameplay?
They 100% know, and then their friends and their family
if not the players
in these prediction markets.
Unless you're Shohei Ohtani, then you get off 100% scot-free.
Yeah.
No, it was
if
just
not
his
the players,
close friend and
right?
interpreter.
Oh,
Players, then we're talking.
Nothing to do with it.
Was that the dude in the
anybody else?
Baseball.
The Japanese
Dodgers.
guy, Japanese Babe Ruth. You don't know about this?
He's like Asian Aaron Judge.
No, he's Japanese Babe Ruth. He's a pitcher and a hitter.
Right. I mean, like he's just as big as Aaron Judge.
Shots fired.
Why is that shots fired? He's the $700 million man.
So we got him.
Oh, that's great.
And he's like the most Japanese guy ever because he got a $700 million contract. You know, you give a contract to like that to like some athlete in America from the hood, like they're broke in like 2 weeks somehow. Like it's amazing. But he's like the most Japanese man ever. So he deferred almost all of the money. He only makes $2 million a year. Everything else is going to be paid to him later on with interest. You know, that's like high
and he'll
level.
be able to open so many dry cleaners and nail salons,
laundromats. You know,
laundromats.
But I mean, as far as like WAPO, so Sean, you're saying that's not a big deal with WAPO. It's fine.
Well, look, there is a big deal when you're laying off journalists because as much as fun as it is to make fun of the media, like we don't do as commentary people original reporting. So like even though you don't like a lot of these people, like I'm not going to a war zone to like report the facts of a war zone.
What's up there? You have people out there. You have the Shirleys.
Yeah, but you're going to have fewer people. Well, Nick Shirley's not going to, Somalia, little Mogadishu maybe.
That's a war zone.
Yeah, but like,
you know, but
like,
a war zone.
like a lot of people are not going out to these things to do on-the-ground reporting. And Nick Shirley, that blew up for him, sure. But like, that's like one instance. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, you know, it could have gotten really violent if there were actually Somali children in those places.
But I guess with the advancement
of tech, they get real sketchy.
It's inevitable, Sean. I think you're right. I think it's inevitable. And alluding to what you're saying, the AI is coming. AI is going to be writing the articles. They don't need dudes to sit there and do it. The AI can do the research 10 times faster, write the article, have another AI check it, have 5 other AIs check it.
That already happens when you ask Grok, or if you ask, go to Google and just let it go in AI mode and ask whatever question. Who won this game, or what was the score, or what was the spread?
AI can summarize emails now.
Yeah,
like
in your phone.
It's
and we also
wild.
don't have to send boots on the ground journalists. We can like literally send drones and
kind of. Yeah, it's not quite because you don't have the drones. Can't ask questions yet.
And the drones can't wear boots.
Fair.
Yet.
And the AI summarizing emails is like cool until you get like a 1-sentence email and the summary is like 4 sentences. I'm like, all right, guys, like
just read the email.
Google, what are you doing?
It's not always more efficient. Most of the time, it's more efficient.
I wonder what WAPO's direction is going to be. Like they need a social network. Bezos needs the same thing.
This is a win in this whole thing. I'm among the hundreds of people laid off by the Post. Emmanuel Felton, the WAPO's first race and ethnicity reporter, reported on X. Oh,
that's a victory.
Yeah.
It's good.
How did I miss?
No. If your whole entire, your whole entire job title is like reporting on racism, that's
What?
you gotta go.
We don't need. We can just look at crime statistics on our own. What do we need a race and ethnicity report? I wasn't even trying to make a joke. I mean, yes, it's a joke.
And you get like, what are those called? Not vultures, but those reporters that want crime, night crawlers. They'll go out looking for crime, and then there's a movie about it. Jake Gyllenhaal, he would actually make the crime happen, so you can report on it. Someone's out there looking for racism.
Supply and demand.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, there's entire, college departments based on it. Humanities department, basically just like all about.
Dude, how would he
race
fix
and
his barrel?
Like race instances and like journalism, like fact-based journalism, like you don't think they go together. You think they're like bananas and rice, but they kind of are like bananas and rice in that they go together when you really think about it.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Ian doesn't get it. That
What?
She
What?
was an idiot.
Did you see the bananas and rice lady?
Oh
No,
god.
that's supposed to do it in South America.
Show?
She's
You
in
never
jail
saw
now, isn't
Somali
she?
I think so. I think she got arrested.
No, I missed it. I
Oh,
must
God,
have
we
missed
gotta
that
watch
news
that
cycle.
memory
Is it
show.
good?
Was
Let's
that
watch it.
Smollett?
Somali Smollett.
Smollett.
She arrested?
Smollett.
Yeah. The most Somali thing is bananas and rice.
Oh, I think I'm starting to remember.
The Somali.
Well, that and the hedge.
Bananas and rice. It's like
Yeah,
bananas.
I don't necessarily know. Oh, okay, yeah. So play
That
this.
giveaway.
We might save that. Should we save that for the after show? We're gonna save that for the after show.
Oh man. Okay.
We're keeping this a serious broadcast, Sean.
The family broadcast.
Speaking of serious broadcast calls for serious news topics, this has been one, and there's a lot of men, almost all men on this show tonight, which means we need to talk about this very important viral topic, and that is who is more attractive, Sabrina Carpenter or Sydney Sweeney? Not to toot my own horn, but this tweet I tweeted did very well.
Sabrina Carpenter.
Straight men are attracted to what seems like a low-maintenance beauty, confidence, and a sense of humor, while women and gays notice and appreciate obvious effort into one's appearance. Also, I can assume any smart man is turned off by an obvious Hollywood clapping seal who resembles a young Hillary Clinton. This has been a much debated topic. It seems like more women are going to go for Sabrina Carpenter, especially liberal women are going to prefer her, and it seems
because they're wrong.
It seems like Sydney Sweeney, of course, obvious. It goes without saying, her knockers are A++, S tier knockers for sure. Maybe that's why a lot of the men folks seem to like her. But I also think Sydney Sweeney, and I was, I forget who I was tweeting with about this, but I think part of what certainly men, I mean, correct me,
like
men around me, but she seems to be a little bit more at ease with herself, not so constructed, not so manufactured like Sabrina is. She seems
wears
to
makeup
just be
and stuff.
comfortable in her own skin.
But the other girl,
she's not out there,
like,
pretending to be liberal. She handled the whole American Eagle jeans controversy, I think, with a lot of class and grace. Grace. You can't just have a
I'd
little
rather
grace.
the girl that looks like the girl next door. Right.
So I don't know, Ian. What do you think?
Sydney's so much hotter.
She doesn't wear a lot
You
of
think
makeup.
Sydney's hotter?
I'll tell you why. Because that Sabrina Carpenter, does she have a cheek job done or something?
A cheek job?
Her cheeks all. Did she get a bunch of facial work?
Which
cheeks? Or is that just her face?
Those might be her own cheeks.
Or this just her? Is that her normal
It's just
face
probably the
without
makeup and
plastic surgery?
Yeah,
That girl on the right? That's just makeup.
She, I can't confirm. She may use fillers, some Botox. I think those are her original cheeks.
All the weird ass chemicals that people inject are like health redux. What makes a girl hot is healthiness. If she's shooting stuff into her face, that's gross and unhealthy and makes her sicker, which makes her less viable candidate for mating, which makes her less attractive.
Those boobs look healthy.
I don't care
I think
about her
the,
health
I think
shape.
the strongest evidence that
I mean, it's like
Sweeney's more attractive
if you're
than women are
attractive
saying
and you're
that,
healthy,
Sabrina Carpenter.
like you look good
Yeah.
because you're
And
healthy.
the fact
and
that
stuff.
women are saying
That's
because women undercut each other all the
But
time.
when
That's fair.
You know,
chop
there-
yourself up, you put a
there's
whole bunch of
evidence
fake
that
shit in you, and you do a whole
a
bunch of
hairdresser
gross stuff.
will cut
It does
the hair
not.
of a woman they
Stop.
think. A hairdresser if they're cutting the hair of a woman they think is prettier than them, they will cut their hair shorter than if they think the woman's not as attractive.
I mean, I have an old Italian. Shout out to Rita at Salon Bottega in White Plains. She would never do such a thing.
that you know of. Here's a hot take. I don't think any of them, either of them, are hot. When you see these girls that are in,
I mean, he's not the most flattering.
Just because you don't
from the married man.
Sean, just because you don't think they're hot doesn't mean you can't say one is pretty.
No, what I'm saying is neither of them look like this in real life. I mean, this is what Hollywood does.
Sweeney probably looks like that. She was just like doing an interview. Look at that picture of Sydney Sweeney.
She's just wearing a jacket and some sass.
I'm telling you, these Hollywood tips and tricks that they do on these girls and guys, like, these people do not look like what they look like in these photos. Come on. You guys, you know.
Thank you.
Ian, you were in Hollywood, you know.
Yeah, but not always. Sometimes you get candid shots. I mean, that is, I don't think she's probably wearing makeup. So
getting
a little
100%.
But she's
she
not
just kind of
done
looks
up.
normal.
But photos can get doctored up after the fact. I mean, come on.
But that's from a video.
This is a screenshot from
an interview where that interviewer was trying to embarrass her.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say that. I'm not. You're right that there are consistently photos of people put out that are doctored and stuff. But this particular photo of Sydney Sweeney is very much a normal, not done up. Because you've seen pictures of Sydney Sweeney when
she looks
got
normal,
just as
but she's
much
still
makeup
attractive.
as
She has
Sabrina
nice
Carpenter there,
lips.
and I think she looks pretty in those photos. But you can tell
I
the
said, she
difference
looks-
between the type of makeup
looks
that
very-
she's
like,
wearing
she looks
when she's on the
very
red carpet or when she's done up for a photo
that she
shoot. I mean,
doesn't have to
she
put a
just
lot of makeup
released a
on.
lingerie brand
And I
or
think
whatever.
more guys appreciate
all the
that.
pictures of that.
I don't
She's all
understand,
very
like,
done
more
up, a lot
guys
of
that,
lipstick and blah
Yeah.
blah blah.
shit
And
ton of
so you
makeup.
can really
Or,
tell the
like,
difference. That particular
big
picture that
boobs,
we were just
especially.
showing, right
Bunch of
there,
fake
right,
stuff.
go on.
Let's
go on.
show
Right there,
this one
that-
to the
no, that one
people.
right there.
They've been
That's
good.
Sydney Sweeney
Even
when
if
she's
you
got a
like
lot of
big
makeup
boobs,
on.
like,
So she's done up. The one.
I don't even see makeup. I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh my god.
But the one, the picture in question, she's just wearing, normal, like I'm going out to do interviews.
Yeah, like, listen, guys, it's not that complicated. The answer is wood. Like,
Good job.
we don't need to
Guy
be
from the
gay and
right
factor
got
in personality or political beliefs. We're talking about attractiveness. Now, there's like a bunch of ways you could rate it. Like, Sabrina Carpenter's 2 years younger. That's a positive.
BetMGM is where you leave ordinary for something a little more interesting. With your favorite
I like
games,
naturally
like The
aged
Price is Right and Rake and Bacon.
The people that look like they age
Or in
naturally.
the center of it all with live dealer classics. Because interesting leads to excitement.
Like a Barbie doll. It gets an uncanny valley.
Make it Vegas almost anywhere. BetMGM Casino. Make it
more like
legendary.
alien.
You know, that's usually better.
Two is like, that's nothing.
I mean, it's something. Like, he's talking about fertility, so like you got to factor that
Two is
in.
nothing.
But yeah, they're attractive
Even
women.
still, Sydney Sweeney on this
I understand
picture
why people
looks like
prefer
she's got
Sydney
more
Sweeney. I
natural.
probably would be in that camp as well. And that's
I don't
probably
mind
because I saw Sabrina Carpenter in that
face,
Tall Girl movie and I didn't like it.
Tall Girl movie?
Yeah, Netflix's Tall Girl. It's an amazing.
Is it
feature
about
film.
Pearl Davis? I've never
Sabrina
heard of
Yes,
Carpenter's very
she's
short,
the
though.
she's the little big sister to Tall Girl. But yeah, like there's no need to be like super gay about it and be like, ooh,
This
these
would
are
be a good
both
poll,
these are
chat
both
poll,
photoshops.
Yes,
like,
chat
bro,
poll.
relax,
Put it-
calm down.
making things
Wood,
over
and I gotta
exuberant,
give
I
love
think.
to Tony
Like,
Ortiz,
red
who's super right
lips
wing,
make him look
the
fake,
current revolt guy, because he loves Sabrina Carpenter, and he's
that
not
looks more-
apologetic
that looks
about
more
it.
natural.
And this is Sabrina with no makeup.
Beautiful. Look at that.
Gorgeous.
looks
Sabrina
better.
Carpenter.
I
That's
don't believe
actually
it.
She
Sabrina
looks
Carpenter
better
with
Way
no
better
makeup,
with
really.
no makeup. What is she doing?
I don't know how
Probably
old
got
this
some
photo is,
sunlight.
and there's also some
She
old,
looks
older
completely
photos of her with
nothing
brunette.
like.
That's what I'm
she does
saying.
in-
Yeah,
That's what I'm
Yeah, she
saying.
got
Different
work.
person.
She got a
I would
nose
love
job.
to see her
I would love to
toning
put
back
that
the
up.
makeup. Just
Yeah.
be more au naturel. I mean, she's
She's definitely got a
great
nose
bone
job.
structure.
On
What's
that,
the
or
point I'm
you can do
making?
a
Like
lot
we were
of stuff
talking
with
about
makeup,
this
so maybe
last
the
night. So
makeup
like
makes her
literally
nose
in
look a lot
Hollywood,
more
what they do is they take the foreskin of Asian
That's the thing,
babies
is, like,
Whoa!
why do
and they
girls do
thread
that?
it into their face. To keep
They
themselves
are so
young. I mean,
gorgeous
what's going on
naturally
in
a lot of
Hollywood is
times, and then they
absolutely
make
insane. To preserve
themselves
beauty.
look so plastic and
Man,
dull.
there's some
Wow, I wasn't
older
prepared for that.
Yeah, that's a deep
One's
cut.
like a
Oh, Madonna,
hypersexualized
someone I was
thing.
thinking.
No,
Like,
Sandra Bullock.
yes, I
Sandra
understand,
Bullock
like,
exposed
rouge
that
and
on the
red
Ellen
and
Show.
Right, I remember that.
a lot
I
of
was
those
thinking all
things.
the
Like,
work Madonna had done. Man, she was a good-looking woman,
No
and now she looks like
She did
kind
what?
of a creature that was
Shoot off.
created in a laboratory.
In
with all
Hollywood,
that-
the options are get old and be irrelevant, or
someone's-
look insane.
Yeah.
And then like,
Two
what, and, or be Kate Blanchett.
Otherwise, you turn into
like,
someone like
there's a
fucking
few
Madonna.
actresses that are like in their 60s
Pam
and
Anderson.
70s. No, Pam Anderson's an example of what a turnaround.
Look like she'd
career
be
that
one of those
woman's had.
dolls from
Sex
Friday.
object, always
Yeah.
made up in her 20s, 30s. And now she's doesn't wear makeup. She's
It's
happy.
great.
Well, that was like
I
her,
think
her
no.
makeup artist died, and like she didn't want anybody else to do her makeup. Like there was
Well,
actually something sweet
Maybe
and
she just didn't know
endearing in
how to
that.
do her own makeup because she's so reliant on the makeup artist.
That's fair. That's fair.
And it's wild. She looks like a different person.
That is a thing in Hollywood.
I
They
don't know
have
if
their own.
either of you,
people,
any of you mentioned this, but like part of why people find Sydney Sweeney because it's just maybe she seems like a better hang.
Why?
Is that part of it?
Oh, I also think she doesn't overdo her makeup. Like she.
I don't know. I think that's performative. Like,
Well,
when the
Sean, you're just like everything about it's fake.
Wow.
100%. Like when
Didn't you just
when-
let your penis
I
take
don't
the
trust
wheel,
you.
Sean?
Okay.
Just for a minute.
For
when
what?
you're,
Like I said,
no, when
natural
you're married
amounts
as
of
long as
makeup
I
rather
am,
than
you
that
start thinking
overabundant
logically
amount.
about things, and
Impossible.
Sean, you do not think
I think the
logically.
conservatives backed the wrong horse with this one. I don't think Sydney Sweeney is a
That's why
friendly. I think
like
yeah, wrong
There's a
horse.
chance she could come out as left wing in the future.
I
You
think
are
she's-
right about that.
yeah, I
and like,
plastic
let's be
surgery
real.
does not
Like,
make you
you know, again, while I don't like Sabrina Carpenter, I didn't even know she made music until my wife. Like, I don't like her because of that Tall Girl movie. Like, Sydney Sweeney's in that Euphoria show. And like
Right.
you think you're going in there to see Sydney Sweeney, but the whole season 1 is like some fat girl discovering her sexuality and like Zendaya just being like on the show. So like, you know, that is kind of a crime against Sydney Sweeney, or like a mark against her that she lures you into that show, right?
Yeah, 100%. Like, and you got to remember, like, she's a product of the people around her, and in Hollywood, it is literal crazy people. Like,
But she lives in Florida and she's a registered Republican.
And she's dating Scooter Braun, who discovered Justin Bieber.
And Trump has the best clip ever where he's like, if she's a registered Republican, I love her ad. If she's a registered Republican.
yeah, well, again, we'll see. I mean, like, only time will tell, but I do think she is one that's going to turn as soon as being MAGA isn't cool.
You think she's a fair weather?
I 100%
She's a
do.
Whitney Cummings.
She's not really MAGA. She's not really.
Whitney Cummings. Shots fired. Whoa.
I just sneak that in there just
Whoa.
without comment.
What about Whit? What about Whitney?
No, you missed it.
Oh, I missed it. Did you guys dog on my girl? Whitney.
I love Whitney.
Love you, babe.
Yeah.
She married. She happy now. Got a little one. Come on, Sydney Sweeney all the way.
Her jeans are blue. Sorry.
Her jeans are blue.
I love Sydney Sweeney. I want to have her on the show one day.
Yeah, you would.
Should.
Frasek wouldn't. He's like, ew, women.
I've been married too long.
He's like,
now.
ew.
How long have you been married?
15 years.
So is that when you stopped seeing other women?
We haven't
Yeah,
had-
then it's actually a great feeling for you young guys. Like when you're married that long, like you don't have to
older
worry
than you.
about.
Wait, are you
women
from
anymore.
Vermont? Because there wasn't gay marriage legal for 15 years.
I don't think gay exists. I don't think gay people are real.
I think it's just a phase.
Keep telling
no,
that
I
to
think
yourself.
it's fake, 100%.
Hey, in my defense, I didn't bring up the Sydney Sweeney, Sarah Carpenter.
No, fair.
Yes.
I
I
didn't say
said
you
it was
did.
me.
It was all. It was the
I'm just
girl.
answering questions, but I was getting turned
It
on.
was a
I'm gonna
total
be
girl
honest.
story.
Whoa.
That, you know.
Yeah, I was trying to like not talk too much because I was like, the more I say it, you know, the more real it becomes.
The microphone's moving without your hands.
You all right there, Ian?
I think I'm fine.
Excuse your way. I think I chose my seat for this.
Sure.
Yeah. What?
So what would you rate?
realize what
10?
kind of
They're both
vehicle it
10s,
was,
basically.
so-
Yeah.
I mean,
it's just
I haven't seen that
who would get a
a
wood?
little bit.
Listen, number ratings are also gay because, like, don't use that.
Yeah.
just yes or no.
Right.
Hot or
Just
not?
wood or
Hotornot.com.
Did you guys remember hotornot.com?
Yeah.
It's wood or like, you know, that's really it.
Wood or eh.com.
Yeah,
I mean,
like
look-
wood, you know, or
Yeah, I mean, look, they're both pretty, but I do think that it's pretty simple to say, look, I prefer this look or that look or that. There is some kind of substance, I think, to Sean's point that, you know, the whole makeup thing, they really do
Okay,
do
he J'd out.
do
I'll take it.
overdo it, I think.
To be
But
honest, I don't know if I would've gotten
the
him on
idea
that shot.
that
I don't know
you
where
never
the
find
armor's
pictures of people in Hollywood without makeup, I think that's completely wrong too.
Yeah, I agree. And it's. I mean, it's all fake. Everything in Hollywood's fake.
Wait a minute, you just agreed
And
that you
gay.
can find pictures of people.
Oh no!
Women.
You said you can? Oh no! I think they bury that stuff just like their real names.
there's candid photos that people posted of Sydney Sweeney where they like shot her in a pool in her backyard.
Yeah.
Like,
Social
really
paparazzi
cheap
photos
stuff. Just,
everywhere.
well, TMZ does that all the time.
What I loved about Whitney, I don't know if you guys know the
Oh, give me
story.
the
So
right
she,
one. I'm gonna check
like,
pizza
she
real
was
quick.
being blackmailed on Instagram because she was like doing a
Not
some
Hassan
kind of
Piker,
dress
so I'm going
rehearsal,
to
like,
pause this when I go check the stuff. Oh, I was so hoping for Talisman. All right, looks like at least another 5-ish minutes, so we'll go another round.
Doing a wardrobe
jammed
change or
my
whatever, and like on her
chair when I
phone,
walked
she had a picture like where like one of her boobs.
there's
popped
talismans
out.
on both
You guys know the
sides.
story?
Really?
You guys know the story?
Oh, but you know this story,
And
but
then-
you can't tell if women are attractive. Got it.
Oh no, it's a great story because this is exactly how you should handle it. So she had someone hack her Instagram account and then use those photos as blackmail, right?
Oh,
and they
wow.
said, so they were like, hey, we have all this dirt on you. We're gonna release all this stuff if you don't, give us whatever hundreds of thousands of dollars or
A
whatever.
vial of bathwater.
Yeah.
We
So
got
you
it.
know what she did?
Release them.
Yep. That's exactly how you handle
That
that.
is diabolical.
Yeah, she was like, you know what? We got these blackmailers. They're coming after me. I'm just going to release this on my own.
Yeah.
I think that's the perfect way to do it.
Breaking news from our favorite cackling hyena.
I want to do this other.
It's true. Kamala Harris just said on her Twitter she will be running again. Wow.
That's pure comedy.
Is that her actual Kamala HQ? That's not her personal account. That's like
the campaign account. That's the campaign account.
She's running. Well,
This
that's
was the
probably a
announcement.
mistake.
Oh.
What is that noise?
Oh, it's a terrible mistake.
Yeah.
I love it.
Remember, last time that she ran, not when she ran against Donald Trump, when she was inserted after Joe Biden had to drop out, but when she ran, she dropped out before California because she was going to win 0 delegates.
Yeah.
And if you win 0 delegates, in your home state, your political career is over. She has no chance.
And there's
absolutely no chance.
So
There's
then why
more
is she running
context to
again?
that. They moved California up in the primary cycle to Super Tuesday to give her a bigger advantage,
Oh,
and she
wow.
was gone before Iowa. So
Yeah.
they actually
Wow.
were trying to rig it in favor of her. It ended up helping Bernie Sanders, of all people, because that's the one state he won on Super Tuesday that mattered and kept him in the race a little longer, and she still blew it.
Yeah.
I think this is great. I can't wait. There's going to be so much good content coming out of this. Her laugh. We're going to get more takes. Will the Democrats do what they did last time, though, and install it?
No, because they don't have the presidency. They're not going to do that.
Fair.
They're going to have a primary, and she's going to get absolutely BTFO'd. Because, I mean, look, it's incredibly likely that it's going to be Gavin Newsom. I know it's still early, but Gavin Newsom is the one that really is kind of in the pole position now. I don't know who else is going to jump in. It's too early to say that someone's going to win. But Kamala Harris has lost twice now. I don't see her being able to convince even Democrats that she's the heir apparent.
She must have an agenda, something she wants to say to the world, and she wants to take 6 weeks to do it. So she's going to raise a bunch of money, blow people's money, get her agenda spoken, and then defer to Gavin Newsom and become maybe his VP or endorse AOC and Gavin Newsom.
Now, I know, obviously,
Imagine
they're
Kamala's
Kamala's
blessing
so I don't know how
twice.
well they do.
How
in,
embarrassing.
Oh, man.
I think she's going to endorse the auto pen. I
realistic,
think it's
but
going to
man.
be. She's going to throw her full support behind
I'll
our,
probably get a sucker
our
out of
previous
Biden's,
president.
Well, what's going to be interesting is
Zeros.
whether or not she does Joe
I don't understand.
Rogan. So, like,
Yesterday I
Joe's
was
told
going,
the
like,
story
20,
on this, and, her team was like, Joe canceled, or he didn't want me on, or whatever. That wasn't the story. Like, Joe actually told the actual story where, they had a date worked out, they had, the booking set and everything, and they're the ones that backed out on Joe. And I forgot, I don't know if they actually had
Kamala
the date,
runs
but
again,
like,
I'll be so happy.
he was trying his
Because
butt
it's gonna
off
be,
to
it's
get
gonna
her
be
on the
like,
show,
oh,
and
are we
her
not
team
gonna
was
allow? We're not gonna
refusing.
have. We're
I
not
think
gonna
she's
give
gonna
it to a
have- like,
woman.
it'll be
They're
interesting
gonna
to
give
see
it
if
Gavin
he
Newsom, or they're
allows
gonna
her
give
to
it to a
go back
woman.
on.
She's
Well,
gonna
if she
get
doesn't spend the
destroyed by, like,
if she
80
hasn't spent
bands
the
or
past
something.
year doing everything she can to get ready and spend the next 3 years doing media, doing practice media, doing media training stuff. Like, if she hasn't done that, she has no chance. If AOC runs, which I don't know, I mean, look, Congress people generally don't run. They don't really have a chance, but AOC kind of has her finger on the pulse of the Democrat Party. If AOC runs, AOC will smoke her because
Yeah.
she's far more politically talented.
Good on social.
Yeah, she has no chance.
Better at making drinks.
No chance.
Yeah.
It depends, because we don't know how Ocasio-Cortez is going to do with black voters and the way the Democratic primary is structured, which is why I was able to predict Biden winning the primary a year before it happened and turning around in South Carolina, is that you have Iowa, New Hampshire, then you have Nevada, and then it's all majority black states. So if you can't win older black voters, you can't get through it. And a lot of times they vote for the establishment candidate with name recognition. So like she might have a better chance than you're giving her credit for in the primary, or at least earlier on.
Who do you think Clyburn would prefer? Clyburn's the key.
He's the one who pushed Biden to put her on the ticket in the first place. So
Do you think Clyburn would go with AOC or Kamala?
Not AOC, but he's the one who pushed to get Kamala on Biden's ticket in the first place. So,
But do you think he'd choose?
I think he might
over AOC if the two.
For sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, because like, what does AOC do for him?
Yeah, well, and I think Newsom definitely will be the candidate, and not because of the hair, but because he actually, unlike AOC, has gone on the other side. He had Charlie on. He talks to conservatives. He's been like doing the outreach on the other side. AOC doesn't. AOC doesn't.
Will be
go
harder
on,
to beat
you know,
because
Rogan's
just-
podcast, or even Lex Friedman, even safe. Not liberal podcasts, you won't do it. So I think that's going to hurt.
I genuinely think, though,
literally
if you're a
vote for
Democrat
him
and you're looking at
because
your
they just-
candidates, you should never
There's
just
people that'll
go
vote
get
for him, like,
Kamala
like
Harris's
Hillary,
vote
just
within 7 days and realize that
women
this is
that'll
somebody
vote.
you should never vote for president, because the whole thing is excuses, and it's
Okay.
like, if
Yeah, I
only
know,
I had more time.
Yeah.
If only I would have loved to
guy.
talk about this policy
But,
idea, but
Wow.
only I had more time.
What a cope.
It's like, first of all, her biggest boost was in the
people literally
beginning,
vote
so
for
she
him just
needed
because
less time.
he looks-
They needed to announce her and run the propaganda campaign
though I think he
like
looks
2
like
days
a
before the
murderer.
election and hope that worked. But
Wow.
like,
Like an axe murderer.
she's been in politics forever.
But that's why
she was
that's
the
why he
vice
gets
president
elected
for
is
years.
'cause women
Biden
vote
was
for him
super
because they think
old,
he's
and like, you know,
attractive.
like
That's literally
we wish him well and all that.
70 to
He could have passed
80%
away at any
of
point in
that's
time.
why all
And
left
she's
women
like,
vote.
I had no time to think of a
And
policy
Huh.
agenda. She
That's
was
about why
doing
60 to
nothing her
70%
whole
of
time
women
as
vote,
VP.
probably.
So she's like, oh, I had no time to do anything. She has
person
no
attractive.
plan. All she wants is her own
Here's all the
power.
time.
Like, that's
He's
it.
attractive.
And
Yeah.
also,
He's
crucial
handsome
question,
and-
Kamala or Hillary?
Oh, what do you mean,
Ooh.
Kamala or Hillary?
You know.
So
honestly, Hillary.
I
For the
can't
straight
do
up,
that.
if Hillary-
I have to say Kamala, just because Hillary is there's so
Are you
so
talking about
much more
president or
evil.
something else?
You got to put them in the in their prime.
He's talking about something else.
Oh, you're talking
Hottest?
about.
Hillary Clinton's
Gave
way
me
I
hotter.
would say
nightmares forever.
Kamala.
Really?
But yes, that's easy if you had to.
Sir,
Hillary's
set
so
up the poll
smart.
for the
Oh
audience.
my
See, I get messed. I'm what do they call sapiosexual. I like
Oh.
well, it's, you know,
have
I said the word sexual, but other
nightmares.
than that, it just means I get turned on by like a smart mind. You know, like the mind gets me. So Hillary,
That's
you know,
bullshit.
way Kamala's
You're
like,
not worried like if you performed poorly, Hillary would have you
It's a lie.
thrown in a bag and
I
dumped in
don't
the
ever
ocean?
worry
We'll
about
take a
Hillary
really
to
smart
throw in
person,
the
somebody with an IQ.
You're
Let's
in the
say
back.
I can't wait for like
200,
the part 2 of
I don't
Mindy
even remember
Kaling
what the highest
and
is.
Kamala doing
But,
Indian cooking.
let's just give you like an IQ, like 200.
Oh, it's gonna be great.
No, I think that the Democrats. Well,
so
actually, no,
I'll give you
I
somebody
want to
with an
say
IQ of
if the Democrats
200,
were
and then I'll
smart,
give you
they
somebody
would
with
go
an
with
IQ
someone
of
like Gavin Newsom. They've
85
lost.
that is
You know,
like
every
just
time they've run a
super
woman
duper hot.
or an identity
Right. I bet
candidate,
you
they've
he
lost.
takes
Right? They
the
ran Joe
hot-
Biden,
hot
white
people
guy.
every time.
If they went with
I
Gavin
mean,
Newsom,
85's not
they
retarded,
probably have
but-
the best chance.
I agree.
I don't know, is 85
And he's like I said, he's the one that's
87.
really. He started his
I
own
think 100.
podcast. Like
America's like
I can't
100
stand the
average.
guy, but he gets
remember
it
what
more
function
than the
retarded
other
is. I thought it was, like,
candidates.
And his policies would be just as far left as Kamala Harris.
Doesn't, like, take, like,
You know,
function
he's
retarded.
not.
Yeah.
He's not
You know,
like
like,
some
say
kind
they
of centrist guy.
at
He may
night,
run as a centrist guy. You know, he
IQ.
went on Sean Ryan's podcast and said, "Oh, I'm a gun owner."
Right.
BS.
Yeah.
But like. He could run as a centrist,
you're not,
and then
like-
all the policies, just like Biden. You
I
know,
bet
like
you
I'm,
no one's
I'm the
gonna
middle
take-
of the
let's say
road
they're
kind
not-
of
let's say
normal
they're
Democrat
just
guy.
kind of
Then he
frump
gets in, and next
but
thing
they
you know,
have an
there's
IQ of
dudes
200. Not
whipping
ugly,
fake boobs
not
out on
super
the
ugly,
White
but
House
not
lawn.
frump.
You know,
It's not particularly
I think that
attractive.
it's going
I
to
bet
be
you
Kamala,
they're gonna
AOC,
take
and Gavin on
chick
stage at
every
some
time.
point
You have an
debating.
option of two.
Kamala will probably
I don't
inevitably
believe
drop
in.
out, and then AOC
I
and
don't
Gavin
believe
will
in.
go at it, and then people will love seeing their camaraderie, and then AOC will bow out and become his VP.
But AOC hasn't said she's running yet, right?
But I mean,
Okay.
who else? Who else has any charisma in that party?
Oh,
The
Pritzker
only
could
way
say he's going to
AOC
run. There's people out there. That,
The only
Pritzker?
way
JD Pritzker.
Oh yeah,
You
he's
know?
definitely gonna run. But the only way AOC wouldn't run is if she runs for that Senate seat. Like,
And I
It's
see
probably smarter to
her
do that, too.
wanting to follow in Pelosi's footsteps and basically be the next
Run the
Nancy.
House.
but remember,
Yeah.
Wes Moore from Maryland is gonna run. Like, that's Obama's like chosen person that probably will get that Clyburn endorsement. Like, there's a bunch of candidates that they have. I mean, Nick Shirley did knock out Tim Walz, who was
I was
clearly
gonna say,
running
I hope she picks him
Ooh,
again, but
that
yeah,
was-
probably
It's gotta
can't.
be
He
Vance.
might be in jail.
Waltz
brutal
knocked
KO.
himself out.
Vance
He
would be able to
overseeing
defeat
that.
all of them. He's got
And
like,
he
huge
is
popularity,
retarded.
but-
Sorry, like when
So
he
unless
was
something
on the
happens, of
campaign, like
course.
they got all so upset when Trump said he was retarded. Like
He really is. It's so scary. He,
He
was a
really-
sneeze
Don't look
away
this
from
guy,
being VP.
he was like, dude, like he literally had like retarded gestures, like on stage
His
and
frown,
stuff. Like he couldn't.
his face is like,
Yeah,
It's like a
when he
cartoon.
smiles, it's like,
yeah.
Yeah, it was horrible. I saw him actually live in Milwaukee. He was like just the biggest idiot on stage, and she tried to be presidential and stuff. But he's like,
They just picked him because he's a white dude, and that was all they.
Well,
thought they
and
put
because
on.
he wasn't Jewish.
Josh Shapiro
Yeah.
tanked the interview, so like there's that.
Yeah.
And like it's funny because you read there's a campaign book, I forgot what it was, Fire or something like that, and they're like Josh Shapiro did not want to be her VP, and he basically told her that he was not a guy who plays second fiddle. Then you read Kamala Harris's book, and she can't ever take a loss. So it's like,
Wow.
oh, I felt like my driver didn't like Josh Shapiro. And this is literally in the book.
Your driver,
Yeah, like
who's brown?
no, her Swedish driver is a really
Oh.
good assessment of character, and she's like, I didn't like that he didn't want to like listen to me or some such thing. So she didn't take him. She didn't take the astronaut from Arizona.
Agent Mulder, I'm Dana Scully. I've been assigned to work with you.
You don't honestly believe this is some kind
Because he didn't endorse the Pro Act early enough, so like
Those books are all lies.
So it was a terrible choice on her part.
We'll never get Kamala, but maybe we get Montel Williams on here. That'd be great.
So
get
true.
the
Yes.
Inside baseball.
The
Yes.
menage a trois.
Spilling all the tea. And guys, definitely don't try to hack the password to Kamala HQ.
These aren't 20 mils.
Should we pull up that
Listen-
image? Is that funny?
That seemed like that was an easy kill.
Do not try to hack it.
It should say don't
You just put it
come.
on for a second.
Don't. I did. It was
Oh, okay, yeah.
Don't come would have been a better joke.
I can't believe I can't
Don't
believe
come.
in one of the closest elections of all time, Hillary Clinton is currently winning in the poll. Like you guys know Kamala cooks. She talks about food all the time.
Yeah, I know. She cooks Indian food with Mindy Kaling.
Half of her book is like, I was cooking up pancakes, I was making Dougie's favorite thing. By the way, get the audiobook if Kamala Harris reads it herself.
Oh, God.
It is excruciating.
I think
Oh,
Indians have lost so much favor that she's gonna really have to lean in on the black
I
side
hope
this
they
time.
gotta get
Well,
like
that's
a
what she did
mini.
last
Yeah, she's
time.
had
Yeah.
to switch.
Kind of did. She code switch. She was going back and
she was
forth.
well, I mean, she was doing
There's
she,
like
she did a
a
Sofia
very
Vergara
good,
like accent at one point. She's like,
That's
I
right.
love you,
That's right.
my Latinos.
does
So
great
she was
voice
doing
in
whatever,
this.
but
She's
like
doing
you know,
everything.
do that
Except for
in all
Joe
the
Rogan's
joke
podcast.
voice.
She did
no,
everything.
I meant
but-
like every
I
accent.
know. I
Yeah,
know,
that
I
really
know.
hurt her. I
listen
mean,
to
she
that.
was
It's
screwed
funny.
anyway. But
I mean, I
After
like
a
when
while,
she
I'd
finally
probably
did
go
the
insane,
interview with Tim
but
Walls and they
like-
put her at a little baby desk, like made her look as
They
weak as
did.
possible in the
That's
restaurant. Like real great stuff right there.
Yeah, I'm excited that she's running again because we're gonna get a ton of comedy out of it.
I love it.
We don't know if she's running. She might announce a nonprofit. Like,
Yeah, come on.
come on.
maybe she might announce a competing lingerie line.
I mean, that is a fair point. Is it a little early to announce you're running?
Why?
I mean,
Unless she's announcing a run for the governor of
Fair.
California, which
Yeah.
there was rumors that she was thinking about doing that.
yeah, because we still got.
I saw someone say
Years.
that it looks like that a Republican might actually be, or two Republicans might be on the ballot for California governor.
That's if they
that'd
all
be
split. They're going to
wild.
drop out because of the way their jungle primary works. So.
Yeah, but it's like the Republicans, like in New York. Like, what was that guy's name that ran? He was not a Republican.
Lee Zeldin?
No, the guy that got like none of the guy with the beret.
Oh, Curtis
Curtis Lewa?
Yeah,
He's the
Lewa.
best. He should have
was-
won. He just
no.
doesn't have enough money.
He's not a real Republican. I mean, he was up there talking all the woke
He
talking
could
points.
fix New York. He's
That's the fault of the Republican Party. They let him run unopposed in the primary because they thought Cuomo had it on lock, so they didn't even try to run a real candidate.
Yeah, but he
So-
wasn't a real Republican.
He was like
He
a
wasn't
he's a
sacrificial
goof.
lamb.
Yeah.
You know
Didn't
who
he
they
hate
should vote
Trump?
for?
No, I like him and everything, but he's a goof. Like
Yeah.
he is.
Yeah.
They should absolutely have Larry Sharpe as the next governor. He would fix it all.
They should have voted for the Legend of Zeldin.
Ah.
They should have.
I'm still excited to see how it pans out with Mamdani.
Yeah.
I think like the reverse. I think he sounded very communist at the top, but like he's not going to be able to do as much as he promised when he was running.
But he's gonna. I mean, we were talking today. 17 people now passed away just because of that
Up to
one storm.
17 homeless have died in the last 2 weeks
because of his
and
terrible policies.
that's on his watch.
And there was a guy that was shot by the police because he was charging them with a knife, and he's up there being like, "Oh, we feel terrible for the family," and blah blah blah. He's throwing the law enforcement under the bus in New York. It's gonna get bad.
Wow. All he really has control over are the cops and the schools. It's like he can't make the buses free.
No.
You can't do that.
I would like to get some super chats in
Yes.
on whether or not my checkpoint idea makes sense. I would
No, I want to
Easy
get the
pass.
ones in that call you out for not being a straight when it came to that debate.
More importantly, everybody kindly smash the
A
like button,
straight.
share the show, and join us on timcast.com to join the Late Show and our Discord, or say whatever. Just tell them we are going to Super Chats. and Rumble Rants.
got
Oops,
him.
I read that part. But we are. We're going to
Quiet
Super
part out
Chats,
loud.
and we're going to Rumble Rants.
How am I doing the best in this?
Like
thing?
all of us. Subscribe to all of us. Please. Why don't you? Thank you.
Especially Chrissy Mayer.
That was such a prompt or snafu I just had. Should we be reading this one?
Yeah, let's read that one.
Okay. From David Brick something. This is going to be unrelated, but has anyone else noticed that Sam Cedar looks like the evil scientist from the Grounded video game? I don't understand that reference.
Pull up an image.
I've been looking at it, the game, but I didn't buy it.
Like, hate makes you so ugly. If you look at that guy early in his career, he looks completely different.
Listen.
Like, it just... I mean, Sean, the expert here, can tell us, but...
I'm not a big fan of Sam Cedar, but he's like 58 years old and he looks like he's 42.
No, he looks
you
like
know,
he's
and,
82.
Like we gotta give
Sorry.
credit. No, you're wrong.
No, he looks
I'm
horrible. He's
sorry.
disfigured. The hate is really
Look at this. He's
gone to his
again.
face.
He's blinded by ideology.
Sam Cedar? Oh my
He
god,
doesn't
he
look
looks
like he's
horrible.
80.
He looks horrible. The guy, if you look at him from the beginning, hate really does
Well,
have
that's
a toll.
true.
It
Listen,
does take
pain
a
and
toll.
anger
Again,
and all that
not a
can age
fan
you.
of him, and sometimes he dresses like a
Bro, this guy does not look like he's
sometimes
80.
he dresses like the brawny paper towel
he
guy.
looks like an
but
asshole.
he's
Guys, 3 days into this game and I have uninstalled all other games in my phone. In-game ads, pay to win, say goodbye to all of these nonsense. Here in this game, you'll only get pure RPG fun. No shortcuts, no VIP privileges. Instead, it is every companion you meet and every dungeon you clear that makes you stronger. So, dive in. If you're ready for a real adventure.
Eu posso entrar na sua guilda, mas com uma condição?
Qual? Nós faremos qualquer coisa.
he's gobbling up that adrenochrome or something. Like the guy.
They're just doing
look,
questions.
Is this, dude, 2 hours?
Male Epstein victim.
It's 2 hours. Oh my God.
Allegedly raped by President Bush. This is the first Bush, not the second Bush. Witnessed a baby being dismembered. Isn't that cute?
Dude, do you guys think he killed? Do you guys think he killed JFK?
Maybe
What do you think, John? You think he did it? The old Bush.
Go ahead and read this. So here we go. I'd like to add a few other points disclosed by my purported victim. While on his yacht, he witnessed an African-American males having sex with white
He was definitely there when he said he wasn't. Yeah, that's what I mean.
blonde females,
All right,
all
let's
of whom
move on
were
from the
bleeding
topic for a
during
bit.
intercourse. He was a victim of the type of ritualistic sacrifice in which feet were cut off with a scimitar, but left no scarring.
fuck?
On the yacht, he witnessed babies being dismembered, their intestines removed, and individuals eating the feces from their intestines. He was also raped by George Bush.
There, it's kind of like, do you
by Michael Moore, who's the creator of
Michael Moore's wait, is it Michael Moore the documentary guy?
True Pundit described
hell?
in multiple sources
watch
as
the video,
conspiracy
obviously.
driven
not the
news
film guy,
website
different
that
guy.
attempts to paint the
Different
FBI
guy,
in a
okay,
bad
different
light.
guy.
Moore has a criminal record as a result of the FBI investigation. Let me know if you want to discuss the former FBI agent that called into this head office. Oh my fucking God. So it goes even farther than this. Wow, this is gonna be crazy. Let's go. Anyone who believes the anonymous tips line also believes the world is flat? Yeah, that's true. And all of these are anonymous tips. They're not substantiated. It doesn't mean anything is real. But here we go.
that was also
On
the
Tuesday,
anonymous tips
August
line.
27, 2019, myself
Still,
and
there
SA
are
conducted
pictures
an interview of a purported victim of Jeffrey Epstein as per referral by a former FBI SA and journalist Michael Moore. Oh, not the filmmaker. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
not the filmmaker. Okay.
But at 1200 hours, the male identified as one, arrived at the C20 office, stated he was unemployed and resides with his mother and her unemployed employed morbidly obese boyfriend, stated he has ingested hallucinogenic mushrooms as well as other illicit substances.
Oh my God.
In the past and currently smokes marijuana. Reported being raped by his great uncle since the age of 5 years old. And
Okay, I totally understand why they didn't release the files earlier. It's because it's gonna be like thousands of pages of schizo rambling from people, and then there's gonna be idiots that go, oh well, it's probably true then. I mean, guys, look at what happened, the Minneapolis shootings. Like, think about like how that went when there was video evidence and there were easy to see alternate explanations. Okay, think about that and like how people have been talking about those cases, and then now imagine it's unfiltered schizo rambling. It's like, it makes so much sense to me now when they were like, you know, we don't really want to release it
until 22. Described, you know what this is like? This is like a cutscene in Diablo 2.
It's unfiltered 4chan.
Really? Holy shit! Oh my god! What the it's worse. Yes, it's even worse. Want to vomit? Oh, it gets worse. Get ready. Listen to this. This describes meeting Epstein at a yacht club in who knows where. Of his relatives were members, first at age 5 and later at age 8. States he was raped, sodomized by Epstein in 2000 on a large yacht, 9 out of I don't know how many, as well as by former President William J. Clintonian.
Man.
States that the current president...
I will say, though, the stuff that is kind of weird, if it's true, is like the weird language that they use, like Hillary Clinton. Like, the Clintons have been using, like, their emails, like, talking about just, like, weird shit, like, fucking demonic shit. Like, talking about, like ball and, like, all this, like, kind of occult shit. It's weird.
President Trump, along with his wife Melania, were present during the yacht trip. Trump not married to his current spouse Melania until 2005.
Wait, Hillary wanted to summon Gilgamesh? Wait, what? Wait, what? Were they trying to Grelwar or some shit? Like, was she trying to Grelwar to like become president and like to just like go back in time and like undo the Trump thing? And then you're telling me she got a fucking catalyst for Gilgamesh?
That's while being raped by Epstein and Clinton that he was in heavy drug-induced state. Stated that all above incidents were recovered repressed memories until he began therapy in 2016 appropriately. Offered no supporting or corroborating evidence or witnesses that could be contacted. Appeared to me emotionally unbalanced and intoxicated. At this time, it is not recommended that any investigative sources be expended concerning this claim. So, recovered memories? Well, yeah. I mean, this is, dude, eating the such... Oh my god, this is just deranged, isn't it? Yeah, this crazy bullshit spoils the stuff that may or may not be real, and it harms the real victims. Yeah, but how are we supposed to know what's real?
We don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. I mean, like, I didn't.
I mean, that's what I meant.
That's
why they wanted to redact this, because like
we do have some repressed memories.
People are retarded, and it's like they're gonna see someone say something like, "Oh, this person did this," and they're just gonna immediately say it's true.
Somehow pulling out repressed memories.
Thanks. I didn't realize Bush raped him too. Okay, he has more to tell us too.
Memories.
He
brought back
said.
repressed memories.
Thanks.
Obviously, it's true. It's like,
I didn't realize. Oh, the president raped him too. Okay, got it. Yep, sure. So basically, this is what my mom always believed: is that there is an initiation ritual into the leadership class of the world, and inside of the initiation ritual, you would have to do something that is like just so like insanely like perverted, perverse, evil.
Yeah, it would be basically to join a part of the club. You have to do something so heinous that you're also complicit, that you can't rat. Because if you rat, then you get. If you rat on them, it means that you also did it.
Oh, deranged and awful that you would do two things. The first thing would be that you would have blackmail on you that would totally destroy your life with no chance of ever recovering it. So they can control you, and you have to operate within their best interests. That's number one. And number two, it is the basically the refutation of anything other than hedonistic Luciferian desires. So it is the refutation of religion, a higher power, or anything like that. And it's done not necessarily in like because you've got to remember, like, Satanism and Luciferianism, these are like two branches maybe of the same tree, but they're not the same branch. it's different. And so whenever you're talking about this is more about the, obviously, like, yeah, the Illuminati. Keep in mind.
Dude, this is like some secret.
I don't know what he's going to talk about in a second. But Satan, like, besides the fact that, like, I don't know people that stand up for Satanism and stuff like that, but like the Satanists, like even Tim Walz, who says he's a Christian and stuff like that, has like protected the Satanists and stuff in Minnesota, and they gave him a statue. There's like a statue of Baal, and they like put a memorial to him in the, I can't remember what it's called, in the how, the part, where the government, the state government is and stuff. There's like a statue of Baal. I think they took it down. Like there's a plaque still there, but they took the statue down because of all the stuff going on. But yeah, so like, why would you even accept that? Why would you accept that as a Christian? Like, supposedly. So it's obvious proof that like religion is bullshit. I mean, his faith is bullshit. But yeah. Like all of them.
Secret World shit. And you guys play Secret World?
Mind, like, what is even the word? Look at the etymology of the word Illuminati, and not same at all exactly. And so this is no. There's a lot to like. Y'all don't understand. Like, I don't talk about this stuff a lot, but I mean, y'all think I spent 25 years on the internet for nothing?
Same.
Y'all think I just been looking at porn the whole time? No, only half the time.
I love watching videos about conspiracy theories and shit. It's like, I love it.
Not evil, just powerful. Well, I mean, it's Lightbringer, right? There's the Lucius Trust.
There's all these weird secret society shit. They have like weird rituals.
Luciferianism, and then again, like it goes into like the fucking, the dollar bill and everything. This is like a huge conspiracy. I'm not even saying that I believe this, but I'm saying that this is the pieces that they put together.
It's really fun to learn about.
So yeah, do you believe in the Satanism shit, or does it only matter if they do? Do I believe in it? Who the fuck is I think Satanism is a lot kind of like Scientology, where it's an ideology that's built around like metaphysical kind of I'm trying to think like the word for it, like metaphysical like a philosophy, and not necessarily like a belief system. I know that they have like Xenu, and there's obviously Satan, but like it's mainly a metaphysical philosophy that's different.
I'm just saying though that if I were Satan, I feel like the move would be to tell everyone that you don't exist.
Like Anton LaVey, who's the other guy? Aleister Crowley. Like these guys, like they were religious, and but it was more than religious. It was a cult, right? Because like you've got to remember, like these guys were part of the Golden Dawn. The Golden Dawn. This was
what?
Because like you've got to remember, like these guys were part of.
I love that Asmongold knows all this shit.
The Golden Dawn.
This is great.
This was a group that I think it was Anton LaVey joined. It could have been Aleister. It was Aleister Crowley joined whenever he went to Oxford as well. And no, this
like this same thing. I think he probably just knows like tangential information about it, probably via like his mom, like and stuff, who's like really into this kind of stuff. So. But that's the way a lot of people are. Like, he just knows names and some generic stuff. He doesn't know, like people. Like, I know a lot of tangential. I know a lot of peripheral information about World War II. But like, I cannot name you tons of dates, and I can't tell you like how the campaign went. The major initial campaign and push. Like, I can't name you lots of detailed information, and that's the thing. So that's what, like, I don't think he could like give you a big detailed plot, summation of it, of all this stuff. Like, he just knows random outside information. Like, probably if you talk to maybe his mother, who read like a lot of stuff, probably. Well, like, I don't even know much about his mother, but it sounds like she was way more into it, in like how all those books and stuff. So that's like where he gets a lot of his information, probably, and he knows a lot of names and random stuff. So I watch a lot of movies and I watch a lot of documentaries and stuff like that. So, but I could not like the documentaries are like where you want to go for the information. I just remember some of that information, and it just kind of it helps me base. What I like, give me a base of what I know about, but I couldn't like recite all that information to people.
This goes, it's very, 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 very deep. And yeah. And again, Golden Order, look at the, the etymology of that. There's a lot of this, right? And so, yeah, dude, this can't be real. Well, I don't think, listen, guys, I'm not saying that it's real, but I am saying that if it is real, there's, if you think of like a
quarter about World, like, I barely know anything about World War II.
And so, yeah, dude, this can't be real. Well, I don't think, listen, guys, I'm not saying that it's real, but I am saying Israel, if you think of, I'm not saying that it's real, but I am saying that if it is real, if you think of like a 200 piece puzzle, and there's 195 pieces on there, this is piece 196. It is. This fits perfectly inside of every other conspiracy. The 4chan founder Moot is on the Epstein files. Look at last night in San Francisco, I met some interesting people. There is a cool kid that you should meet. Christopher Poole. He is only 23. Read his bio. So Christopher Poole is the creator of 4chan. Yes. So he met Jeffrey Epstein.
Yo, should I get my germ on here? Should we talk about it? Should I ask him? If you don't know what I'm talking about, there's a podcast. Back when I used to do a podcast, I had the Late Night Leaflet podcast. The first episode is about 4chan and like the creation of 4chan. So if you're interested in that, like you can go back and watch the podcast. It's still up.
Oh my god. And then here we go here. This is the big one, guys. This is the big one. Poll. This is...
Dude, I can't believe I'm like one person away from Epstein, if not two. Two max. I'm 2 max away from Epstein.
Yeah, I was gonna say 6
in terms of like knowing people. That's crazy.
It's a subreddit that a lot of people are on this subreddit.
Yeah, 1 degree of separation.
And those people, I'll say this: if you want to get an alternative view on politics, you're gonna hear things there you don't hear anywhere.
Where can you find it?
I don't even know who
Spotify.
it is,
Spotify has it.
I'm not defending anybody, but like
you don't hear anybody else talking about shit on there.
You're gonna find out
it's a
that
subreddit.
somehow
Sorry,
your
I'm too Reddit
parents
brain. That's like honestly, I feel like that's like a. I basically just called
the
it
Mom Donnie thing. The Mom Donnie thing is way more connected because his father was an Epstein. So either his father is Epstein or he's related to Epstein, and maybe it's Epstein's brother, maybe it's Epstein's some sort of relation because he's an Epstein is his father, and Epstein, but they're also related. That's why his mom's hanging out with Epstein. Like it's like 99%. Maybe like it's like a relation of Epstein. And it's a family thing. I don't know, but like then again, but like I was saying, it's like everyone somehow is there's gonna be like connections, spider webs, like everyone's somehow gonna be like, oh yeah, like if you're in the upper class somehow, everyone's gonna be connected. Every famous person's going to have gone to a party with Epstein. Everyone's like he's gonna have interests in pretty much everybody. So yeah,
slur. I did. I guess.
There's gonna be a lot of
board.
There's gonna be a lot of
a subreddit is actually basically a slur. Oh man, that's bad. And so anyway, it's embarrassing.
Wait.
Yeah, they hate you.
Wait. My friend sent me something on this. Let me ask him first if I can show it to you guys, because I actually don't know if I can. Oh, that's not dumb. What is 4chan? 4chan is an anonymous message. It's an anonymous image board, is what it is. Well, I sent my friend a message, but I don't know if he'll take it.
Does Poll hate me now? I don't know. Should I go on Poll on stream? Should I do that? What do you think, guys?
I don't think you can.
So anyway, this was in October the 10th to 23rd, 2011. So
Poll was I looked at Poll during the entire when Trump got shot. The Poll stuff was pretty interesting. It was also interesting when Charlie Kirk got shot too. There was like just all these theories and stuff on there.
3 days after Jeffrey Epstein, he's great. I have no idea who he is when we met. We talked almost an hour nonstop. He will be a friend. FYI, he is one of the greatest hackers. So how did you like Moot? He is very sensitive, so be gentle. Oh my fucking God. So anyway, all this has happened. 3 days after Moot met with Jeffrey Epstein, Poll was launched. Key people rape ape? That's a little bit of a, what the fuck are we talking about here? Oh my God. Okay, so yeah. Anyway, that's normal over there, though. That's normal. And so, yes, so it was launched 3 days after. And if goes saying, so Moot relaunched Poll on
Holy
possibly the
fuck,
same day he met
2011.
Jeffrey Epstein for the first time.
Crazy.
And continued to meet with them and co afterwards. So here's
my
what's
God.
really crazy.
It's so weird because like I'm thinking back on it. Wait, right? Poll wasn't always there. That's true. Back then, it was like B was the shit board. It's crazy.
It gets even better than this. Many people might have forgotten this. Many years ago, there was a leak that showed the amount of people.
This is true. This is actually true.
Let's see here. Poll's archive stats, adding Israel to the top and posting it here as a database leak. Oh, is it not true? Wait a minute. No.
Wait, no, it was true. Wait, it was
true.
No, it was.
No, it's gotta be true. It's too good to be true. No, it can't be a lie. Because Israel it's fake? No, this conspiracy was promised to me 3,000 years ago. Fuck!
I thought it was real.
Fuck! Oh my God! Why would they do this? This is so annoying. Beware unsubstantiated claims. Well, that's why I look into it. That's why I do it. And we are doing fact checking in real time. Okay, that's why we get shit wrong. And Poll was a psyop created by a Mossad agent to increase the influence of a dying Republican Party and then have a stranglehold on the American government while fares Israel. Yeah, there it is again. Creator and owner of 4chan Chris Poole was in contact with Epstein. Hackers revealed that half of the posts ever on Poll were from Israeli IP addresses.
Shit.
There it is, gentlemen. I don't have the theme song, queued up, but, we could play it. Poll was created by Mossad, but they couldn't control the narrative. Maybe. Yeah, it's like
wait,
Poll,
the theme song
Poll being created by Mossad is just...
Wait, what does he mean? The theme song? Does he? Hold on, wait. Does he mean like this one?
I don't understand.
Who the fuck is Leaf?
Is it this one? Is it this one?
Jeffrey
Epstein? This song?
How does Jeffrey Epstein meeting him, and then Poll coming out? How is that a Mossad thing then? All of a sudden? I don't understand that.
Same thing
Do
like
they push
Yakub creating white
Jewish
people.
stuff?
It's pretty much the same issue because so Mossad creates Poll in order to create like a right-wing contingency group, and then Poll over time just begins to decide that Jews are actually the bad guys and they're actually the ones that are the problem with everything. And it's the same thing that happened with Yakub, is that in Africa Yakub made white people in a fucking laboratory, and then everything was fine.
One sec. I'm researching something because I'm just wondering why historically, why is it always the Jews people are getting mad at them? It's always I'm just wondering, like, did this happen to other groups? I'm like looking at it. Jeez. Holy crap. Okay guys, you want to see the most holy shit. Okay guys, I asked for the top, give me the top groups that were exiled from places, right? Like major population displacements, via expulsion, right? Germans are so this is starting at the lowest to the highest, okay? Germans is 1. So Germans, this happened once to Germans. Happened 2 to 3 times to Palestinians, 5 to 10 times to Armenians, 20 to 50 for gypsies. But what does that even mean? You know what I mean? It's gypsies is I don't know. For Jews though, it was 66 to 100. That's it's a lot.
Fine, but then they just started going haywire.
Are we allowed to say that? Well, I mean, it's just history. I don't know why I wouldn't be allowed to say that. That would be ridiculous. If I got banned for that, that would be ridiculous because it's history. I'm just looking up history.
And now the white people are causing all the problems and they turned against them. Yeah, they bite the hands that feeds. Exactly. And I don't believe that's true.
I'm trying to understand. I mean, the reason why is I'm trying to understand what's going on, right? Historically.
What are you, gay? What are you, some kind of gay? Is that it? You don't think it's true? Is that right? Poll was.
If it was a Mossad thing, if it was some sort of seeded thing by a certain group, why didn't they kick certain people out? Why didn't they stop certain things? You would think they would control it better. It doesn't seem I don't think it was like a whole bunch of Mossad agents in there doing all that. But on top of that, it doesn't. Maybe it's not Mossad just because it was like 50 only. He said only 50%. He said half of them were posted by Israeli. What is it? Like your IP address. There are other people in Israel beside Mossad agents. It could have just since it was highly political. There could have been a lot of Israeli stuff going on there, especially since it's quote unquote politically incorrect. Like I don't know what exactly they talked about on the board.
It's a psyop. Pizzagate was real. Epstein is an anon. Gillisane was a Reddit supermod.
Pizzagate being
what
real
the
is
fuck
crazy.
is this shit, bros?
Can
you imagine?
Wait, Ghislaine was a Reddit supermod? What the fuck is happening?
Like going back in time and telling somebody in 2016 what was Pizzagate again? Okay, so Pizzagate, a lot of people might have forgotten about Pizzagate.
Yeah.
So Pizzagate was a pizza shop that was in some
Comet Ping Pong is the name of it in DC.
I forgot where it was, and it was the guy that was involved with Hillary Clinton. His name.
Dude, this is so fun. This is so fun. And Nipple, thank you for the bits. Jujo's been on financial advice, giving them a trade buff. It looks unfair. They end up getting economic victory, so they got the boost. I wonder if it's gonna go into it, but like, isn't there like special rules that they have that's like you're not allowed to do this to like other Jewish people, but like fuck everyone else? Like, aren't there rules like that in Judaism? I swear that's a thing. Muslims have it too. See, but like I can kind of see how that would piss people off, you know? Like that piss people off. Like I mean, like just being real, like that kind of pisses me off a little bit. We're about to get Epsteined. I hope not.
Arigato.
Mike the Noob, thank you so much for the prime. Thank you. And thank you, Wall of Big Man for the bits. Osuri is illegal against other Jews, but not Goyim. You know, I don't even know what that means, to be honest. I'm just being real. I don't really know what that means. I heard it being like used as like derogatory Jews, but not. And thank you, Wall of Big Man for the bits. Osuri is illegal against other Jews, but not Goyim.
Usury is illegal against other Jews.
You know, I don't even know what that means, to be honest. Like I'm just being real. I don't really know what that means. I heard it being like used as like derogatory for like non-Jewish people, but I don't know if that's real.
It's not. I mean, Goyim. There are people that use it quote unquote derogatory, but it's not a derogatory word. It's the same thing as the Spanish word for black is not the same word for the N word, but they sound similar. Just it literally means people, like nations, like people or nations or something like that. It's in the Bible. It's in the Bible. It doesn't have a derogatory translation. Just referring to people outside of the Jewish nation or other nations. So, but people can use any word derogatorily, right? They could have some sort of kind of in-group thing and try to use something. You can try make any word derogatory. That's the point. I mean, that's where the N-word basically came from. Was improper, like not improper use, but like a slang of the Spanish word, I believe.
Ask Nux. I guess I could. I could ask Nux. Nux is pretty. Nux was helping me with some. Like I was asking him some questions about the stuff. Anyway, so Pizzagate. Yeah. Anyway, so I was saying is like this is pretty fun because I know a lot about these conspiracy theories. So like to see like Asmongold talking about it too is like really fun. Like it's like yes. It's like finally we can talk about all this crazy shit.
And was John Podesta, and John Podesta. There was
John Podesta's like he was like a fixer for like Clinton, right? For Hillary. Like Hillary's like did a lot of the shit for
a lot of people that, and this is something I almost don't want to say this, but it's just the truth, is that a lot of people use pizza as a euphemism for any sort of porn involving minors, right? Because CP is cheese pizza and it's also child pornography. That's the reason why. And so, and I, you know, I'm just going to say it, right? Just say it. That's what it is. So that way, when you see people saying that, if you see people saying cheese pizza.
I don't remember his name. He's on the news now. He's like a major anchor, but he worked for the Clintons and then went to the news, and then he tried to basically just cover for the Clintons and say nothing but good stuff about the Clintons. I can't remember his name, but he's a relatively famous face.
Pizza, not porn, literal children. I know, like that's what I'm saying, right? That's it. And so why can't I hear anything? Yes, white sauce pizza, some crazy lore. Yeah.
So the lore behind the whole Pizzagate thing, that was like really interesting. They had a lot of really weird paintings, like just weird, like art pieces, and they would post like photos like on their you know, their little secret groups where they would like send each other DMs. They'd have like weird pictures of like kids like with their hands like duct taped together and shit, just weird shit. Yeah, like those they just have weird artwork as well. And the pizza place had like a special, like on the website of the pizza place, there was like a secret login where you could like log in for stuff, and a lot of people were saying that weird shit was going down with this place.
And so again, my mom was totally fucking all researching this, looking into it. She believed everything about Pizzagate. She thought all of this stuff was real. And as I said earlier, if there is one thing, like I have missed my mom recently more than any other time, and it's not because I'm nostalgic, it's because all of her conspiracy theories are coming true.
Yeah. Dude, like Pizzagate was like really like psycho. Like they would call you psycho for talking about Pizzagate. That was like the one that like you didn't want to talk to other people about because they'd be like, you're crazy. Right? And like, dude, there was like so much in it. There was like freaking tunnels and like, it's just weird. People were trying to find like the underground tunnels.
They're all coming true. Like fucking COVID being fake, the election potentially being stolen, you know, Pizzagate being real, like it just everything, fucking everything. Like she was sitting there, my mom in 2020 was sitting there on 4chan listening to Nick Fuentes and fucking watching.
Wait, Asmon's mom was on 4chan? She's an Anon? What the fuck?
Alex Jones videos.
What the fuck is this
all
lore?
All day. She was in there right on the ground floor. Yep, and she was there smoking cigarettes, smoking.
You want to know the funny thing about this all, though, chat, is like, how stupid are we? Like, it's just like people. They told us that Bohemian Grove wasn't real, and then Alex Jones proved that it was real, and then like it just keeps happening where there's like a thing that happens and they're like, oh, that's not real, and it turns out to be real, and then they just do the same play again, and nobody believes it, right?
Oh, it's not real.
It's like a cycle.
Weed on oxygen, eating bullets,
Bohemian Grove was, the people were saying
like,
that all the rich people, they get into the woods and they have a little fruity little like ceremony thing where they sacrifice like an effigy of a child to an owl god, and everyone was like, that's not fucking real, that's weird. And then Alex Jones snuck in and videotaped it. Yeah. That's how Alex Jones got famous, by the way, if you guys didn't know that. That was the moment that Alex Jones became famous, because he broke the story that it was real.
Eating Taco Bell, chugging Pepsis, watching Ancient Aliens, and getting involved in conspiracy theories.
Okay, like Ancient Aliens was really fun to watch, but it was, dude, it was so, dude. The problem with Ancient Aliens is like it went. So there was a lot of material for like Ancient Alien stuff. But the problem is they would always go for like some crazy reach. Like it would be like, and then on the wall there's a circle. Aliens? Coincidence? You tell me. It was like always like it was
What
just
hot
this weird.
garbage.
They would always
Dude, I did such a sharp spin.
they would always go straight to aliens like every single time.
70 years old. That's it.
And it was always that guy with
I
the
did
crazy hair.
such
the
a
guy
hard
in the memes
spin.
with the
Shouldn't
crazy
have
hair.
not
It was
been
always
able
him.
to
He was always like with the really crazy theories. That guy.
Living like a champ, she was, bro. Like, she was. Good way to go out. She did. And the thing is that she went out, like, overall, right? I mean, she never compromised. She never would compromise. And let me tell you something. It's a lot funnier now because back then it ruined my life. But looking back on it, it's
ruin your
fucking
life?
funny. It really is. And your father's a lucky man. Yeah. Anyway, a cigarette
Whoa.
sounds like college for me, minus the O2. Yeah, sure. And did she predict Trump potentially blowing Bill Clinton? She thought that basically a lot of the people that were involved were they would have to do some sort of act in order to basically, this is her belief, is that Jesus Christ, I should have written a lot of these down. I recorded her explaining some of her conspiracy theories, but like I don't think you guys can understand this. Let me see if I have an image here that I can just show you guys. This might take me a couple of minutes, I apologize, but where is the image here? I'm trying to see if I can find one.
We need that recording,
and what I'm
dude,
looking
for real.
is an image of my
Yo, Candice, thank you so much. Giorgio A. Socalo, it has to be true. Is that the name of the guy? I think it is. I think that's the dude. The dude from
garage.
Ancient Aliens.
And you'll know
Thank you.
why whenever I show you. Because the amount of books that we have in our house.
Alex Jones infiltrated Bohemian Grove in the 2000s. That's the occult ritual millionaire hangout. They do believe it from what he saw. There's footage available. Yep.
Else. I would assume that we have a
Dude, there's so many like crazy conspiracy theories. You guys know about the Nibiru one? The Nibiru is crazy. There's like another planet, but it's on an oval orbit, and basically the Nephilim are from there, which is like the ancient like fallen angels or whatever. Planet X Nibiru, and then when the Planet X arrives at Earth, they try to take all the gold. Because they need the gold. Because gold is like some kind of power source or some shit. Yeah, it's like a resource.
1,000 books in this
The
house.
Anunnaki.
I am not even kidding you. And she read...
Dude, I know about all of this shit. Like, I love learning about this stuff. Like, flat Earth, hollow Earth.
About 950 of them. So this is all she did. Is this it? No, that's not it. God damn, there's so many fucking stupid photos I have in here. And yeah, I have no idea where the hell this is. I might not be able to find it. Give me just a little bit longer. And if I can't, then I can't. This counts as, yeah, that's a library. Yeah, it was basically, okay, I did actually somehow find a photo.
I remember before we did conspiracy theory streams, but we haven't done them in a while.
Okay, give me
Maybe we should bring it back.
1 second. All right, so let me just make sure there's nothing that's problematic on here. I just wanted to I wanted to make sure that the
ones that are really fun are the ones about Nazis and like how they had like magic and
stuff,
shit. That stuff's great.
the issues that she had of mine.
Like Hitler was like collecting all of the weapons, and then he had like the Ark of the Covenant, and then like it got taken from him, and there's so much crazy shit like that.
Comfort on the image here.
There's still not a lot of proof.
Let me go back. I'll show.
Yeah, the Spear of Destiny. Yeah, the Spear of Longinus.
There is a lot of
and I did find the image, and I can show it to you right now. Give me 1 second. I'm just kidding. It's 10. So this is what we what we had growing up, right? Where is it?
Dual lore one about dwarves.
Okay.
Says wrong.
Sorry about the image being small. Is this all good? Yeah, it is.
Longinus, we could have had Eva's. Longinus is the Spear of Longinus is the spear that pierced the side of Jesus, and it's said to have the Spear of Longinus is said to have anti-divine properties. Like it's super effective against like beings from other worlds. Manipul, thank you for the bits. The difference between conspiracy theory and conspiracy reality is 6 months.
Okay, I just screenshotted it, so it's not great. This is just simply one bookcase, and for context, that's a ladder. Holy, and this is, by the way, there's like 4 of these in the house. Yeah.
Damn.
It's not bad. Yeah, exactly. That's a lot of books. It is. That's a lot of books. And that's actually also after we had to get rid of a lot of them too.
Like ghosts on the screen there.
So whenever she would explain things, you gotta understand, like, this is all she would do. Like, you think about it, she would just get high, play World of Warcraft, and read about...
Wait, I didn't know about that. I actually don't know much about Asmund's parents. Would they play WoW too? That's
Conspiracy theories. And if you think
That's
about
so
it,
wild.
you know, Bruce Lee once said that he doesn't fear the man who knows how to do 1,000. In the middle of Occupy...
Tumblr happened. Like, Tumblr is a race, and I was like bipartisan back then.
Purpose. I think this was a top-down initiative that was done top-down in order to think occupies a Wall Street.
You don't need it to be top-down when you have a bunch of a bunch of these. So you get like teachers and stuff to teach a whole bunch of fucking morons the ideology, and then all the ideology, and then all of them follow it to the nth degree. Like, they just go insane for it. You don't need like some marching orders from some bigwig to do this. So yeah, so like that kind of conspiracy, it's like, no, they got a couple organizer people. You know, you just get a couple organizer people. Let's say we're gonna we're gonna march on Wall Street and stuff like that, and then it just riles up a whole bunch of these retarded people that already believe this stuff. But you get all these people to believe this stuff by teaching it in the schools and all this stuff, and then you teach more teachers, and they spread it by teaching more, and they actually believe it, right? Rather than just die. You know, they're not like, oh, I'm spreading some bullshit that I don't believe. No, they actually believe it. Think whatever's true. Like, I think a whole bunch of this stuff is true. Not just the what do you call it? Not the conspiracy stuff, but they think all these people are against you and all this kind of stuff. So that's like what the Wall Street. You don't need some big person to organize all this stuff. All that.
You don't get it? It's a phase? Well, apparently it was. And so it was done, and this is a conspiracy.
To do with people used to talk about this state. We were a marvel to the world because of opportunity. For the first, like right now, I'm Perry Johnson, and as governor of Michigan, I will eliminate the income tax. The median income of a family of four in the state of Michigan is $111,690, according to a savings of 4.25% in income tax would.
This is a Tax the Rich rally in New York City, ran by the DSA, a movement that wants to abolish capitalism, the police, and borders. And that's a professional protester I caught paying other protesters. Make no mistake, this movement is growing rapidly throughout the country. One of their candidates just became mayor of New York City, and as much as they avoid my questions,
Please don't interview me. I'm not asking you to interview right now.
try and shut me down,
They're right-wing journalists.
Okay. Well,
it won't stop me from exposing the truth. Welcome to Mom Donnie's New York, and welcome back to the Nate Friedman Show.
Can you answer me? I saw on the DSA site that we should abolish prisons. Could you say something about that? Should we do that?
This is a day ago.
You just can't talk about it?
No, I'm not a spokesperson.
How did you get involved with DSA?
It's supposed to be an older one.
Okay. I was hoping to speak to somebody who was able to talk. Are you able to have a conversation?
I think you can talk to the press liaison.
That's a picture of me in the DSA Signal group chat, and she's messaging the other paid protesters to notify them that I'm there. You can see it says they're talking to us right now. Now, despite their attempts at suppression, one of the most insane interviews I've ever done is in this video.
Do you believe that we should tax the rich?
yes.
Okay. Why not? Yeah. No doubt. One of the things on the DSA website that I was reading is that they believe that we should abolish prisons. Do you think that we should abolish prisons? No. That's what they believe. The people that are speaking believe that we should abolish prisons. So you're against that? Yeah. What about like open borders? They believe that we should open up all the borders. Do you think we should do that? Oh, my name is Nate.
What outlet are you with?
I'm independent.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I interview you?
No.
Okay. But you're taking down my information.
Yeah, so I'm just a press liaison.
I'm just a press. I'm just putting you on our terrorist list. Like this is them. She's part of one of these signal groups that then makes lists, and then they are trying to make their own law. They're like Sharia law people, like the Muslims in Sharia law. They make their own law. That's what's going on in Minnesota right now. Like I would have just punched her in the fucking face, or I would have taken her phone and I would have checked it.
Liaison for the event.
Okay. You gonna notify the group chat that I'm here?
I don't know what group chat you're referring to.
The group chat where you let people know which journalists are here.
I don't have a group chat that does that.
Oh, okay.
What outlet are you associated with?
Why does it matter?
It's relevant to press.
Okay. Yeah, I told you, my name is Nate Friedman. I'm independent.
Thank you so much. If you would like to speak to one of our
I'm gonna
spokespeople, I'm happy to
go
take you
get
over
somebody to talk.
You want to take me to the spokesperson right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't talk with our brainwashed people. Don't do that. No.
Bill in the New York State Senate, who has been a comrade.
You brainwash them.
Can I ask
don't
when
want,
the person
want them
is coming
thinking
out?
for themselves.
I just asked if they know who you are and they have no intention to speak with you.
Okay, can I ask why?
Because you've doxed some people in the past.
So do you want to
I'm
abolish
gonna make
prisons?
up some bullshit.
I have no comment.
Imagine saying no comment on if you want to abolish prisons.
And I remember very clearly in 2021 when Kathy Hochul.
I couldn't help but notice that whenever the speakers would mention Governor Kathy Hochul, everyone would go. Which is interesting because Hochul endorsed Mamdani. Not only that, but she has completely changed her behavior to try and fit in with the DSA crowd. She lit up the World Trade Center green for Muslim Heritage Month and left out the part that New York City has never celebrated Muslim Heritage Month until now. Governor, I ask you, why did this tower get built? She does all of this because she knows the Democrat Party has been taken over by radicals, and it's either become one or get left behind. New York is in danger, and it's the people at this rally that made it happen.
I'm a journalist, and I'm wondering if there's someone I can speak to. Any meetings?
If she did that, and is that the tower that replaced the twin?
Is there someone that I can speak to?
Yeah, I think they might be like on the other side of the park, actually.
No.
Yeah.
They said you would be here.
Oh no, but other side of the park's actually.
Why are you so upset?
If she actually did that,
why are you so angry?
Jail.
I was angry right here.
You imagine like
you seem like really jittery, like upset.
Oh, you're just annoying. That's all.
Oh, why am I annoying?
I don't know. Like if we have like an Iraq memorial or Afghan
I'm the game
memorial
producer of
thing
Foundation.
for the soldiers that died.
Foundation
and
is a sci-fi strategy experience
and then, like,
where,
putting,
from day one,
some sort of
you step
Muslim
into the role of
thing on it.
commander. You lead a full space fleet. You manage a central space station, and you.
All right, well, I had to go for a stand here.
Meet Naftali Aaron Krantz. He's a paid protester through and through. Here's him posting on LinkedIn to hire paid protesters for the company he works for called Get Free. Listen to this. Get Free is hiring for part-time mobilization support contractor. That just means paid protester. We're seeking out people with 4+ years of experience in leading direct action and large-scale mobilizations, demonstrations, protests, and civil disobedience, which just means experience getting arrested. Compensation is $3,500 to $4,200 a month for an average of 20 hours a week. Get Free on their website calls themselves a grassroots organization when Naftali and others are literally being paid to protest. Get Free wants to, quote, undo white supremacy. Naftali thinks one of the best ways to do that is to celebrate vandalism, saying Crown Heights say winning after someone threw an egg at a stranger's Cybertruck and placed dog feces on him. Here's Naftali at an Abolish the Police rally. You can see he's not leading the protest, just blending in amongst the other recruits. He can get his photo op later because the way this works is combining all the leftist causes together to make the individual causes look bigger than they are. And of course he works with the DSA, which is why I ran into him at this DSA Tax the Rich rally. On LinkedIn, you can see Naftali frequently doing his paid protester posts saying, "Come work with and help us expand our effort to win reparations across the country." And Naftali is recruiting nationwide in Chicago, the Bay Area, and Baltimore. Pod organizers he's hiring for are tasked with building small, localized teams. In other words, protesters that can be deployed on demand. Now let's see what happens when we click on one of these links attached. It's a 9-week contract, part-time, paying $3,400 in stipends, issued bi-weekly, and they're looking for someone excited about experimentation and will recruit people and train them to drive turnout to events. And Naftali is part of Jews Against Trump and urges people to donate to bail funds to, quote, bail immigrants out of concentration camps. A Jewish person that calls an immigration detention center a concentration camp has a serious mental illness, and it's colleges like NYU where he went, the Democrat Party, and the mainstream media who are guilty of this brainwashing. We see Nicole Carty at the top of the Get Free movement. She says the George Floyd protests were the reason Biden won the 2020 election. Share this with anyone who is trying to make the argument that morality, civil rights, and social justice have no place in electoral politics. It's the opposite. Now we can see that these protest NGO groups are about one thing: getting Democrats elected. So it's only fitting that donations to Get Free are funneled through Act Blue, who is under investigation by the Department of Justice for foreign contributions. Act Blue has funneled billions of dollars for activist groups like Indivisible Twin Cities, who is orchestrating the resistance on ICE agents in Minneapolis. Indivisible has been caught paying protesters, and they've received over $7.6 million from the Open Society Foundation, funded by George Soros.
Can I ask why you're not authorized to speak to the press? Like, who said that to you? Because you seem like you...
Media training.
Why do you need media training?
People are aware of who you are. Please go away.
So that's Martina Crane. You might remember her from the Trump Tower protest a little while back, where she advised her coworkers to prevent
stop our
my interviews. Well, she quickly deleted her social media when I exposed her for creating an entire network of people and organizations who help illegal immigrants evade ICE. She also removed that entire spreadsheet as well as her guides on how to evade ICE. However, knowing that she might do that, I screen recorded all of it, and that will be going into the Friedman Files, a website where you'll be able to learn all about the paid protesters wreaking havoc on our cities. The waitlist is in the description, or you can scan the QR code here. Now, there's something else on Martina's link tree that caught my eye that she hasn't deleted yet. It's an immigration hotline, but when you click on it and scroll down, you'll see that it takes you to an LGBTQ immigrant hotline. It writes the National Immigrant Justice Center.
All right, thank you for everybody for stopping in. I greatly appreciate it. I had a lot of fun. We got one more or two more. Let's see here real quick. Event. So we need 2 more. I need 8 total. If I had not missed on number 2, I would have had tomorrow would be the last one. But 2 more to get the tank. So 2 more event things to do. The next one starts actually here in about an hour or so. But I'm going to be done streaming. So probably be playing tomorrow. If not tomorrow, the day after. Maybe if I'll take tomorrow off and we'll play some like Resident Evil Village or something. Just depending. But yeah, so we got 2 more of that, so we almost got that done. I'm questioning whether I want to pay for the last one, since I missed it. I have to get 9 because I kind of want this skin, but it's cool. But at the same time, I'm not sure. I like it. It's not that expensive to pay for the last one, but we'll see. We'll see. All right. Thanks, everyone. Of course, check out the Discord. Link in the description to hop in there if you want to. I put out the notifications when I'm hopping on and streaming and stuff. And, of course, yeah, that's about it. So give us a subscribe, like, and everything if you enjoyed what you saw. And like I said, we'll continue playing some other games when the event's over. So I'll be doing like Resident Evil Village and stuff like that, and playing some of our other single player games as well. And of course, I still got 18 days of premium, and so I'll also be playing this quite a bit. Probably just not every single day, Yeah.